I saw a squirrel once in Alberta, and for a full second, I thought it was a wolf.
Please tell me how that happened.
I was looking for wolves.
Yeah.
I was looking for it to be a wolf. I definitely saw a wolf once.
Yeah.
And it was pretty cool. It was either a wolf or a large coyote, but I'm pretty sure it was a wolf.
In Alberta?
Yeah, because it was at dusk, and it ran across the road, and I was with Cam Haynes, and we both noticed it. Mm-hmm. It looked like a wolf.
Just too big and stocky.
Yeah. But it was, distant, getting dark.
Yeah.
Hard to tell, but they're up there. There's a shit ton of them.
For sure.
I mean, they have tons of trail cameras on them.
Yeah, yeah.
And they see them there all the time. But I saw this thing run across this like down tree, and it was the tail of the squirrel, and for like a full second,
yeah,
I was like, oh my god, is that a wolf fur? That's a fucking squirrel. God, you're dumb. That was like that was how it played out in my mind.
But you had already made it to be a wolf in your head. And if you hadn't seen the rest of the squirrel, you had always seen a wolf.
Yeah, I saw a wolf, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Which is what I think people do with black bears that stand up on hind legs, and they see Bigfoot.
Black panthers. You see a house cat run across the road out in the woods, and it's black, and the perspective, you don't have any scale, and you go, I saw a black panther.
Yep. Yeah. But I mean, the wolf thing is interesting because it's like, they're reintroducing wolves in different parts of America, and now they're trying to do it to Colorado, and it's like, I hope you guys know what you're doing. Because this idea that you're going to be able to control their populations once you reintroduce them, you're not even going to find them.
Right, correct. Yeah. And I mean, like we've seen a wolf pack, I'm blanking on the name of it now, but it's moved all the way down from Washington through Oregon. Now it's all the way to Central California, right? San Luis Obispo County, Central California. I don't think they're resident, but they've dipped in because we have tracking collars on them, right?
Wow.
So they've come all the way from Washington, all the way through Oregon.
San Luis Obispo.
Isn't that wild?
Wow.
Yeah.
They're amazing.
Incredible. And they are helpful to the environment. They do fill a role, and they outcompete the coyotes, and, their population's insane.
They'll also kill your kids.
They'll also kill your kids.
Yeah.
They can.
I mean, they are fucking predators, and they don't have any rules. Like, we are so goofy and naive when it comes to the idea of predators. We think, like, well, we have an agreement, a spoken agreement with the people of the forest. Living beings of the forest, I am your friend. I used to live in Boulder, Colorado, and there's this lady I knew who was a yoga instructor.
That says a lot.
I told her, she was the best. I told her that I saw a mountain lion. She goes, well, when I go into the woods, I literally say a prayer, and I let the creatures of the woods know I know them, and I offer no harm. I am there only to just peacefully walk amongst them. I am not a threat. Well, you shut the fuck up.
Yeah, go for a walk through the African bush for one night and see how well that does.
Like, what are you talking about, lady? You zig when you could have zagged, and you run into a bear and you're fucking dead.
100%.
Shut up. Just shut up. They eat yoga instructors, too. Like, this idea that you're going to, like, I send out a message of peace.
We've become so jaded in the sense of, like, nature is in harmony and balance. That's like this Western idea of, like, everything so harmonious in nature.
It's terrifying.
It's the opposite,
It's such a dumb perspective. It's so misinformed. It's just based on idealistic perspectives. It's based on, this idea of a utopia that exists in the woods. It's just not. It's tooth, fang, and claw.
Correct.
It's fucking chaos.
It's also based on disconnect, in my opinion.
Yes.
If you've spent time in the wild, if you've spent time, I don't care if you're fishing, hunting, hiking, camping, whatever, but like somewhere that is really raw, you're like, holy shit, no, it's not, all Shangri-La out here. Like, it is eat or be eaten. Yeah.
Yeah, not at all. No other video of the orang pendek? Is that?
That seems to be it. I found a video that looks less fake, but it's the same video, so they just did a better job.
All right, let's see what that one looks like. It looks less fake.
Oh, actually, I just lost it, I'll be honest with you. I have the one that we looked up. It's that video.
It's the same one?
All the stories, all the Daily Mail, everything goes back to that video.
Oh, okay.
Must have been that. I think I might have seen just a clip of it, not that longer.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably didn't show the one when he's running on the road itself because it looks so fake.
So it looks like shit, versus the one where he darts across,
Yeah, it looks like a naked person.
Yeah, it does.
Like a person in a spandex costume.
Dude, I went to a wedding in downtown Los Angeles a couple years ago, and there was a guy, probably had a mental illness, but he was like 6'5", walking down downtown LA, butt naked with this massive schlong just bouncing between his knees. It looked like a different species to me. I mean, this huge beard, like 6'5", massive dude just trotting down the street of
If you
LA.
saw that in the woods, going in between the trees from a distance,
100%.
you would say, "Oh my God, there's giants in the woods."
I'm a Bigfoot believer like that. If I had seen that exact guy cruising through a park, cruising out in the woods, I'm a believer.
Especially if he's covered in dirt and it's dark out. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, mentally ill people do wind up moving to the woods.
It's happened.
Yeah, I mean, it happens all the time. I remember there was this one guy who was famous in Maine for, he was a legend that he would break into people's houses and steal their stuff. And then they found out that he was a real person. And he had dropped out of society in like the 1970s and just decided to completely live by himself. Like, he didn't talk to people for decades.
Oh, wow.
And he was by himself alone in a tent in the woods, and he would just steal stuff from people's houses when they weren't around.
Wow.
Yeah, and like live off of whatever he found or ate, and I don't know like what his like woodscraft was like. Is this it? Stranger in the Woods. Yeah, this
sounds
is the
like
story.
it.
For 27 years,
That's
Christopher
wild.
Knight lived alone in a clandestine wooded camp in a tiny Rome. I don't know what that is. Undiscovered and unaided, breaking into camps to steal what he needed to survive. When he finally captured and arrested in April 2013, the story of the North Pond Hermit made headlines worldwide. But Knight spoke only to one journalist, Michael Finkel. In an exclusive excerpt from his new book, Finkel explains the origins of the whispered myth that haunted central Maine for decades, the legend of the stranger in the woods.
It's pretty cool.
It is kind of cool.
It's cool. He, like, did his own...
Yeah.
Look, I mean, I'm sure he had all kinds of probably issues, right? But,
oh, yeah, for sure.
But he lived his own, like, he made his own path. He lived off of stuff. It reminds me, have you ever heard of the Japanese survivor in Guam? Have you heard about that story?
Yes, I did. Yeah. Tell that story.
So, from my understanding, during World War II, there was a crash in Guam, and it was from a dogfight. And this Japanese pilot or guy who was in the plane went and hid in a cave up on a mountain in Guam. And he spent until, like, 2002 living in this cave, thinking that World War II was continuing, and he thought he had a better life living in a cave and living off of the jungle because Guam is like a hub for, I think, United or Delta, one of the major airlines. So all these planes are coming in and out every day, and he thinks it's World War II continuing.
Wow.
Yeah, and there's military bases and everything else in Guam. So
was it really 2002?
Jamie would have to look, but it was very recent.
Like the 80s or something. I didn't know it was like that's he must have been old as fuck.
Yeah, he was like in his 70s or so. I don't. I'm probably getting the date wrong.
We'll
but
find it. But
yeah,
still, that's so crazy.
But can you imagine?
How would you know? How would you know? And what if you fucked up and went in too early?
Right.
You know, and then it is still World War II, and they shoot you.
Exactly.
You just hang out for another year.
Yep. Just I'll spend a couple more days in the cave.
Oh my God. So what is
There's two stories actually. We'll go with this one first. It's the one you were talking about.
Okay.
What's his name?
This one.
97.
97.
Oh,
well,
died in
he
97.
died in 97.
Yeah.
So years of service 41 to 45. And then it says 1972. I
But
guess.
do you see that? 28 years of hiding in the jungles of Guam.
Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about there with 45.
So
They found him in 72.
I just saw a story this morning, which it's not new. It apparently was in 2013. There was a man. A man took his two sons after Vietnam came, and they were hid in the woods for 40 years.
Wow, forced to live off rats and make loincloths out of tree bark. Man who spent 41 years living in the jungle after fleeing Vietnam War makes emotional return to his former home. 41 years. Look at the picture of him.
Social skills, obviously, and he didn't know what a woman was. He said
Really?
his father didn't tell him what a woman was. They saw 5 people their whole life and hid from him in the woods when they saw him. This is according to what I read earlier today.
God.
Do you think,
Oh my God.
like, would you, if you're put into his position, is it worth living
He's
like
85?
His father was.
Oh.
Father 85.
I just looked at that really quick. I'm like, God damn, he looks great. Maybe that's how we're supposed to live.
Yeah, rat head was his favorite.
Rat head.
Dude,
well, who doesn't like a
favorite
good rat head? Why is his haircut so good?
That's a good question.
This is bullshit.
I think this is after they found him and they took him back to take pictures and show, he was probably
fuck
showing
off.
what he was doing the whole
They
time.
redressed him. This is
Let's see,
horseshit.
look right here.
Yeah, they redressed him.
After
They
3
redressed
years.
him in rags.
Yeah,
what he looked like
for the photos.
That's what he looked like
That's
when
a little
they found
better.
him. Yeah, that looks like a guy living in the woods. Wow. Rat head. He's eating rat heads. What does it say? His son was killed? What does it
I'm
say?
not sure.
One day his wife and two of his sons were killed by a mine explosion, putting
Yeah.
him in a state of shock. Took his 2-year-old son and fled into the jungle, thereafter never having any contact with anyone else. The pair survived by foraging fruit and cassava from the forest and planting corn. They wore loincloths made of tree bark and lived in a timber hut raised 5 meters above the ground. Cassava is not the stuff that you need to boil and filter and strain.
No.
What am I thinking of? That's the other
probably
stuff.
taro root.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, cassava is like a potato, basically.
Right,
Yeah.
right. What is the one that like actually has strychnine in it? It's very common in the jungle of Central America and South America.
I think taro is what you're referring to, because it's very starchy and basically inedible until you boil it down.
Is that what it is?
I think so. That doesn't sound familiar.
Doesn't sound right. Taro, I know what taro is. But taro, like, they make taro chips.
Yeah.
Like, you could eat taro chips.
But
This stuff, they boil down, they turn it into like a meal.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Like, smash it and do all kinds I thought it was cassava.
Everything, like, when we've worked down in the Amazon and stuff, in the remote areas of the Amazon, everything's boiled. That's just
Yeah.
how everything's, like, day one, you're like, oh, man, this fresh boiled piranha is so good. Day 13, you're like, please, God, no boiled piranha for breakfast.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting we've gotten to this point as a society where we eat what we enjoy
Right.
instead
Not
of
what's...
like what just keeps you alive.
Right.
I was with Steve Ranella once, and he caught a beaver, and we cooked the beaver. And one of the things that he cooked was the beaver tail. And he said that it was a staple amongst trappers.
Okay.
That they really like beaver tail because it was a good concentration of fat. It was a great source
I
of
imagine
fat.
it's just a big, fatty
It's
tissue.
disgusting.
Yeah, I bet.
But when you're dying of fat, like you need fat.
Right.
Like you're starving.
Right.
Like fat is literally what you crave. Then it becomes delicious.
Sure.
Like, then it's not a matter of, oh, I prefer fried chicken. Well,
Right.
I'm a pizza
Right.
guy myself. It's not. We eat based on our flavor preferences.
It is interesting, because
Yeah.
taste is so elemental to what we decide to do every single day. Oh, I like this, I like that. But that's not the point of food.
Right.
The point of food is nourishment, right? It's to keep your body strong and you continue to have energy. And yet we've completely abandoned that notion. In fact, so much so that we have the opposite problem, where we're over-nourishing, at least with fats and oils and things like that constantly. Yeah.
Yeah, if people could come from the past, back from those pioneer days, and see people today, they'd be like, oh my God, this is wild.
They
Like,
probably think it
everyone's
was great.
fat.
They probably, because that was like a sign of being healthy back then and,
Yeah.
and wealthy, right?
Yeah.
You could afford to be fat. They'd be like, wow, this is great.
Well, I don't know about healthy, but it was
No.
definitely a sign of wealth, and the fact that you didn't have to work. And so, like, when you look at those paintings from the Renaissance, of those Rubenesque women, yeah, like that was attractive. Like, we were psyched if we found a big fat lady.
Yeah, big
It's
old
like,
gal.
Yeah, that girl, she's eating good. That's what I like.
That's what I needed.
I don't like some skinny farmer lady. I like some royal lady who gets to just have fruit given to her while she lays
right.
down.
Last time we hung out, you were doing pure carnivore.
Yeah, I'm
How
doing
was
that
that
now.
You're doing it now?
Yeah, because it's January.
Ah.
January's World Carnivore Month. I don't know who fucking made that up, but yeah.
Why not?
I mixed in a little fruit. I eat fruit because I find when I don't do that, and I did straight carnivore for the first few days, I think like the first 8 or 9 days. But it was, it's hard. I was slogging through workouts.
Just no energy?
Yeah. Like just and they say there's an adjustment period, just like keto. They call it like have you ever done a keto diet?
Not for more than like a week at a time.
It takes a while to really get your body to turn ketogenic and to start burning fat instead of carbohydrates. And it's there's a thing they call the keto flu, where it feels like almost like you got the flu. Where
That
you're like,
sounds awful.
Not really like the flu. It's a bad way of describing it. It's more like you're not well rested.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
So like when I would work out, I would like have to really push through these workouts. Like you feel like you're missing a gear. That's what it feels
Just
like.
none of that extra ATP to like burn. Yeah.
You can't get into fourth gear. It's weird. It's like it doesn't feel good.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, but when I added fruit, that goes away.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
After we hung out and you were doing that, I read Paul Saladino's book, The Carnivore Code, I think it's called, The Carnivore Diet. The one where he eats meat, fruit, and honey and bases it. Because like, he's been on your show before, right? Yeah, so I read his book, and I thought it was really interesting, you know, the whole idea of, like, those are the most sought-after foods in the world. And they are for most cultures, but definitely not all cultures, right? Which I think is maybe
It all depends
abandoned.
on what the resources are, right?
Of course.
Yeah,
Of
I mean,
course.
if you're dealing with a culture that has access to an enormous amount of rice, an enormous amount of or cassava or whatever those things are, you know, there's different things that people eat where they, you know, they just eat it because of convenience.
Yeah, it's availability and cost and effort, right?
But if you have access to all the food and you really wanted to live an optimal lifestyle, I do think that organs are primary. It's like eating liver and eating heart is very, very good for you. And then eating red meat, especially like lean red meat, is very good for you.
It's all about Lucky Charms. I saw your post.
Isn't that nuts?
That was wild.
Isn't that nuts that that's a real, like, NIH-funded food chart that places Lucky Charms above eggs?
There were so many things, too, not just the Lucky... I mean, that was preposterous, but there were so many things that I'm like...
Chocolate-covered almonds.
Right. That's
like,
healthier than a steak.
Off. That's candy.
Exactly.
That's literally chocolate. Yeah, there's almonds, but it's fucking chocolate, which is sugar and some cacao.
Yeah. That was wild.
Straight horse shit. Like, these people are criminals.
Yeah.
They're all being paid off. They've all been paid off by these big food corporations.
By the big food, industries.
For sure. Well, it's been proven that, like, there's been a bunch of these people that are, like, fat doctors that are trying to tell you that there are no junk foods, and it's really shaming people. Yeah, big fat ladies that are saying this. You know, the same kind of ones that don't want you using the term fat.
Sure.
But they're being paid off by, like, these companies that make, like, fucking ho-hos and
Oreos and blah,
cookies
blah, blah.
and shit.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of food, not maybe not those in specific, but those kinds of foods where they're readily available at supermarkets. In general, other than rice and some beans and some other stuff that you get in the center of the grocery store, all the shit around the edges is what you want. You want the stuff that's fresh. You want the stuff like the vegetables, like they have to, like, they've replaced them all the time.
Yeah.
That shit in the boxes in the middle, most of that stuff's not good for you.
Of course.
Unless it's canned or bottled. You know, I mean, there's tomato sauces and stuff that's in the center that's fine for you.
Still packed with sugar, though, right?
Some of them. I mean, there's organic ones that aren't. But the outside, that's what you want.
Yep.
You want where the milk is, where's the cheese, where's the eggs. It's on the outside. It's refrigerated.
Yep. Yeah. There's a reason you have to eat it fresh.
Yeah, you got to eat it quick.
Right.
And it's really, like, a lot of the stuff, like, especially like pasteurized and homogenized milk, there's a real good argument that that's not even good because your body's like, what is this weird liquid protein stuff? This is not, like, where's the enzymes that are supposed to be available in raw milk?
So what's your feeling on, like, a protein shake? Like, you're doing this carnivore thing, you're obviously getting tons of protein. You're not doing a protein shake as well, are you?
No, it's not necessary.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're eating meat, most of what I'm eating is meat and eggs.
Sure.
That's mostly what I'm eating.
That's the dream diet, really.
But the thing is, I feel great.
Yeah.
My mind, I'm very clear-headed, and I have a lot of energy. It's like every time I do it, every January, I'm like, God, why don't I eat this way all the time? The problem is I'm a glutton.
Yeah.
And I really love pasta, and I really love cheeseburgers, and I really love pizza. I fucking love pizza, man.
Yeah.
Woo! I love bread.
Yeah.
It tastes great, but
I love bread.
It's definitely not my thing in terms of, like, what my body responds to the best. My body responds the best to fruit and meat and eggs and you know, organ meats and that's really, and fish.
Yeah.
My body responds the best when I eat that stuff. And when I eat that stuff, my body's like, yeah, great, this is awesome. Like, I can eat a steak and then go right on stage. And not have a problem
and you feel
at all.
fine. You feel good.
But if I eat a bowl of spaghetti and go on stage, I'm fucking...
You're a drip. Yeah, for sure.
You eat a whole pizza and go on stage. I'm so dumb. It's like it takes away like 30% of my mind capacity.
Clarity, yeah. So let me ask you this, and if you've covered this kind of stuff before, by all means, we can skip over it. Do you get more aggressive when you're on the carnivore diet?
I think you do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
Well, you think
Why do you
about
ask that?
carnivores worldwide, right?
Yeah.
Taking humans out of the equation, just pure carnivores, lions, wolves, so on and so forth. There's definitely a correlation between the need to eat meat and the drive for eating meat, right? And that drive comes from aggression, right?
Yeah.
That's why they're fighting. That's why they're in competition. That's why they're at the top of the food chain, right? So this is a personal theory that's grounded in nothing. But I would think when you're eating nothing but meat, which is going to spike your testosterone, it's going to make you feel and act more like a carnivore and less like an omnivore, right? And be more aggressive and be
Yeah.
more dominant. I don't know. I mean, again, you've had people on the show far more qualified, but it's just thinking as a biologist who's studied carnivores, you see that aggression comes from a place of it's cyclical.
Yeah.
The food makes them aggressive. The aggression makes them acquire food.
Yeah, I noticed that the first time I did it. The
Yeah.
first time I did it, the very first carnivore month, I noticed I was like, God, I'm a little aggro. But I also wonder, because that was when I went very strict carnivore, and I was having a really hard time working out.
Yeah.
Like, my workouts were pretty diminished, and I think maybe I wasn't exerting enough energy.
Interesting.
Because my body's very accustomed to working out really hard almost every day.
Sure.
So it's like I feel like if you just maintain, like if you get your body to a point where it's accustomed to like exertion, especially explosive exertion,
Yeah.
jiu-jitsu, kickboxing, kettlebells, like that kind of thing. My body's very accustomed to that.
Sure.
And so when I backed off of it, I wonder if that is what was responsible.
Because you had this pent up.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Interesting.
And then I think on top of that, there's the only eating meat thing. And then I also think maybe it's not that gets you aggressive, but that the bread and the pasta sedates you.
That's probably more accurate.
Probably more accurate.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think that's probably it.
I feel like crap, and I'm not strict on diet like you are or anything, but if I eat a big bowl of pasta or half a pizza, I'm same thing. You
Yeah.
just feel like I'm going to go sit on the couch. Like, I'm not going to do anything.
It makes a difference. And
Yeah.
anybody who says it doesn't is in denial. You just really like bread and pasta.
Which is understandable because it's delicious.
It's the
but,
best.
Yeah.
I fucking love it, man. But I just limit it to treats, and I know that I'm going to get wrecked. I almost feel like it's like me going out and getting drunk.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like to do that very often, but when I do it, like, let's go.
Full send. Eat a cake.
Yeah.
Eat a whole cake.
Eat a whole cake.
Good for you, man.
But
That's great.
if I have to choose between cake and pasta, I go pasta every time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sweets are okay.
Yeah.
Sweets are okay, but like I'll have a small bowl of ice cream and it doesn't seem to affect me very much. I don't think it's the sugar, and sugar clearly does affect me, but I think the big effect is the bread.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think my body likes that. And in fact, my daughters have legitimate gluten sensitivities. They have
Oh, really?
allergies. Yeah, like they've gone to allergists to get tested. And one of my daughters is allergic to basically like all kinds of stuff. She's allergic
brutal.
to dogs and cats and horses.
You have a
And
dog,
then-
don't you?
Mhm, yeah, but he's washed.
Gotcha.
He's clean all the time, and they're used to him.
Yeah.
Because he's, and we had dogs before him. Like, they've always had dogs.
So they've grown up with it.
Yeah.
And that doesn't develop an immunity over time?
I think it does.
Okay.
It does.
I would think so.
But cats didn't.
Yeah.
The cat thing is rough with them.
Yeah.
Like their grandmother has cats in her house, and when we go over there, like they don't react very well.
Huh.
Yeah. Cats, like that cat dander.
Yeah.
Thing is, you can't wash a cat.
Right. Yeah, they don't
Like,
scratch you to shit.
When
yeah.
I wash my dog, he likes it. He's
Yeah.
like getting a massage. He's like, oh yeah, man, rub my back.
So-
But cats like, wow. They'll try to fuck you up. You try to wash them in a sink. Some cats you can though.
Yes.
Some cats are calm.
I have no allergies to a house cat that I've ever experienced. Rub a cat in my face, whatever, right? We don't have a cat, but I've just never been allergic to one. If I'm around big cats, lions, lions, tigers, not that I've been that close to tigers, but with lions, like hands-on and stuff, I am dripping my nose, my eyes, everything. So I don't know what the divide is there, but
that's
yeah,
interesting.
I definitely have a major allergy to big cats.
My daughter has a major allergy to horses to the point where we were in Italy and we got a ride on one of those horse-driven carriages in Rome. And we're like, this will be fun, get driven around it. And
Yeah.
my daughter's eyes started swelling. And then we realized, like, she's having a reaction to the horse. And it's up there. It's just being downwind of this horse.
Oh, no.
Outside. The
Crazy.
Just,
That sensitive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, very sensitive. So we got off the thing and we had to get to a pharmacy and find some, like, Benadryl or some shit.
Uh-huh.
whatever their Italian equivalent is.
Benadryl.
Yeah.
Can I tell you a funny allergy reaction story?
Sure.
So we're working in the Amazon 2019, and we got this camera guy. His name's Johnny, right? We call him Boogie. He's got these big old knees. He always wears cargo shorts. Ridiculous looking guy.
He's got big knees?
He's all knees because he's like got long legs. A tall guy. Anyway, we love Johnny, but no. And so I love Johnny, and we're working in this area that has these parasitic wasps. And these wasps, these wasps are attracted to our headlights because we're working at night. We're doing crocodile work. And so every night we're getting zapped like in the neck and in the face, like 1 or 2, whatever. My one cameraman, Mitch, he has like a pretty bad reaction, like puffy eyes, has to get the EpiPen, everything, right? We're hanging out at camp like one of the mornings after everything, getting stung up every night, it blows, whatever, but it's not the end of the world. And we hear Johnny, our camera guy, hops out of his hammock and goes, "Oh shit!" And we're like, look, and he's dancing around like holding his junk, right?
No.
And we're like, ah ha ha, you got stung, you got stung. One of these parasitic wasps flew up his shorts and got him on the tip, right on the head. It gets so much better, Joe.
Oh no, it planted something in there?
No, not quite. But so he's dancing around, he's howling about his dick, and we're laughing our asses off and making fun of him, right? As you do with a group of guys in the jungle on a field expedition. And we have this medic named Josh. He's like the calmest, quietest, he's like your typical like military medic. Like he's never gonna like get upset or excited because it just makes everybody get upset and excited, right? And Johnny, after a couple hours, he goes to Josh and he's like, "Hey man, like, can you take a look at this?" And we're all like, we're in camp watching this go down, and we're like, yeah, we gotta like just keep an eye on what happens. And Johnny goes around, like sort of around the trees, and Josh is with him. He pulls his pants down. We can't see anything. We just see Josh's back. And Josh goes, "Oh shit!" Like this is coming from the medic, and so we just like burst into laughter. And we're like, "We got to see this thing, Johnny. What is it? Like we got to see it, dude." Joe, it looked like a baby's arm holding an apple. Like it was just the head was the size of a softball. And
That big? It was that big?
So big. And Johnny was like, "What am I gonna do? Like my penis is never gonna work again."
Oh my god.
And we're like 2 days from anything. And so anyway, the medic treated it. He gave it a shot, whatever. But just
Did it work?
yeah,
The
it
shot
did.
worked?
It did. Johnny said it took like 3 weeks for it to come down all the way.
Oh.
But it went down the majority of it.
I wonder if he
that
jerked
night.
off during those 3 weeks.
I'm certain he did. Yeah.
Oh my god. Imagine.
Dude, I've never seen anything like it.
Imagine if like when you nutted you screamed in pain. Because you're stupid enough.
I just heard of it. I shouldn't have heard the story, and I shouldn't bring it up.
You should.
Yeah, definitely bring it up.
It was like it said it was a 12-year-old boy shoved a thermometer down the hole while he was masturbating, and it got
You're
stuck.
right, Jamie. You should not have brought
So they
that
had to
up.
go and do a keyhole surgery to get it out because it would have fucked up the organs
Oh
or
my
something
god.
crazy.
Oh my god, you dummy. What kind of crazy kid is that? What's he gonna go?
It's just
Yeah.
What's he gonna be
Too
like
much
when he's
was, like,
30?
Too much was involved in the story.
He's 12. He's stuck in thermometers in his dick
Well,
hole.
Dude, while we're on the dick hole conversation, do you know about the Candiru?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know how they have to get it out?
No.
Okay, so for those that don't know,
Just so you know, I didn't make
Chinese boy, 12, shoved the thermometer down his. Look at it, like how they write thermometer in all capital letters. Down his penis, needs it surgically removed from his bladder after pushing it too far.
dude,
Oh, Jesus.
He dealt with it for 9 hours.
But look at this. Boy opted to insert the object into. He opted. He opted. That's like, choosing your insurance policy. He opted to insert the object into his urethra. A risky practice. It's risky. It's called sounding. It's got a name, so it's so common. People are so crazy that they're just been stuffing stuff up their dick so many times they
hate
came
the
up with a
stuffing.
name for it. When it got stuck, he endured agonizing pain for 9 hours before seeking help. Chinese medics extracted the tool by cutting a tiny surgical hole in his bladder. Yikes.
It definitely didn't come from any app. I'm sure that idea.
Ugh.
I'm sure he didn't get the idea from an app.
From an app?
Yeah.
Why
Where would a
from an app?
12-year-old? Where would a 12-year-old get an idea like that?
Oh, like TikTok?
So he's saying
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a TikTok thing.
You
Yeah.
think so?
I'm not saying that.
We probably just go. Well, their TikTok is very regulated.
I've never used it.
You're right. We're just talking out of
Now
our
you
ass. It's a good point. Very good point.
Candiru.
Yeah. So you should explain what it is. It swims up your dick hole.
So it's this tiny parasitic catfish in the Amazon, and what it does is it's attracted to urea, which comes out of fish's gills. And it's a parasite, so it swims into fish's gills and lodges its spines into those fish's gills to feed. But this nasty little bugger, because it's attracted to urea, will swim up your urethra. Now that's all fine and well, if you will, but it has reversed facing spines, so once it swims in, there's no swimming back out. The same spines it uses to lodge into fish gills. No, that's a lamprey. That's nonsense. But once it's lodged in, the only way to get it out is to butterfly and lift it out.
Oh, God.
I'm not even going to say it. But
How often does that happen?
I don't think it's very regular, but yeah. I can tell you when I'm in the Amazon, I'm like peeing back and forth just because I'm scared something will like swim up the stream.
Yeah, when you pee, like, are these people peeing with pants on?
I think so,
they're
yeah.
wearing shorts,
Board
and it still
shorts or-
swims up the legs and gets in there?
I mean, I think it's just incredibly unlucky, but it's happened a lot more than once. It's a a relatively regular thing.
Oh, is that an operation?
Oh, look at that Reddit picture. That's not real. That's not
Jesus.
real. But that's
This one is probably. It's because it's on its leg, not.
God,
anything.
get out
This
of
one-
here. Oh, get out of here. I don't want to see this.
yeah. It's a fun show.
Yeah, everything's trying to kill you. Everything's trying to kill you. But I go into the forest with a peaceful intention. I am your friend. I'm here to wander.
Please-
Do not eat
Please,
me.
fish, don't swim up into my urinary tract.
Plus, I only eat vegetables, so they know that I'm in harmony. Well, so does a deer, bitch. The deer only eat vegetables, too. They fuck them up.
She's going to be listening to this podcast and be very upset.
She does not listen to my podcast. I will guarantee you that. She's a nice lady, though.
Yeah.
She's just kind of wacko. But
Yeah.
a lot of them yoga people are wacko.
Yeah.
It's like something about like that path. The path to Satnam. The path is,
The self-enlightenment.
Yes, yes.
Yep. I live in Santa Barbara. Trust me. I
Oh,
know.
yeah. There's a lot of them up there. A lot of
yeah.
rich ladies. Mm-hmm. They try to find meaning after the kids leave the house.
Yeah.
And they really get into yoga.
Right. Or into their yoga instructor sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, there was a yoga instructor that I knew that was doing that. He was banging all these ladies.
Yeah.
He was like so cheesy. Like I couldn't believe it worked.
Like the ponytail and like the whole
he didn't
thing.
have the ponytail, but he was like, he would like sing yoga songs in class, but he was like really into himself. It's like,
Yikes.
people
Yikes.
just like give off a vibe. Like,
Yeah.
hey, bro.
Yeah, that's...
Like almost like a televangelisty vibe.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd be a great cult leader.
No, not really.
No.
It'd be only for dummies.
Yeah.
It
Well,
wouldn't work. You gotta to be a really good cult leader. Like I think it's like a balancing act.
well, you have to trick everybody
Yes.
into your thing, right? Which
Right.
takes some smarts, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
There's a lot of them out there, though.
Yeah.
I don't think you have to be that good to be a cult leader.
No?
Like you could be pretty shitty at it.
How do you find your followers?
That's a good question. I think you start off being a self-help guru.
Oh, that makes sense.
Self-help guru,
Yep.
and then you eventually move people into some sort of a communal situation.
Yep.
Like, we don't need society, man.
Right. We can do it better.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'll be your leader. And then he's banging everybody's wife.
Everybody.
And he wants all your money. And
Doesn't sound terrible.
it does if you're the guy whose wife is getting
Yeah.
banged. Like,
Yeah.
honey,
Yeah.
what, I thought we were just going to be peaceful out here, living off the land. Well, he wants to bless me
Again, on
with his
Tuesday.
sex.
Yeah.
Parasitic wasps freak me out, and there's a shitload of them.
There's so many.
There's so many species of parasitic wasps.
Yeah.
That's what's really fascinating. Like, and not only just parasitic in terms of like entering humans, but also they like inject their larvae into plants and logs and shit.
And can manipulate certain spiders, like the brain process,
Yes.
and like tarantula wasps, which we
Yeah.
have in the States, are incredible. They can come down, lay eggs into a tarantula. That manipulates the behavior of the tarantula, something about the chemicals in the brain chemistry, and then the eggs hatch out of the thing.
I thought it kills the tarantula
It
first.
does. No, not first. Eventually.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was confused. Well, I know. I think I'm thinking of something else.
I might be mixing them up with another one, too. There's so many. But
Yeah, there are some. I read there's like 100. There's like 100 different like parasitic wasps.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Nuts. Like what a weird thing that like nature has invented this creature that shoves its babies into some other creature's body with a needle.
Yep.
Look at this. So this is the.
This is a tarantula hawk going after a tarantula.
Yeah,
but it's also parasitic.
Stinging it from the bottom. Yeah, that's.
I've never seen a tarantula stand up like that.
Yeah, he's like
getting
jacked
slow.
fuck away.
Yep.
He's like, oh boy, I'm confused. So look how it like crawls on its back.
Isn't
and
that
then
crazy?
Jabs it in the body. That's what's nuts. Like, look how it reaches up.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he's dead.
I think you're right. It does. It does
kills
kill
him.
that. Oh, you're
Wasps
right.
will leave a single egg inside the spider's belly once it's paralyzed. What a fucking nutty situation. Yeah. Well, there's so many of them, and then there's even more bizarre shit.
See that? When the egg
hatches, the wasp larva will eat the spider from the inside out. Yikes.
So, I mean,
then there's even weirder shit, which is fungus.
yes.
Like fungus that, like...
I saw that for the first time recently in India.
Really?
Yeah, I was finding these hollowed out, I forget, like exoskeletons of mantises and all kinds of beetles that had mushrooms growing out of their heads, like weird tentacly. Cordyceps. Yeah, and it was, I only know about it what I've read about it and seen. I've never, it's not something I've been very deeply involved in, but the idea that a mushroom can manipulate the brain chemistry of a living creature, it's unbelievable.
It's wild.
Yeah.
Not only does it manipulate it, but when they hatch, when the spores explode to infect all the other bugs around them.
Right. In like a vast area too. And it's all transmitted by air. So they just have to like be around, and then it's like, oh, now I got a mushroom growing out my brain.
And what's also wild is that ants realize this is happening, so they will drag an infected ant far away from their colony.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So that it explodes on its own.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they figured it out. Like, how do ants fucking communicate? Because like, if you see like leafcutter ants, which I have in my neighborhood, leafcutter ants colonies that they have underground, where they're these sophisticated systems of ventilation, and they're literally fermenting leaves down there. It's like, what?
I know.
How do you know? How are you doing this? How are you building a village?
And like like just recently I saw this thing where these ants made a rope to cross this like big bed. Did you see that? The little dangly rope. It's incredible.
They linked arms.
Yeah,
someone's gonna drown. Someone has to go down.
They have
if you think about that when they let go, like some shit. It's not like everyone's not gonna make it.
But they don't. But that's what's so amazing about things like ants and bees is that hive mind. They don't all have to make it. Right. And that's like it's for the greater good of the hive. And like,
here it is.
Yeah, this is the same exact one.
This is fucking bonkers, man. Army ants build a bridge to invade wasp nest.
Yeah, look at that. And see the eggs? They're carrying the wasp eggs out of the nest.
Oh my god, what a bunch of creeps.
We were, I do a podcast
Christ,
called The Wild Times, and we were looking at this on the Wild Times podcast, and everybody that commented was like, "There's a rope in the middle of that. That's not real." There's no rope. No, look, rope. You can see right through it.
That's what's crazy.
Yeah.
Is that it's just all
That is
ants.
just bodies. That is just ant bodies working in this hive mind to figure out how collectively to accomplish a task as one unit. It's
Why'd they make such a long rope? That's pretty stupid. I guess they probably had to swing over there.
I don't know.
Like, how did they swing over there?
Right. How was it connected?
Right. How are they doing that?
I don't know.
How did they swing? Imagine how fucking strong the ants at the very top that are hanging onto the board.
Holding a
giant rope of ants.
Yeah.
That are all a bunch of egg stealers.
You can see right through it. Look at that. It's unbelievable.
It is nuts.
Yeah.
It's really nuts. What a crazy organism.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're the biomass of ants, I think the biomass of ants on Earth is equal to the biomass of humans.
Oh, really? I thought it was actually more. I thought there was more biomass of ants than there are of human beings.
Wow, is that true? Let's find out that. It's pretty impressive enough with 8 billion fatso humans.
Correct. And these little bitty
tiny things weigh as much as us. If they weigh more, that's even crazy.
I used to work on a project.
It says the ant biomass is around 20% of human biomass of carbon from
Mass of carbon?
I don't know why I brought that up. The ant biomass also weighs around 12 megatons.
Wow. That's cool.
So it's only 20% of the
There you go.
biomass.
Yep.
Human biomass. Oh,
I was totally wrong.
sounds better when you say as much.
Yeah, let's go
bigger.
back to the other way.
Back
Yeah.
Even 20% when you see how fucking little they are.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, what are they with one human?
If that, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they weigh nothing. I used to work at the California Channel Islands in front of Santa Barbara where I live, and one of the projects that I worked on for way too long was ant eradication. So they were trying to restore the Channel Islands back to, before human settlement and really just rewild them and keep them pristine. And the most difficult species to remove, hands down, were the Argentinian ants. So all over California, we have these invasive Argentine ants, and they, on one boat or another, they'd made it over to the islands. And it's just like, how do you remove that? It's easy to remove pigs or sheep or whatever from an island because it's a closed-off area. But trying to remove millions of ants, I mean, it's massively difficult.
The Channel Islands, I think, the Channel Islands used to be a big bow hunting destination.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because they used to have a bunch of different species that someone had brought over there at one point in time, like elk and deer, and and they killed them all, like from a helicopter.
So there was elk on Santa Rosa, and then Santa Cruz, which is the biggest one, had sheep and pigs. I think goats as well back in the day. And then, even Catalina still has bison. And for a while, they opened up.
They're like farmed, right? They're not wild.
They're not wild. I mean, they're like semi-wild, right? They just reproduce, but it's all very managed. But for a while, they opened up like tag hunting, like come out and get your elk and get your pig.
Yeah.
But then eventually the state just said, like, we got to do something about it. And this was kind of interesting. The pigs on Santa Cruz Island. Have you heard about the Judas goat? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Yeah. So they did.
Explain that.
Yeah, the Judas goat is what happens when you can't.
They did it in Galapagos, right?
I think so. I think that might be where it started. But the Judas goat is a process in which, say, you're trying to eradicate goats from an island. Well, the goats wake up. They get aware that there's a helicopter buzzing overhead and somebody's shooting them, and they all start scattering and getting scared, and it becomes harder and harder to get the last 10%. So 10% of the work is eradicating 90% of the animals, and then 90% of the work is getting the last 10% of the animals. So they do this thing called a Judas goat, where they go and catch a goat, put a collar on it, and then let the goat go, and the goat finds its friends 100% of the time, and they mow down all of the other animals and leave the Judas goat, who then pops over to the next group of goats. So you're a real shitty friend if you're the Judas goat.
Or you're just dumb as shit and you're being manipulated by people.
True.
I think they castrate them, too.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, so the Channel Islands, they got rid of all the sheep, got rid of the goats, if there were goats, I'm not sure, turkey, a few other things, but they couldn't get rid of the pigs. And so they brought in hunters for a while. They opened it up. Pig guys came and shot them. And then they tried to get guys, like, I think actually from Texas, to come and fly and shoot the pigs and stuff. And the Channel Islands, Santa Cruz Island in particular, is so canyonous and difficult, they're having a really hard time. And for whatever reason, they brought in these helicopter pilots from New Zealand who fly the fjords down there. And I was lucky enough to work on some of these projects. So I was actually in those helicopters going through these slot canyons and stuff. It was really cool. I wasn't doing any pig shooting. I was going in for ants, like I said, and weeds and some other stuff. And, and the helicopter pilots and shooters from New Zealand were the ones who managed to take out the final pigs on Santa Cruz.
Pigs can have 3 litters a year.
Yeah.
That's what's nuts.
Well, we have, 6 million pigs in the United States now? They came from 11.
Is that real?
Yeah.
Wow.
11 pigs that were dropped off in the Florida, I think mainland Florida, maybe the Keys, but 11 pigs is what they believe.
And that was by the Spaniards, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Nuts.
Isn't that crazy?
I mean, that's crazy, but maybe it's even crazier the fact that they brought smallpox as well and killed 90% of the Native Americans.
Yeah, that's
nuts.
That's a little worse.
Yeah. When you tell people that, because most people are aware there was a genocide of Native Americans.
Sure.
But most people are not aware that most of it was due to disease.
Right.
When I had explained that to someone, that it was 90% of the people were killed by smallpox, they're like, what?
And it was purposely introduced disease, correct?
I don't believe so.
Oh, it just came with people?
Yeah, it just came with people.
Interesting.
I mean, I don't think they really understood how to introduce diseases back then. Like the idea that they thought that you could have it on a blanket. And
yeah.
I don't think that's true.
Interesting.
Let's find that out. I believe that myth has been busted. But they know now that that's what killed off the Mayans.
Yeah.
Like, because there was always this big mystery. Like, where'd the Mayans go?
Where did these people go?
They have this incredible civilization, so complex.
Yeah.
And mimic the cosmos and their architecture. There's no evidence that the scheme worked.
Oh, this is regarding the blanket.
Infection of the blankets was apparently old, so no one could catch smallpox from the blankets. Besides, the Indians just had smallpox. Smallpox had reached Fort Pitt and had come from Indians, and anyone susceptible to smallpox had already had it. Yeah, I think it was just a thing that people had, and they brought it over, and then it killed everybody. It also killed everybody in the Amazon.
And people here in the Americas had no tolerance to it, right? Because they hadn't evolved alongside the disease, which had evolved over thousands of years, or millions of years. Yeah.
They had no natural immunity to it.
Right.
And then that's also what they believe was responsible for decimating the Amazon. Like, they think the Amazon had millions of people.
The Incans and the Mayans and all those things. Just
all those people.
I didn't realize that. That's really interesting. Yeah.
The really wild stuff that's being done in the Amazon is LiDAR.
Oh, I know.
Where they're finding all this evidence of these ancient structures that were just overcome by the jungle.
Have you seen the Honduran lost city of the monkey god?
Yes.
So good.
Yeah.
There's a legit full civilization in Honduras, like a bustling city that they found in LiDAR 2 or 3 years ago, using LiDAR 2 or 3 years ago.
Just empty.
Empty.
Gone.
But like a full-scale city. Not like a village or a town, like tens of thousands. Yeah, look at that.
Fucking wild.
Yeah.
But it totally makes sense, man, if you bring in smallpox. I mean, smallpox kills like 90% of the people that get it.
Right.
So it just fucking decimated the populations of these places where these European settlers made through. That's the whole story behind the lost city of Z, you know.
Well, I knew that the city went away, and Percy went to look for it with his son and his son's friend, blah, 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 blah. But I didn't realize that the idea that smallpox had wiped it out was the reason behind it.
Well, the theory behind it is, and all sorts of diseases, not just smallpox, but that when the Europeans first came through and they first reported about these immense cities...
They were there.
Yeah, they were there.
Yeah.
And so then when people came back, like 100 years later, they're like, this is bullshit.
Right.
Because the jungle would just overcome everything.
And it can in so little time.
So little time.
It's crazy. The rate of growth, when the jungle's left alone is unbelievable.
And then there's the weirdness that the jungle itself is actually man-made.
Whoa, hold on. I don't know about this.
You didn't know that?
No, tell me.
Yes. Most of the plants that are overwhelming the rainforest are from agriculture.
From ancient civilizations.
Yeah, I think it's like the ice cream bean tree and a bunch of other different trees. But these trees were all trees that had been grown. Yes, it is actually man-made. One of thousands of earthworks built by remarkable but little-known ancient societies. The Amazon, prior to the arrival of Europeans in the Americas in 1492, is commonly depicted as a pristine wilderness dotted with small, simple communities.
Wow.
The Amazon rainforest created. Click on that one. The supposedly pristine, untouched Amazon rainforest was actually shaped by humans. Over thousands of years, native people played a strong role in molding the ecology of this vast wilderness. So these trees that overwhelm the rainforest, they were planted.
They're cultivated.
Yeah, and then they just run amok.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're just really fertile, and the ground. They had developed this type. What's it called? Terra preta. Terra preta, is that what it's called? They had developed a very specific type of soil that they actually soil that
I know about this, and we've been unable to replicate it.
Exactly.
Yes, I do know a bit about that. Yeah, but I guess the difference.
Terra preta. Yeah,
Terra preta. But I guess the difference being, those were all native plants, right? So while the Amazon may have been cultivated by different tribes in the Amazon, they're not getting those plants or trees from anywhere but the immediate surrounding area, right? I mean, maybe not immediate, but within the South Americas.
I'm not exactly sure.
Right? Because it's not like they're importing olives from Spain, right? Like they're using the resources.
Yeah, I don't think they're saying they're invasive. I'm just thinking they're cultivated.
But that's fascinating.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You certainly don't think of that. And you don't think of, at least in today's world, I don't think of the Amazon as being populous. I mean, I'm not talking about Manaus and cities. I'm talking about the wild Amazon. You don't think of civilizations being able to impact that much vastness.
Graham Hancock thinks there was 20 million people living in it.
20 million?
Yeah.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
He thinks it is a vast society.
Wow.
It was filled with human beings and structures, and this is all being, like, they have only used LiDAR in a very small percentage of the Amazon.
Of course, yeah.
And they're showing all sorts of structures and irrigation systems and grids that indicate cities and blocks. It's wild stuff, man.
I mean, it sort of makes sense in the sense of, the abundance of resources down there, right? It's easy to grow a population when you have so much natural resources. Everything that you plant grows. You know, there's another side of that argument that I've heard paleontologists make, where like when things are too easy, people don't evolve, right? That's a different side of that coin. But if you think about it from like a logical standpoint of when things are easy, it's easy to increase your population. And, you know, when you're not fighting for survival every day because there's coconuts and palm trees and blah, 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 it's easy to reproduce and have more kids and grow a society.
Yeah.
Versus when you're spending half of your life just trying to get by.
That's an interesting argument, that when things are easy, that people don't grow or evolve. That seems weird to me, because it would seem to me that once your resources were taken care of, once you have food and shelter, you have more time to think. So you have more time to make life convenient, more time to sell goods that would be valuable to people, more time to improve and innovate on those goods.
But the argument is, when things are too easy, you don't push the status quo. So because there are so many abundant resources, you have no need to develop tools and technologies that advance society. So the argument, I don't remember the scientist that said this, it's basically if you look along the band of the equator, those are, at this time, and this is an older publication, I believe, those were the least developed societies in the world. As you get further away from the equator, you know, up into the not the Arctic, but like up into Scandinavia and so on and so forth, you get more and more advanced civilizations. Because when there's a hard winter coming, or it's just harder to survive, even though there's abundant resources, you need to adapt and overcome and develop in order to prepare for that winter, in order to prepare for a famine time period, versus when it's all just available to you at any time.
The reason why that doesn't make any sense is Egypt.
Sure. Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense, because that's the absolutely most sophisticated culture, what we understand of history.
Yeah,
you
true.
know,
but not on the equator. It is quite far from the equator.
It is far from the equator, but it's also like very, very lush.
Very.
Like the Nile Valley, they think, 9,000 plus years ago was like extremely lush.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why they were able to reach this high level of sophistication.
Sure.
Because they had access to resources.
Which aligns with the idea that the Amazon had the same thing.
Yeah.
And I agree with you, by the way. I think that if you have an abundance of food and resources, you have a better ability to create.
Yeah, that makes more sense to me, but I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think both things could exist.
I agree.
Like, you could have it too easy, or you could have it to the point where there's plenty of food to hunt and gather, and you see no need to move out of the hunter-gatherer stage.
Sure.
But then you could also see, like, super sophisticated societies that lived in that area, like they think the Amazon was.
Right. Right.
That they would innovate.
Totally.
Yeah.
And it makes
also,
sense.
you have a large population. Even if it's a small percentage of people innovating, it's gonna impact the great number of people.
If you have enough people, there's going to be people that are creating, right?
Yeah.
There's no way there aren't.
Yeah, and then people came through there with their coughed on everybody and fucking killed them off.
And that's that.
It's just really wild, man. It's really wild if that is true. That how horrific that is, that they just basically reset everybody back to the Stone Age.
And if you think about, has that happened before, and will it happen again?
Yeah.
I remember distinctly thinking, well, at first, I think might have told you this story. When COVID hit, I was in Indonesia, and I was like, this is stupid. It's like bird flu. It'll all be over in 10 days. And boy, was I wrong.
Yeah.
But I remember shortly after that distinctly thinking, like, this might be the beginning of the collapse, right? Like, this could be where human population collapses. Like, this is the plague that the planet has been waiting for. This is this generation of smallpox. But it obviously, science and medicine overcame that at too fast of a rate. And it really wasn't that lethal. But
Well, it wasn't. It was the fact that it wasn't lethal.
Right.
Even if
right,
science and medicine didn't do anything, it wasn't going to kill everybody
True,
off.
true. But I remember thinking, because there was a lot of hysteria around
Yes.
it. I remember thinking maybe this is it. But I
Yeah,
guess
me
my
too.
point being, do you think that that's going to happen again?
It certainly could.
Yeah.
I mean, it has before. It probably will again. I mean, I was scared of it too in March of 2020. I thought, oh my God, it's going down.
Right.
When they were shutting the country down. I was
Totally.
like, Jesus Christ, we're living in a movie.
Everything,
Yeah.
right? You couldn't go into a
Yeah.
hospital. You couldn't, like, visit a grocery. Like, everything. It felt like the whole world was collapsing.
The problem is there was an irresponsible level of fear that was promoted by
Agreed.
the media, because the media has an interest in getting you to pay attention to what they're saying. And that irresponsible level of fear, the problem with that is, like, even if they know what they're doing, they know that it's propaganda, people get sucked in,
Right.
and then they get scared forever. And if you don't ever give them good data, and you're always exaggerating the threat and exaggerating the death number, and Dr. Lena Wen, who was like the biggest proponent of, shut everything down, shame the unvaccinated, cast them out of society, all that. Now she's saying that she had a recent article where she said they overestimated the amount of people that actually died from COVID. And I think she said the real number is about 30% of what they're claiming.
Oh, you're kidding. Oh, wow.
Because when you die of COVID, if you also have cancer, if you're dying of something else, but you test positive for COVID, they call it a COVID death.
They call it a COVID death.
Yes.
I remember reading that.
Like, even accidents and even people that, because there was a financial incentive.
Yeah.
Which is part of the problem. Dr. Lena Wen slammed after admitted there's been an overcounting of COVID deaths 2.5 years late. Wen claimed the actual COVID-19 death could be only 30% of what's currently reported. There's also been, I don't know how the system exactly works, but there's been doctors that explained what incentive there is to put someone on a ventilator, what incentive there is to prescribe remdesivir.
Because it's all financial decisions,
exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Because of the emergency use authorization,
Yeah.
because of the pandemic, there's all these. And when you have money involved, things get fucking squirrely.
Always.
They get real weird.
Always.
And then I didn't realize, I'm so ignorant, I didn't know that most hospitals, or a large number of hospitals, are privately owned. They're businesses.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah, you're like, wait a minute.
I thought,
where's this money
hospitals
coming from?
Something that, the government funds so that we
Right.
all take care of each other.
Not
Nope.
here, not in this country.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
And then you have the fact that pharmaceutical companies are responsible for 75% of the ads on television.
Really?
Yes.
75%?
75% of the ads on television. We're one of two countries on Earth that allows pharmaceutical companies to advertise.
I had no idea.
The other one is New Zealand, and they're far more restrictive than we are.
And yeah,
So you have so much financial
incentive.
and then and we lost people in terms of losing their mind and their anxiety that never came back.
Yeah.
I just saw an article today about how I think it's time to mask up at award shows again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, see if you can find that. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's a cold.
Right.
It's basically gotten down to a cold
To the
now.
point, it's become so benign to human beings.
If you're that vulnerable, you shouldn't be going to the award show.
In the first place.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're
Right.
not healthy,
Right.
And also,
Right. Just
throughout
make
this,
smart choices, right? Protect yourself. Stay back.
and there's still,
Yeah.
after all these years, still no encouraging people to take vitamin D, no encouraging people to lose weight, no encouraging people to take care of their overall metabolic health so that they'll have a more robust immune system and they can survive these things. No,
Right. Nope.
nothing. No,
Almost the opposite. I would
Yeah.
say junk food's more prevalent than ever and pushing, that whole.
Yeah.
Fucking Lucky Charms, right?
Yeah, the Lucky Charms thing. It might be time to mask up at award show. It might be time to stop your fucking award shows. How about that? Nobody likes them. You guys like them. We don't even like them. We watch them because there's nothing else on. The kind of people that really like award shows, they wish they were there. I wish
makes
I
sense.
was getting that award.
I don't think. Do they even televise them anymore? I
Some
don't
of
even
them.
see them anymore.
I mean, they tell us the Oscars.
Yeah. Well, I remember when that was like a big thing. Like you sit around and watch the Oscars. Like I don't think I even heard the last time there was an Oscars.
Yeah. You heard when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock.
I did see that.
That's it.
Yeah, I did see that.
That was the last fucking dying breath of the Oscars, I think.
Yeah.
I can't get so
Interesting.
About that stuff. Wear a mask. They don't work. That's the other thing. It's the other thing Lena Wen said. The cloth masks are essentially facial coverings. She didn't say that at the beginning of the pandemic, but she said it recently.
Interesting.
On CNN, they're like,
oh, they must have been very upset.
what?
Yeah.
Well, I think she's realizing that her reputation is at stake.
I see.
And she's got to actually report real facts.
Yeah.
And so that, and also the writing on the wall. When we're looking back at this from 5 years from now or 10 years from now, we're looking at adverse reactions and we're looking at all these different things and what we did to kids, how we stunted their development by masking everybody and keeping them at home. The whole thing's nuts. And it was a very mild pandemic in terms of the Spanish
what it could have
flu
been.
and the
Right.
Black Plague
Right.
and the horrific pandemics of the past.
Right.
Yeah.
Very true. One of my best friends sadly passed away during COVID in a rock climbing accident. Not from COVID, but when he went to the hospital, he was climbing in Utah, fell without his helmet, and did his skull in, and it was terrible. Tommy Dutra, he was one of my best friends, amazing guy, incredible athlete. Anyway, he went to the hospital, and his dad called all of us, right, all of his close friends and his family and everything else. Nobody was allowed in the hospital. His own parents had to say goodbye to him over Zoom when they pulled the plug.
Oh, God.
All of it. And it was right during the height of it all. And because he was getting out and climbing and doing something active during the pandemic, you know, when everybody else was sitting inside. His own fault for not wearing his helmet, so on and so forth. But terrible tragedy. But just imagine not being able to say goodbye to your son in that situation because of that whole heightened, like we were talking about the heightened fear thing, right? The heightened hysteria.
Like if it wasn't even COVID positive, it doesn't even make sense.
But they weren't allowed in the hospital.
Wow.
Yeah, unbelievable.
So, I mean, there's two tragedies simultaneously, right? The big one's that he died hitting his head.
Of
rock
course,
climbing.
of course, yeah.
What a way to go. Ooh.
Yeah, poor guy.
God.
But he died doing what he loved, though. He was an incredible climber and very passionate about it. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I talked to Gabor Mate about that, who's an expert in addictions and trauma, and he thinks that people that are drawn to like free solo climbing, like the Alex Honnold's types of the world,
the addiction of the adrenaline. Yeah.
He's like, there's something wrong with the way they developed, and they're muted. And like maybe because of so much persistent trauma when they were young, that
interesting.
they need some. I forget exactly how he described it, but that this is a reaction to trauma, like youthful trauma.
So they're putting themselves in trauma's way or harm's way to compensate for something that's happened historically.
They're putting themselves in trauma's way because that's the only way they feel things.
Yeah, I mean,
or that's the only way they feel alive. Like they get this. I don't know how you feel what someone else feels.
Right.
Like, how would you?
How do you
really
answer
know?
that? Yeah. Right. I mean, I can sort of understand that in a sense of like, I'm not an adrenaline junkie. Like, I don't go for skydives or, you know, any of that stuff. It doesn't drive me. But that thrill and rush I get of, you know, darting a bear or working with a lion or doing, you know, swimming with an anaconda, like that fuels me for weeks. Like, I get getting goosebumps thinking about some of them right now because I get so excited by. And it's not just for a personal rush, but rather, you know, we're doing it for work or whatever. But those moments stick with me forever. And I sort of get that, but not like, I'm just going to risk my life over this climb or whatever, you know? So
what are your
sort
thoughts
of different.
on giant anacondas? Like, because there's always been this thing about enormous anacondas that live in the rainforest.
So, yeah, there's fascinating. So I love anacondas. I believe... And I've got a colleague, Brian Fry, in Australia, actually, and he has a similar belief that there are 30-foot anacondas. Now, 30 is a big anaconda, but you're talking about those mysterious, like 50, 100-footers.
Yeah.
Okay, so take out the Amazon and take out anacondas for a second.
Okay.
All right? Think about where all the largest snakes are in the world. Okay?
Florida.
Well, now, yes, but... you know, we've got all these wet tropical environments that house these huge snakes. In Indonesia, you have reticulated pythons, you have Burmese pythons, you have African rock pythons, Indian rock pythons, anacondas, all these big snakes.
Yeah.
The only place that has a wet, tropical, humid, high density of prey environment that doesn't have a massive snake is the Congo, Central Africa. Now,
Interesting.
stay with me. That area is home to some African rock python stuff, but not big monster anaconda-sized ones, right? But during World War II, there was a colonel who flew over there, and this was a well-respected colonel. I'm sure, Jamie, you'll be able to find this very quickly. A well-respected, like, I forget, he had like his wings or his patch of honor or whatever, like very distinguished, who him and his 2 passengers in the plane both reported a 100-foot-long snake. They flew over it once. They're like, wait a minute, what is that? They were Dutch-Belgium in the Congo. They flew over it once, went, what is that? And flew over it 2 more times to verify it and got so low to the ground that they said the snake struck at the airplane. And all 3 people, the pilot, this well-respected colonel, and the 2 passengers, had the exact same story of this giant snake in Central Africa.
Interesting.
Yeah, and yet no big snake has ever been proven from there. But it's also a very poorly biologically explored area. And most of the time, when these animals get this big, snakes or otherwise, they're in very low... Yeah, here's the picture.
They took a photo of
They
it?
did. Yeah, they did. They're in very low densities. So, that's the real photo over on the left there.
What did they think it was?
They thought it was a giant snake, a 50-foot long.
So that's the photo right there?
I believe so. But the story's fascinating of these kernels.
But they don't know like what kind of snake. They don't know if it was an anaconda or a python or.
It would be an undescribed species because the only snake there, the African rock python, doesn't get that big.
What is the biggest snake that we know? Oh, it says it measured approximately 50 feet in length. Saw brown-green with a white belly, has a triangle-shaped jaw and a head 3 by 2 feet. Oh my God, a 3-foot head. The photo was later analyzed and verified to be genuine. Van Leerd claims that is that how you say his name?
I'm not sure, but that was the Colonel Remy Van Leerd.
As he flew lower for a closer inspection, the snake rose up approximately 10 feet, giving a warning that it would have attacked a helicopter if it had been within striking range.
But imagine flying over and having a snake sort of lunge at a helicopter.
Imagine a 3-foot snake head. Jesus Christ.
Jamie, do you mind going to my Instagram
Literally
quickly?
Swallow you alive.
Dude,
easily.
look at this one. I posted a picture day before yesterday. This is 18 feet, and look at the size of it compared to me and how scary this snake is. Now, to think of, like you said, you're like an M&M to a snake that
You're
size.
a Tic Tac.
Yeah.
You're one of them chocolate-covered almonds that are so good for you.
Yeah.
Whoa, look at the size of that thing.
That's an 18-footer, and look at how, granted, it's not 3-foot by 2-foot head, but still, that thing,
What's the weight on something like that?
It was over 200. It broke our scale.
Wow.
Yeah, it was over 200 pounds.
Wow. Indonesian villagers claim to have captured a python that is almost 49 feet long and weighs nearly 990 pounds.
I've seen this. It's not it's not verified at all.
Do they have an image of it?
This might be the one that's on the tractor. No, it's not. There's a fake one on a tractor that
it's fake?
Floated around. Well, it's just very forced perspective. It's like a wide-angle lens, and the snake is right in front, but it looks massive.
But this is NBC. This is NBC News. Let's see if it has images of this sucker.
So these are all like retics, and there are big snakes out there.
Look at the size of that goddamn thing.
Yeah.
Jesus. So, what is the biggest snake? Is it a python? The biggest snake that we know of?
So the heaviest is the reticulated python.
Look at the size of that thing.
Yeah.
How big is that?
That's big. It's probably 20-ish. So there's quite a lot of 20-foot snakes out there. And then there's a couple 21, 22s. But that's it. And so there's all these rumors of 30-foot snakes and 40-foot snakes and blah, blah, blah. And there's nothing that's been verified outside of one skin, I believe. I want to say from Indonesia that is but skin stretch. That's the other thing,
it
too.
turns out to be a tall tale. It says when Recreation Park in Indonesia put a huge reticulated python on show last week, keepers insisted to reporters it was 49 feet long, make it the longest ever caught, but the find turned out to be a tall tale.
Yeah.
So how big was it exactly?
I bet it was 20-ish. 21, there it is.
Yeah. 21 feet still.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's a big snake, man.
But not 50.
Not 50.
What does it say? I have no idea why the snake has shrunk, said one keeper when asked about the discrepancy as the snake lounged on a tree branch inside the cave. But things do shrivel up when you catch them. Yeah. Like fish do. Like when you catch a fish. Yeah.
Well, definitely when you tell people about it. But
when you show people.
Yeah. I went fishing here in Austin this morning.
Oh, did you really?
Right downtown. Literally right in front of the Google building.
Lady
we were
Bird
pulling
Lake?
Lady Bird Lake.
Yeah,
pulling
there's a lot of bass out there.
It was awesome, man.
Yeah, it's a great little spot.
Yeah, really fun.
Right in front of the Google building. That's
right
funny.
in front of it, yeah.
Yeah. So the biggest in the world is the python, right? So they're bigger than anacondas?
So it's sort of a toss-up. The reticulated python has been clocked as the heaviest snake in the world because they get fatter, but the anacondas have been clocked in slightly longer. I think 26 feet is the longest ever recorded.
Did you ever see the Jennifer Lopez movie, Anaconda?
Yeah. The documentary? Yeah. Yeah, it's great.
It's such a corny movie,
It's
man.
so good. The bad, snake head, if you watch it
so
today.
Bad.
It's so bad.
It's so bad. But that was always the rumor, is that there was enormous snakes in the Amazon.
Yeah.
And that, you just didn't see them.
I do believe that there are some megafauna out there that are yet to be found, that are in low populations.
Like you believe in the sloth, the giant sloth?
I believe that has a...
Yeah.
And again, that's like the thylacine. It's a proven animal. It's been 10,000 years, but it doesn't mean that it couldn't be extant in certain remote areas. Same with some of these big snakes. Maybe not 50, because maybe these things are embellished, but maybe 30, maybe 35, right? And I just think that there are a few, not a lot, of these big things out there. If you're one of these uncontacted Amazonian tribes, of which there are still several, West Papuan tribes, whatever, and you're seeing a 50-foot snake, nobody in the Western world, we're not hearing about that.
Right.
You know, like,
Right.
those things can be happening, and those stories get embellished and passed on and all of that, but we wouldn't even know until Western science gets in there. And it's sort of a double-edged sword, because once it does, it sort of ruins certain aspects of that, right? So, but I do believe that there are big animals to be found still.
And the sloth one, I watched a documentary on it once. It was this guy who was like risking his reputation. He was a biologist, and he had spent months in the Amazon. He was very frustrated,
Yeah.
because he couldn't find anything, and they kept saying, "We saw it, we saw
Yeah.
it," and he's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
"Where?"
I know that feeling well, and it's very frustrating because, you know, like, I've even had people tell me they've eaten the thing that I'm looking for.
Really?
You know, yeah, when we were doing Extinct, you know, looking for the extinct animals, of which we had success quite a lot, but I've had guys be like, "Oh, yeah, they're delicious." I'm like,
What?
"What? Like, tell me where to find it. Like, you've eaten it, and you have no reason to lie about this whatsoever. Like, please just help me."
What was this that they had said?
That
they'd
was
eaten?
regarding that caiman. Remember that yellow caiman?
Yeah.
And we did find them, so that worked out. But literally, I remember we're walking through the village on day one before we even get in the canoes, and I'm like showing people the pictures of all the different species of caiman, and I kept pointing to the Trompa largo amarillo, the long-nosed yellow one, right? And everybody's like, yes, no, maybe, one time. And then one guy's like, "Oh, those are delicious." And I'm like, "Oh, God, can we put this on Animal Planet? I don't even know." Like, can you say that this thing is delicious?
Endangered species
Yeah.
that you're eating. Well, there was always these rumors of like these places where these billionaires would fly into in China and eat like gorilla.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
know, have you ever heard of that
Oh,
kind of
yeah,
stuff?
I've heard about it. I believe it, too.
Do you?
I really do, yeah. I think that, especially, you know, you say, like, especially with China, where the Eastern medicine and the status symbol of eating tiger whiskers and this, that, and the other thing.
There's a status symbol of eating something that's forbidden and
Right.
very difficult to acquire.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And, you know, China has so many billionaires now. I forget what it is, but dozens and dozens of them, right? Like, if that status symbol is important to someone with that much power and money, how are you not getting it?
Yeah, what a weird culture where your status is based on eating something that's endangered.
It doesn't even click in my head. Like, I cannot
So
physically
strange.
understand it. Like, no part of me is like, "Oh, I get that. Like, I really want to eat some tiger whiskers."
Have we ever talked about the Bondo ape?
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you
Yeah.
like the Bondo ape a lot. Yeah. Big lion-killing apes,
Well,
right?
there's just a big chimpanzee that
Yeah.
lives in the Congo.
Yeah.
Which is, the Congo is so incredible. It's like, God, what an insanely rich, resource-ridden
Yeah.
place that's also a war zone.
And being absolutely raped and pillaged by, you know, big corporations in the Western world for resources and
Yes.
minerals and...
I had Siddharth Kara on, who his book, I think his book comes out. Does it come out next week? It comes out the end of January.
Okay.
But his book is all about cobalt mining. In
Oh,
the Congo.
interesting.
And it's horrifying.
I do want to read it. Yeah.
Horrifying. 19-year-old girls with babies on their back
Oh, yeah.
who are hand chipping cobalt
Yep.
out of the ground and then inhaling all these toxic fumes and,
Yeah.
and powder, this dust, and then that is in your cell phone.
Right.
That's how the cobalt
Yep.
gets into your fucking cell phone.
That's at your Apple store.
Nuts.
It's the new blood diamond,
Yes.
right? It's the new, and it's funny because I feel like the whole blood diamond thing, and you know, there's been lots of these things, but it all sort of went away because it got exposed. But I feel like no one's talking about the inhumane things that are taking place for our modern conveniences. It's one thing when it's a luxury, like a blood diamond, right?
Right.
Or whatever. But when it's like, oh, well, I can't live without my iPhone, you know, then it's like we're willing to turn a blind eye to it. It's like people
Yeah.
choose not to accept it because it's part of their life.
I'm just thinking about how many people who consider themselves social justice warriors and they do this complaining on a phone that's made by slaves.
Totally. Yeah.
So
They're literally tweeting or texting or whatever their complaints on a thing that is contributing to the thing they're complaining about.
They're contributing to the worst version of it in humanity right now.
Isn't it crazy?
It's really crazy. I mean, it's like literally human trafficking.
So in the book, does he actually go into the Congo and witness this? And
he took video footage. He
you're kidding.
His story is so compelling.
I must listen
it's
to it.
So and he talks about it with such passion because he worked on this for years and years.
Yeah.
And risked his life to obtain footage and to get access and to go to these what they're supposedly ethical mines.
Yeah.
And he's like, this is all horrible. It goes, all of it is tainted.
Yeah.
All the cobalt that we have, all of it is at least in some part coming from these, what they would call. I mean, it's basically just the most primitive version. People in flip flops with hammers.
Yeah.
Chipping it out of the ground.
What's extreme poverty?
Yes.
Right? And
it's more like slavery.
It is.
Calling it extreme poverty, I think, is not quite accurate enough. They call them artisanal mines, which is like hilarious because it's like
anytime you slap that word onto anything, it's fun.
Oh,
right?
It's artisanal.
Yeah.
Oh, great. I think someone's making pottery somewhere.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
So back to the Bondo ape.
Sure.
Is that because I know there was some controversy behind that, and there's some people that sort of denied its existence. But then Carl Armand got photographs of them, and they obtained skulls. There were a chimpanzee skull that had a crest.
Large. Yeah.
Well, they also had a crest, like the same way that a gorilla does.
My understanding, and this is not something I'm super familiar with, but there's no denying that they existed, right? There was this insular gigantism that took place within this group of chimpanzees. There was heightened aggression. That's all like known and documented. But it wasn't a new species. It wasn't a distinct species. It was sexual or rather natural selection that led to these animals being different and isolated and turning into larger, more aggressive chimpanzees. That's my understanding of it.
But would that also make their skulls different?
It can do,
Because oddly enough, we have a skull.
Yeah,
of a
it's very cool.
This is made by Shane Against the Machine, who's a guy on Instagram who's an incredible artist.
Cool.
He's made a couple of pieces for the podcast too.
Oh, rad.
The difference is with this skull versus what they think the Bondo ape skull is, that the Bondo ape has like a bone mohawk
right
down
through
the
here.
center.
Yeah,
like a gorilla does.
Sure. So, sexual selection over time can evolve for anything, can adapt for anything, right? It's why peacocks have the silly tail they have. It doesn't help them fly, right? It's only sexual selection. It's being bred for. So you get a bunch of chimps stuck on an island, stuck in a region, and the females decide, for whatever reason, that a bump on the head is sexy. Okay? Now, every chimp that has a slight bump on its head is being selected for by the females to reproduce offspring. Fast forward 15, 20 generations, maybe 200 generations, whatever, they all have a crest on their head. That is how evolution begins. Because now you fast forward millions of years and the sexual selection has been selected for over and over and over and over, and you're starting to turn into a new creature, a new organism altogether.
If I'm not, I don't think I'm incorrect here. I think the crest indicates enormous mandible muscles.
Because the muscles attach up there?
Yeah, I think
Makes
that's
sense.
what the crest is for.
Yeah.
Because that's how it is with dogs.
Sure.
Like, have you ever noticed the difference between a dog that's castrated and a dog that's not fixed?
In temperament, sure.
The size of their heads.
Oh, interesting, yeah.
Like, my dog is a golden retriever,
Yeah.
the sweetest dog in the world.
Yeah.
But he has a pretty big head.
Yeah.
And it's the muscles in his head are big.
Sure.
Like on the sides of his head, because he has his testosterone.
Sure.
Whereas we met this other golden retriever that was fixed, and he has this narrow little tiny head.
Sure.
And it's because he doesn't have any muscles.
So that's the difference of sexual selection, like the peacock or what I explained, and natural selection. So if these Bondo apes are only eating, and I'm just making this up, and I know the theories of them killing lions and everything, but if they're only eating coconuts, let's say, right? They have to rip through a coconut with strong jaws.
Right.
Well, if you got weak jaws or weak jaw muscles or weak mandibles, whatever, you're going to die.
Right.
So over time, again, the only ones that are surviving are the ones that have this ridge on their head that are naturally being selected for stronger muscles.
Yeah.
So it's
So they
just a
just think
different
it's like a
mechanism.
subspecies of chimp?
That's my understanding of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I had thought. That
Yeah.
they don't think it's a different chimp, but they do think it's different in terms of its size and temperament.
And we see that all the time, right? We see
Right.
insular dwarfism where things are stuck on an island, they get smaller and
Sure.
smaller because of the
Yeah.
lack of resources, or gigantism for the opposite reason. Like, we see that all the time within species.
Or people that live in Iceland. Enormous, giant fucking people
Big
used to
dudes.
be Vikings.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how
And
many world strongman champions have come from Iceland?
no, all of them.
Shitload of them.
Yeah.
They're all like that guy, the mountain from Game of
I
Thrones.
was just going to ask you, is he from Iceland? He's from somewhere up
I
there.
think he is.
Yeah.
Is he from Iceland? Well, his name is from Iceland.
Thor.
It's like Thor Hafþórsson.
Exactly. Yeah.
Try saying his fucking name. But I mean, that part of the world has produced an exorbitant number. Look at the size of that fucker.
Yeah.
Iceland.
Look at that name, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Look
Julius
at that name.
Bjornson?
How- I mean, it's,
Bjornson?
first of all, they're not even using real letters.
No.
What's that thing after the F? I
have no
his
idea.
name. That's like a half a P, a half a B.
A Bjorblor.
Hafþór. Hafþór. Oh, it's literally transliterated as Hafþór in English. Yeah.
Crazy. That's a different species. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. That's a different species right there.
Exactly. Look at the size of that fucker.
Look at that
how,
guy.
How big is that fucker?
Was he 6'9" or something? But then his weight is astronomical.
What?
Is he more than
Does
that?
it say his height?
6'8". I see it there.
Okay,
203
6'8".
centimeters.
Which, like, Shaquille O'Neal's looking
Oh, no,
down on that
6'9".
dude going, come on, bitch.
Yeah.
He's 7'1".
230. He's got to be more than that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's nonsense.
Nonsense. No, that's not true at all.
Each of
Maybe
his
when he played
quads
basketball,
weighs
he was
that.
Oh, maybe when he was 16. Even
Yeah,
then.
Yeah, it's when he started basketball. He started at 230. That's
Oh,
a
he's
long
got
time
it.
ago.
Well, I think he
308.
got, he got really heavy,
6'9".
20.
but then he
463,
he
there
slimmed
was.
463. Okay, but then he slimmed down to have a boxing match. He had a boxing match with Eddie Hall.
Did he win?
Yeah, he won.
Did he?
Actually looked really good.
Yeah?
It showed really good technique too. Like
Huh.
it wasn't like winging punches. He was like fighting like a boxer.
I mean,
Like trained for a long time for it.
I cannot imagine taking a hit from a guy like that.
Oh my
no
god!
matter who
Can
you are.
imagine the
Yeah.
size of his fucking mitts.
The momentum,
Yeah.
like coming into that.
Yeah, just the sheer gravity behind
Yeah.
each punch. Boom. But it is fascinating how people in that part of the world, I mean, they were the Vikings.
Yeah.
That's why they're so fucking giant.
That's where they've come from.
Yeah.
It's amazing. So I wanted to talk to you about this cloning and the rewilding of the mammoths and all of that
Yes,
stuff. I'm
yes.
going to Colossal tomorrow to learn a little bit more about
Explain
it myself.
Colossal.
Yeah, so Colossal Biosciences is this, if you ask me, incredible company, and they are, by their own declaration, a de-extinction company. So it's this guy, Ben Lamb, and he's got George Church, who's a world-leading cellular scientist. I don't know the specifics, of de-extinction and cloning and CRISPR and so on and so forth. And they've come together and raised a ton of money, and they are de-extincting animals. And the science is there. Like, it's done. All it took was the money, basically, behind it. And they've put together this incredible Rolodex of scientists and people, and it's real-life Jurassic Park with purpose.
Where are they going to put them?
So there's a couple different things going on. So the first one they're working on is the woolly mammoth, right? And this isn't just for fun. This has real, like, important conservation implications, which is really fascinating. But they are planning on starting with, I think, 100 mammoths and putting them in this place called not Pleistocene Park, something like that. This park in Siberia that they've been doing this experiment on as to what happens when you add megafauna back into the Arctic tundra to offset carbon emissions.
Wow. And so they're using what DNA? They're using elephant DNA and mixing it with something else?
So it's Indian elephant is the closest living relative to the woolly mammoth.
What does an Indian elephant look like? Is it similar to an elephant?
Yeah, it's a smaller. So African elephants are bigger. They have the really big ears.
Right.
Indian elephants are typically the ones you'd see at the circus, with the pink in the ears, the smaller triangular shaped ears. So just a different species of elephant. And so they're taking Indian elephants and they're using CRISPR technology and they're using existing mammoth DNA and they're making an embryo and then they're implanting it into the Indian elephant, and 22 months later, an Indian elephant's gestation period, she will give birth to a mammoth.
A real mammoth.
A real mammoth.
So it's not like a hybrid?
that's okay. That's a good point. So it is in the sense of what they do is if you imagine the DNA of an animal, right, and then you imagine the fragments that are broken out of it, right. What they're doing is they're taking that DNA of and I don't understand the cellular side of it very well. This is just my base level understanding of it. I can talk about the conservation side of it, but they're taking that double helix, that DNA, and all those pieces that are missing from the mammoth, they're putting in Indian elephant pieces. So you end up with an animal that is physically and morphologically identical to a mammoth, but has used all of the DNA from the closest living relatives in order to get there.
Phew. Boy. And this process, how long does this take?
So I think they've been going for about 5 years on the science, but the science of de-extinction and cloning, I mean, you remember Dolly the sheep, right? That was like a known thing. So that's been going on for a long time.
Well, you can get your cat cloned.
Exactly.
Or your dog cloned.
Exactly. For like 20 grand, you can clone your dog. Yeah, so
it's kind of creepy.
It is. It's bizarre. But the point is the science has been there for a while. There just hasn't really been the funding or the motivation for it. But what I think so fascinating, the reason I'm so like emotionally invested in it, is the conservation implications that it has. Because what this company is ultimately doing is rewilding species that humans have removed. And that's going to, in theory, in a lot of places, sort of fix the offset, the imbalance of the ecosystem.
That's interesting. That's really interesting. There's a lot of debate about whether or not humans killed off the woolly mammoth, though, isn't there?
I think there is. Yeah, I think there is. And I can't really speak on that, but I do know that when the mammoths disappeared. So the Arctic used to be like the savannas of Africa. It used to be big grasslands, right? It wasn't all covered in trees and things. And that's a recent adaptation since the mammoths went away 10, 20,000 years ago. And so that's what's happened is the permafrost up there is melting pretty rapidly, right? Underneath that permafrost is like 1.5 trillion tons of carbon. And once that carbon enters the atmosphere, it heats things up like crazy. So by removing those mammoths, and I can explain why the mammoths keep it colder, but by removing those mammoths, it's allowing that permafrost to melt much quicker and release more carbon. So the idea from like a financial standpoint of how they make money is the carbon offset of putting mammoths back into the environment.
How do they make it colder?
So it's a couple different things. It's basically when there's trees and shrubs, they take in more heat, and that heat transfers into the ground. So in this Pleistocene park, this park that they've been doing this experiment in Siberia for a while, they've put in a couple hundred animals that aren't mammoths, right? They've put in ox and reindeer and things like that, and they're knocking trees over with the tractors. And once they knock trees over and they simulate a mammoth knocking the trees and shrubs over, the fleet grazers are able to keep the vegetation from regrowing. So when the vegetation doesn't regrow, you get all this grassland, and the grassland has snowpack. The snowpack gets stumped, so there's no insulation. It reflects more light. It's like 3 or 4 different processes that make the ground, I think on average, it's like 8 degrees colder. So it keeps things more frozen. So once we removed all the megafauna from the Arctic, through hunting or maybe other means, regardless, once they were removed, the Arctic got warmer. The Siberia and Alaska got warmer, and so slowly we're getting more and more carbon emissions from up there. But by putting these animals back, and I just love the idea of going up to the Arctic and it looking like the African savanna, right, with all of these incredible animals. But by putting these animals back, it in theory will make the Arctic colder, slow down the melting of the permafrost, which will in turn trap the carbon for longer in the ground.
So they're going to start with the woolly mammoth.
Yeah.
And what other animals are they thinking about doing this to?
So what I know of right now is the woolly mammoth and the thylacine, which is another reason I'm so excited.
So they are going to bring back the thylacine?
Yeah.
And how are they going to do that?
So there's, it used to be the quoll, but now it's an animal called a dunnart that's the closest living relative. And so, thylacines were around pretty recently, right? I mean, we're just looking at video of one. Yeah. So they have really good DNA from the thylacine, and then they're going to use the existing DNA from a dunnart, which is a very small marsupial, put them together, remake the thylacine. The only problem is, my understanding is, they cannot use the dunnart for surrogacy because the dunnarts are like this big. So they have to do an artificial womb and all of that. But yeah, I think the technology is there.
Womb.
Yeah.
This sounds like a fucking horror movie.
Isn't it crazy we're living in this time?
Yeah, it sounds like a horror movie.
But it's so insane. Like, even 3 years ago, if you're like, hey, we're bringing animals back, we're going to put mammoths back in the Arctic, you're like, shut up. Like, go put on your tinfoil hat. Like, it's happening. It's
when
so
are they
crazy.
projecting the first woolly mammoth will be launched?
2024.
What?
Yeah,
Next year?
next year, end of next year.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And they're going to bring it to Siberia.
And put it in this Pleistocene park where there are all these other animals, and they're going to see how it does. Like, how does it behave? How does it interact with the environment? Does it replace the tractors in the sense of cooling down this little park area? Yeah, it'll
Are
be
they going to do
fascinating.
saber-toothed tigers?
I hope so. No, I don't know.
Holy
I don't
shit,
know.
That would be incredible. What a wild animal those must have been to look at.
Saber-tooth?
Giant teeth.
Yeah.
Like literally hang out of their mouth. And apparently they're so sensitive that they could find jugulars. Like
With those teeth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They could feel the pulsating jugular with their teeth.
Just because of the nerve endings in it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Homotherium, right? That's what
I don't know
that
what
genus was called? I don't know. Yeah, and that stuff, like, that's the fun Jurassic Park side of it, right? Like, would I like to see a saber-toothed cat? Yes, who wouldn't?
Yeah.
But the idea that, like, hey, 10 years from now, there's going to be several thousand thylacine back in Tasmania. Facial tumor disease is going to go away. The overabundance of prey is going to disappear.
Facial tumor disease?
Facial tumor disease is a thing that a lot of the animals, and particularly the Tasmanian devils, have in Tasmania. It's herpes on the face. But it comes from an overabundance of prey because the alpha predator, the thylacine, has been knocked out. So if you go drive down a road, yeah, look at it, poor bastards. It's bad. It's herpes.
God.
It's actual herpes.
Oh my God, it's horrible.
It's horrible.
And that's the Tasmanian tiger, which is
The Tasmanian devil.
Tasmanian devil. What a crazy little animal that fucker is.
They're so cool, man.
And the noises they make. Yeah.
Yeah, they're wild.
See if you can find a recording of Tasmanian devil noises.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm just excited because it's like,
It is crazy.
it seems like we live in an alternate universe where these things are real now, which is just so crazy compared to a few years ago.
What does it here we go. Look at those little fuckers. They're going mouth to mouth with each other.
If you're camping in Tasmania, which I've done for thylacine searches and stuff, and you hear that, it is the most, like, blood-curdling, terrifying, and then they're this big. But
Yeah.
you hear this and you're like, something is going to rip me to shreds. And
They
it's
look
just
like a
these
French
little buggers.
bulldog.
Yeah, look at them.
Yeah. They're real cute.
Really cute.
Does anybody ever have them as pets? I wonder if you can domesticate them.
I don't know. But my number one pet's a wombat. Have you
A
ever seen a
wombat?
pet wombat?
No, they have them?
Oh my god, dude.
People have them as pets?
I mean, in Australia, like as rescues and stuff. I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know if they're in the pet trade, but I went to a place in South Australia.
Oh,
they're
look,
so-
at little
look at that
Tasmanian devil. Oh, look, he's a little puppy. They're adorable.
They are.
So do people, but this is like little tiny babies. Like I wonder what you know, maybe it's like some animals, like you get to a certain age, you can't really keep them anymore.
I wouldn't think they'd make very good pets. I went to a place in Tasmania where they dragged a wallaby carcass in that had been hit by the road. It was like the cartoon version of piranhas, you know, where they come in and it's like,
Yeah.
and they rip it to shreds. These things ripped this dead wallaby to nothing. It was like maybe 10 of them in under a minute.
Really?
Just to nothing, to just bones and gnawing. It was wild to see.
Most people think of the Tasmanian devil as that cartoon.
The
That's
Yeah.
literally when if people think about that. It's one of the only animals where the cartoon is more popular than the actual animal.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed.
Like I couldn't pick that animal out of a lineup. If you told
Right.
me, I mean
What
now
is this?
I can because I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
But if look at these little. Let me hear some volume.
Wow.
They only weigh about 7 kilos.
Gotta love Australians.
Yeah. Little cutie. That's a wombat ear.
Look. This is what I'm talking about.
That's a wombat.
Yeah,
Little
that's a
cutie.
juvenile one, but they're just little
Aw,
trucks.
Little cutie.
I love wombats. I think they're so adorable.
And so people
I've-
keep those as pets as adults?
Yes, they do. There was a woman I met who had one in her house. Man, we had this video on our little podcast that I don't know how to find it, but it was hilarious. And this woman hand raised this wombat, and it ran around her house like your dog does. But the thing is, it's like this truck. You know, they're like super low to the ground, huge shoulders, and like if it decided to run like through the dog gate or through the refrigerator, it just went like bowling straight through it. It was amazing.
Cute little guys.
Oh, I think they're so cute. But these guys have unbelievable mange in Tasmania. Like, Jamie, if you type in, wombat mange, we've looked at a lot of gross animal stuff today, but it's brutal. And the reason the mange is so bad, there's no predators, and they're way overpopulated. And so when there's that many animals in a small environment with overpopulation, they get diseases. And so...
Oh, look.
Yeah. So all this is potentially fixable, if you put a predator, the right predator, back in Tasmania.
Right. And so that would help Tasmania. And are they
Look at the
planning
second
on doing
one
this to other continents? Oh, that's terrible.
That's what they look like, though.
Oh,
that
God.
image you saw for a split second there, that's what they... Not all, but that's what a ton of them look like in Tasmania with this rampant mange.
Well, that's the chupacabra.
Straight up.
The chupacabra is a coyote
A mangy
that has
coyote.
horrible mange.
Yeah.
And they've captured them. Like, people, we call it chupacabra.
And it's sitting in a cage, all
It's just
terrified.
fucked
Eyes
up.
are swollen
Yeah.
shut. And
Yeah, it's just a fucked up coyote.
Yep.
The North American mammals, like, are they planning on eventually doing that North American mammals as well and reintroducing some?
I'm not sure. Well, the mammoth would be in Alaska, so that's North America.
They are gonna do it in Alaska.
Siberia all the way to Alaska. So that mammoth steppe environment, those grasslands, used to range from Spain all the way to North America, like all across the Bering Land Bridge, and all that ice was like trampled and blah blah blah. All these savanna lands that are now big forests.
Are you aware of the Alaskan boneyard? Did you watch that?
I heard pieces of it because a couple people texted me about it, but I need to listen to the whole show. I mean, John sounds like a fascinating guy.
He's the best.
Yeah.
But his place that he has in Alaska, like, they've been on, and it's not a big area where he's finding this stuff.
Yeah.
He's got 2 areas, and one of them that he's been getting bones, what he calls boning, this one area for decades, is only 6 acres.
That's all it is?
Dude, it's nuts. The concentration, so that's what it looks like. It's like the side of a cliff, and they blast it with water until they see things, and then they pull out these bones. But they've found animals that were not supposed to be there.
I remember he said that. Yeah. He said, like, I believe, so scimitar cats were the cat that was native to that continent, to Alaska, right? Not saber-tooth. Saber-tooth's big teeth, scimitar is like a smaller tooth version. And then he's found saber-tooth skulls on his property.
Yes.
So all of history, all of humans are like, oh no, there's only scimitar cats in Alaska. They were never saber-tooths, and he's found actual saber-tooths.
Yes. And he's only looked in 6 acres.
Can you imagine?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't know what was going on in that area. Like, why are there so many dead animals?
Yeah.
And why did they all get, like, frozen into the permafrost?
Into one spot.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
tar pit or who knows.
So I've connected him with Randall Carlson. Look at that.
Yeah.
Isn't that incredible?
That's got to be a saber-tooth,
cave
right?
lion.
Cave
That's
lion.
a cave lion.
Cool.
I don't know if they thought that was there, too. So I've connected him with Randall Carlson, or I'm in the process of doing that. And Randall is a proponent of the Younger Dryas impact theory. And the Younger Dryas impact theory is somewhere in the neighborhood of 12,000 years ago, there was some impacts from comets.
Oh,
and it probably wiped out most of the animals that we're thinking about, like North American megafauna. Like 65% of them were wiped out somewhere around that time period. He thinks they're wiped out from comet impact.
Interesting.
And he thinks that's why you're finding these massive storages of these dead animals in this one specific area.
So why would that funnel animals into one area?
Because they were already there, but they died all at once.
I see. So it's like
it's not like over the years.
Right.
It's like an instantaneous mass die-off.
A grave site.
And he's got photographic evidence of these mass die-offs as well, too, because one of the things that they found in terms of with woolly mammoths, they found enormous, like, fields of them, where they've not just found like one dead one, but hundreds of them. And they find them with broken legs.
Right.
And he thinks that's indicative of the impact of whatever happened. I mean, it's almost like a bomb going off. They just get smacked back. But that these things most likely died in mass. And that this area where John Reeves has in Alaska is a particularly fertile area, a particularly rich area for finding these skeletons.
And it makes sense, right? Like, why else would you have 300 dead animals with fractured bones in one spot?
Exactly.
You know, or whatever the numbers are. But
and I mean, he has so much.
Yeah.
He has thousands and thousands of bones and many, 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 many full tusks of woolly mammoths.
Which are worth millions of dollars, right?
He's got millions of dollars worth of tusks.
Yeah.
He's got them all over the place. He gets stacks of them. They find them all the time.
Jaws.
Jaws,
Wow.
yeah. So it's the
That
Boneyard,
must be
Alaska.
a mammoth jaw, right? Because it's
Yeah.
got the flat grinding teeth.
Yeah. Look at those teeth, man. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
So it's the Boneyard, Alaska on Instagram, and he's got it very detailed. And
He's invited me up there, actually. He sent me a message after, I think, our first show. Somehow we got on the same topic, and he sent me a
we
message.
talked about him, and he said he got 15,000 new Instagram followers
Oh,
from
really?
our conversation.
Good for him. That's
and
great.
then he's like, "All right, I'm only going to talk to Joe and tell my whole story." And so we had him on. He's wealthy. Like he
Yeah.
doesn't have to talk to people about stuff.
He's choosing to.
Yeah, so he just does it because he wants to.
Yeah.
So
Good.
he's like, he won't talk to journalists. He's getting all these phone calls from the New York Times and these people. He's like, fuck off.
Well, I read a thing the day or two after you guys did your show that he started like a bone rush in
Yes.
the East River
Yeah.
of New York. People going to look for bones that have
Yeah.
been dumped in the East River.
And apparently they were.
Yeah.
According to the records, they dumped a shitload of them, and he gave out the very specific location. So now there's guys combing the bottom with radar and looking for these things.
Wow.
It's really interesting.
Do you know if anybody's found anything yet?
I don't believe anybody has.
Yeah.
You know.
That'll be fascinating.
I mean, it's been there for, wasn't it the 1930s that they did this? 40s?
Yeah, there's a bunch
Yeah.
of articles yesterday about it.
Oh, look at this. Treasure hunters search New York City's East River. Ha ha. Isn't that funny? This all came from my stupid
All
little
from
podcast.
your show. You created
CBS
a rush.
News is
Yeah.
reporting this like it's. Look at this.
Look, it even says spurred on by Joe Rogan podcast. Look at that.
The New York Post. They always show me some love.
Oh, nice. That's so funny. Yeah, no, that's incredible. I don't know. That whole extinct megafauna thing. The fact that North America, we used to have cheetahs and giant llamas and like
Huge lions that are bigger than African
huge lions, like the amount of and the abundance too. It wasn't like today we have great animals in North America, but the abundance is so much lower than Southern Africa. But it used to be like something like 8 times higher.
Yeah.
Can you imagine like just walking? Imagine like this wasn't here in Austin. You decided to walk 3 blocks and you saw like 500 giant animals. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, that used to be here.
Yeah.
Nuts. Have you ever heard of the American Prairie Reserve?
Prairie Reserve? I don't
Is that
think
what
so.
it's called, Jamie? What is that thing? Ranella talked about that. They're trying to buy up massive swaths of land and reintroduce bison. Yeah, American Prairie. So
cool.
they're going to reintroduce bison and a bunch of different animals to this area, and they're even doing block management in these places. And they essentially want to rewild some of the Great Plains.
I think that's great, man. I think rewilding is the key to conservation in the future. I mean, have you seen that in...
Go scroll back up, please, so I can read that, Jamie. It says bison used to number in the millions on the Great Plains, but animals in conservation herds now stand at around 31,000 and are considered near threatened. Because most conservation herds are less than 500 on small landscapes, the species is listed as ecologically extinct, meaning bison no longer play their critical roles in shaping prairie biodiversity. So what they want to do is bring them back.
Yep. And allow them to influence the environment
Yeah.
and help the ecosystem.
Only an estimated 360,000 bison remain in North America today. Of these, less than 10% live in conservation herds. Most of the bison on the landscape today are raised for commercial purposes. And what's really crazy is they got down to like almost extinct.
Yeah. Yeah.
They got real
to
close
a few
to extinct.
hundred, I think.
Yeah.
There's an incredible place, the Bass Pro Shop's headquarters in Springfield, Missouri. The guy, Johnny Morris, the guy who runs it, he's built a museum next to the Bass Pro headquarters. It's like a personal museum, but anybody can go to it. And his big thing is the bison. And so you walk through this hallway, and they have all these ancient pictures of the bison and, like, these piles of skulls. Guys used to stand on a literal... you could probably find it, Jamie. There's this picture of these 2 hunters that killed... I don't know how many bison, but it's literally a mountain of skulls that they're standing on top of. And because they used to, I'm sure you know this, just sit on the railway and ping them off and all of that. And anyway, it's just fascinating the abundance of those animals that used to be in the American prairie.
Yeah, the pictures of people standing on piles of bones are so horrible.
Revolting.
It's so gross, like what they did and the quickness in which they did it, where they almost eradicated the bison from North America. And, you know, they weren't even eating them.
No.
They were eating tongues.
Right.
And they were getting the skins from some of them later on, but a lot of it, they were doing it for the tongues.
Well, and I don't know if you know this or not, but the majority of the reason they killed them was in order to diminish the survival of the Native American people.
Was that really the majority of it?
I believe so. That was the big motivator, at least in the early days, to kill bison, was because it allowed the Native Americans to survive off of that animal, right? Because they were so reliant on them. So there were all these campaigns like, go out and kill the bison, head out west, have fun, shoot them from the train. Because if you depleted those numbers, the Native Americans were forced to move, or they just didn't
forced to go into the reservations.
Exactly. Yeah, and so it was a very ugly thing, and that part of it's sort of covered up, right? They sort of that doesn't get spoken about a lot.
I mean, it most certainly was a tragedy, but like almost like inexcusable to the point of extinction. Like they got so close.
I'd say it's inexcusable. It was
obviously inexcusable. I don't mean inexcusable, like unfixable.
Yeah,
that's a better word.
Sorry, I see
when
what
you
you're
look
saying.
at the size of the piles of bones that they were standing on, and like that they didn't see that this how fucked up this was.
I don't believe that. We always say, oh, we didn't realize, like we thought it would last forever. I don't believe, especially because it happened in one generation.
Yeah,
right?
Quickly.
Very quickly. I don't believe that those guys, whomever they were, whether they loved hunting, didn't love hunting, loved shooting bison, whatever, I don't believe that they couldn't tell that they were having a massive impact.
Oh, they had to quickly.
Yeah.
They had to. I mean, if you're shooting millions of them,
Right.
it's just nuts. Are you aware of Dan Flores? Dan Flores, he's a professor, I think, out of New Mexico. I think one of the universities in New Mexico. But he had a paper that he wrote called Bison Ecology and Bison Diplomacy.
Oh, okay.
And his belief is that when you look at the millions and millions of bison that were in North America at one point in time with these massive herds, he's like, that is not historically, it's not what people initially saw when they first came to North America. And he believes the reason for that is that the Native Americans, when they got knocked down by 90%, they were the primary predators of the bison.
Sure.
And so then the bison numbers rose to these extraordinary numbers.
Sure.
And that it was due to the fact that these Native American populations had been killed off by smallpox.
That allowed.
Yeah. So it's his belief that with the use of the horse and with the use of rifles, that Native Americans on their own were on their way to extirpating the bison.
I don't doubt it. There's quite a lot of species throughout history that have gone extinct at the hand of man that were already, even without man, like not even Native Americans, I mean no human being, they were already, their timeline was running out. Like they were on their way out. The great auk is a great example.
What is that?
So it was this basically a penguin from the north, because penguins are from the southern hemisphere. It was like basically a penguin from the northern hemisphere.
How do you spell it?
A-U-K, great auk.
Is there a photo of those fuckers?
I don't think there's any photos, but there's a lot of artist illustrations.
Great auk.
Yeah,
Look at that.
beautiful, beautiful bird. And
Real penguin-like.
Very, yeah. And they provided oil and mostly down, meat as well, but mostly down. So there was a huge rush. I've actually held that specimen. But there was a huge rush for auk down for their feathers. But these animals, they numbered in the millions when humans, quote-unquote, wiped them out, which they did. I'm not saying they didn't, but they only... See their range over there on that range map? You see the red one? See the little spots? Those are actually... So their range was massive, but those 19 or whatever spots you're looking at are their only isolated populations. So while there were millions and millions of auk, they only lived in like 19 spots. And what that means is they were on their way to extinction already from other forces, because they used to have this vast range, and then it was isolated into these handful of isolated populations, and then humans found them and wiped them out. But had humans not found them, likely over another million years or so, maybe less, they probably were on their way out, because they were already isolating into these small pockets. And the, I'm blanking on it now, the guillemot, is it the guillemot? No, it's a different bird, was out-competing them. Another native bird was out-competing them. Not the guillemot, I'm blanking on what it's called now.
How did people kill off the passenger pigeon? Because weren't there millions and millions of passenger pigeons?
Millions. Yeah, they said they would black out the sky right here in Texas, yeah. So, one, they were hunted tremendously, but the main reason that they totally went extinct was they were such a flocking bird that once their numbers were reduced to the point that they couldn't have such large flocks, they weren't successful any longer. So they weren't able to continue their normal behavior once their flock density got too low. So it wasn't like they shot I think they did shoot every last passenger pigeon, they shot the last one, but it wasn't the last one because they had shot every single other surviving one. It was the last one because we shot them up, and then their population started to decline, and once their population got to a certain capacity, they no longer had the ability to behave the way that they had typically behaved in these huge flocks, and that was making them unsuccessful.
How did they not know that they were on their way to getting rid of them? How did they not know that that was happening?
Again, I don't believe they didn't. I think they did.
Isn't it crazy how different people look at things like wildlife conservation today versus just a few hundred years ago? It's like, well, guess we killed all the bison.
Yeah, totally. But that's why radical conservation, like bringing back mammoths and rewilding wolves and stuff like that. We need that, Joe.
Yeah.
Because conservation, I'm sorry, and this is going to upset a lot of people. I don't give a shit. We fucking suck at it. We've been doing it for 100 years, and we are losing every single year. We are not winning. There are small little successful stories, don't get me wrong.
Right.
But on a grand scale, we are losing the conservation game. So radical conservation, I don't care what it is, coming up with crazy science experiments and bringing stuff back, putting wolves in Yellowstone, whatever it is, trying something is better than not trying anything and continuing down the path we've been going.
The only animals that we're really good at conserving are the ones we want to eat.
Oh, yeah.
The ones we want to shoot.
Yeah.
So,
Which is
there's
great.
more white-tailed deer in North America today than there were when Columbus arrived.
Right. And
which
that's
is
fine.
100% because of hunting.
It is.
And also because of agriculture.
Right.
Because they flock to these agriculture areas.
Cornfields.
That's why, places like Iowa, where there's
Yeah.
all these farms, there's so many deer, giant deer in Iowa.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's fine. Placing a monetary value on an animal in order to save it is great. But nobody's going to start hunting Tasmanian devils, right? Like, what for?
Right,
so
right.
there are... I completely agree with you. I'm pro-hunting when those funds are used the right way. They can be mismanaged, and they are all the time, especially in places that are more corrupt. But
yeah, it's actually amazing the job that wildlife biologists have done in this country and conservationists have done in this country. They're really pretty goddamn good at setting up the correct number of tags and making sure that the habitat is preserved and allocating that money for rangers and wardens and making sure that these people, monitor these animals and stop poaching. And
in North America, we are very good at it. On a global scale.
Yeah.
The problem is we always, doesn't matter if you're North America or anywhere, wait until the very end to do it.
We wait until shit's really bad.
Right. Oh, there's only 12 of them left or whatever. Now we're going to put in all this effort. It's being preventative instead of reactive is the ticket moving forward. And we are starting to make that shift,
I am so interested in seeing what they decide to do. If this really takes off in Siberia with the woolly mammoths, if they reintroduce them not just in Alaska, but then bring them into Montana and bring them into, the lower 48, and then start reintroducing other things. If they can figure out how to do that with a saber-toothed tiger, that would be fucking wild.
That'd be so scary.
That would be wild.
They're talking about, I think, I might have these numbers wrong, but I believe their 10 or maybe 20-year goal is 600,000 mammoths over 1.3 million miles. So covering that whole, because the thing is...
600,000 mammoths.
It's a lot of mammoths. But they'll start reproducing on their own, right?
Well,
it's not like they're going to make them all.
Tourism involved. Yeah. I mean, how many people would want to go and travel to see woolly mammoths?
We're going. You and I are going to see them.
100%.
Yes.
Let's
Zero
go.
question.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if there's going to be groups of people that want to hunt them with spears and put loincloths on and shit.
Fine. It's just like the whitetail, dude. Who cares? If that funds it and it keeps it going.
You can hunt them, but you can only hunt them using the tools and weapons that were available when they were alive.
Barefoot in the Arctic with a stone
no
spear.
boots. Fuck you. No tents. Fuck off. You can have a teepee.
Yeah.
You got to make it yourself.
With the mammoth skin. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be wild. People would do it.
Would you do it?
No.
No?
Fuck that. Dude, hunting with a bow and arrow is tricky enough. Hunting with a spear, fuck off.
That's crazy. There are people that do it, though, right? There are spear hunters. That's a thing?
Subsistent hunters.
No, I mean as a sport.
Assholes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not
that good.
Too unsuccessful.
Yeah, it's you're not good at it. It used to be legal to hunt with a spear in Alberta until a guy killed a bear with a spear and made this awful video about it, and it was a big deal. And then Under Armour, got in trouble because like they didn't support these people they weren't even really sponsored by Under Armour. These people, since there was just like this recent thing with them with poaching, and they got accused of poaching, and I think they got sentenced to probation, and they're not allowed to hunt in certain states. But it's like, why would you hunt with a spear? Like, hunting with a bow and arrow is very effective if you're disciplined, and like I am very accurate with a bow. I shoot an index card that I set up at a target regularly at 85 yards.
And you're consistent.
Yes, and I'm consistent.
Yeah.
I practice every day. It's not like, this is not a thing where, with a rifle, much more accurate.
Sure.
And I'm much more consistent. It's much easier to do. So you could make the argument that it's better to hunt with a rifle. I definitely could see that.
Yep.
But if you do the work, and if you are disciplined enough, and if you practice enough, and if your technique is right, you can be very, very effective with a bow. I mean, you can go out there and see all the skulls I have. I mean, I've killed a lot of
seen them,
elk with bows and arrows, and a lot of deer. I eat them all.
Right.
This is a very effective way to get meat. But a spear is so inefficient.
And you're maiming the animal.
Yes, and you're not going to kill it quickly.
Right.
I mean, unless you get the drop on one that's sleeping.
Right.
You're like 5 feet away, and you chuck it right through the rib cage and kill it quickly.
What's the likelihood of that?
Not very likely.
Yeah.
The likelihood is that you're going to wound this thing, and then you're going to like chase it down, and then you're probably going to stick it again, and
and it's miserable for everything.
Yeah, this guy, I think he threw I think the spear he threw, it had a GoPro on it.
Oh, okay. So you got this horrible perspective.
And it's like, it was all for social media. It was all for the clicks.
It's ugly.
And then they made it illegal. So now it's illegal in Alberta to hunt with a spear because of this one individual.
That's probably
good. And I think it is good.
Yeah.
It's like, you use a rifle. Use a bow and arrow.
Right.
You can kill them very easily with a bow and arrow. I mean, they allow baiting up there.
Gotcha.
Because they have to reduce the populations. They have a very high number of black bears up there. Very high. And so they use baiting, which is they'll set out like donuts.
Sure, and the bears smell it.
The bears come. And you can shoot 2 bear a year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so they're trying to give out tags because they want people to hunt these things.
Is the number of black bear overpopulated due to them eating people's garbage, due to not enough grizzly bears? Like, why are there too many black bears up there?
Grizzly bear population is increasing, too, to the point where they're making an argument that you should have tags for grizzly bears.
Interesting.
My friends John and Jen, who live up in Alberta, I've been up to their place before, they're seeing a lot of grizzlies now. They're seeing them all over the place up there.
Oh,
now.
interesting.
Yeah, but by far more black bear. But you know what the biggest population of black bear in North America is?
Where?
New Jersey.
Really?
More black bear per capita in New Jersey than anywhere else in the country. They're everywhere.
I have had an ongoing, I don't know if you've seen any of this on my Instagram stories. I haven't posted on my page, but I have had an ongoing battle with a mother black bear and her cub. Have you been seeing this?
No.
Oh, it's
in
really
your yard?
funny. In my yard,
in Santa Barbara?
In Santa Barbara.
Yeah, there are a lot of them.
I've lived there for 15 years. I saw one once on a hike on a hillside. And then 6 months ago, I wake up, there's all this ruckus, I'm fast asleep, I'm like, what's going on? The dog's barking, I head outside, and there is a black bear on top of our chicken coop ripping the panels off.
Whoa.
And I run up to it, I'm screaming, I'm like, hey, get out of here, bear! I'm in my boxers, I don't even have a light on, nothing, because Santa Barbara, nothing happens at night there, right?
Yeah.
And we have an acre, and so it's, pretty spacious, but it's all fenced in. This black bear has torn through our fence, come in,
man.
Ripped the chicken coop to shreds, killed my kid's favorite chicken, killed all the other, killed we have 20 chickens. Well, we did then, now we have 5. And has just been gone through these chickens. And so I scare that bear off. I'm like, that was an anomaly, it'll never happen again. Happens again the next night.
Well, now they know where the chickens are.
Now they know.
It's going to happen constantly.
But so I've been trying all these non-lethal mitigation methods, right? So we reinforced the fence, didn't work. I put up these proximity alarms. That worked at least for a few months. Bear came back, killed our rabbits. We had 2 Flemish giant rabbits. They're chowed now. Now I'm thinking about getting a paintball gun and putting some mace in it or something. I don't want to kill the thing.
You're not allowed to kill it. That's part of the problem.
And I wouldn't.
You'd
anyway.
have to get a I would.
Yeah.
You'd have to get a depredation permit.
A tag, yeah, sure. And I mean, I'm sure if I called Fish and Game, or maybe they're going to hear this, it's going to become a thing, but...
They're never going to stop. The thing about bears is
once they know.
Yeah, once they know.
And you
they
can't
get habituated.
Stop them. You cannot stop them.
Can't stop them.
Any other animal I've ever encountered or worked with, you can mitigate, almost very easily. Put up a fence, no problem, right?
No,
Done.
they're gonna keep coming.
This girl and her cub.
Have you ever seen the video of these giant bears brawling in Far Rockaway, New Jersey?
No.
Oh, you need to see this because it's crazy. It's a very residential neighborhood.
And they're just clawing at each other.
Normal suburbs where, like, you know, kids are waiting for the school bus.
Yeah.
And we're talking like 300-pound plus black bear just going at it. Look at this.
Oh my! They're on the guy's porch practically.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
So they're fighting over garbage, like who gets access to the garbage. Look at the size of these fuckers.
Yeah,
I mean, these
wild.
are big bears. I mean, this is the kind of bear, like both of these bears, the kind of bear that you'd want to hunt. Now, the governor of New Jersey, the most recent governor, he ran on a platform of stopping the bear hunt.
Oh,
because all the
interesting.
dorky liberals that live in, like, the, you know, in the nice cities, they don't have any idea what the problem is.
The majority
like.
of the voters don't understand or connect with the problem. Yeah.
Which is the same in a lot of places where these urban areas vote on things that happen in
Rural areas.
Yeah, in rural areas where they have no idea what the problem is.
Yeah.
So the amount of human-bear interactions went up so much, by over 200%, that they had to reinstate the bear hunt within 2 years of him being the governor.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, like, right away. So it's, what did he get it in 2020? And then by 2022, he's like, okay, enough.
And has it
Keep
made an
killing
impact?
them.
Has
Yes.
it helped? Yeah.
Well, they're going to start hunting them again now.
Gotcha.
And they're actually going to raise the number of bears you're allowed to kill.
Gotcha.
Raise the number of tags.
Just to level it out.
They have to. Dude.
But
There's so many.
That's the thing people don't understand is, like, we're at a state where we have to manage the wildlife.
Yeah.
We don't have a choice. This idea that, like, let's just let it all roam free and everything, it doesn't work that way anymore.
No.
There's too much human development.
Right.
There's too many urban areas, and we have made an imbalance. If everything was wild and natural, sure, I completely agree. Leave it alone.
Right.
But it's not. This is not natural. These bears have bred in a residential area. They're feeding on garbage.
It's totally
like,
natural for them to be fighting on stairs.
Totally. Yeah, that's what
That's
I
their
mean.
natural battling habitat. Yeah.
And I'm not saying get rid of the bears. Don't wipe out bears. No one's saying that. But they have. It has to be managed.
You have to manage them.
Yeah.
And you also have to make them fearful of humans. If
Right.
you don't, like, I mean, the thing about what you're doing, trying to scare that bear off, it's not going to work.
No, I agree with
I
you.
mean, when they catch bears going into people's garbage, they have to relocate the bears.
Yeah.
They call them naughty bears.
Yeah, a naughty
That's
bear.
A naughty bear. And then they relocate them. Because if you don't relocate them, they know where the garbage is. Why
Yeah.
would they go hunt a deer when they could just go into your garbage?
Right.
And you pull out that Subway sandwich you didn't finish.
Well, my ultimate solution is we have 5 chickens left, and if those 5 chickens go, we're done with chickens for a little bit. That's my
not a
ultimate
good solution. Unfortunately, you live in a state where there's no way you can get a permit to shoot that thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know,
I mean,
especially if you live in only 1 acre.
Yeah.
And 1 acre is not good even with a bow and arrow because you could
Right.
get a pass through and it could
Totally.
hit somebody's fucking.
Totally.
As a matter of fact, my friend Bruce said that one of his neighbors, someone shot a crossbow through a deer and it went through their window and stuck into their wall.
holy shit.
Yeah,
Can you
one of
imagine
his
that?
neighbors' walls got penetrated by a crossbow bolt. But whoever did that's a fucking asshole.
Yeah, they're
you know
an
that,
idiot.
and it's not legal either. It's
I'm
like
sure.
some jackass.
I'm sure.
Who
Yeah.
wanted to shoot a deer, maybe for food.
Probably poaching the deer with a crossbow, and yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Right,
I
yeah.
mean, that does happen. I mean, it does happen, especially in poor neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Like you could get so much meat off of a deer.
Oh, yeah.
Eating it for weeks and weeks.
Dude, last time I saw you at your LA studio, you gave me like 40 pounds of elk. I think I had my
Yeah.
last piece like 3 months ago. Like I savored that. I kept it.
Yeah.
I dulled it out. I'd only have it on special occasions. It was so good.
Yeah, I eat so much of that.
I know you do. Yeah,
So
thank
good
you for
for you.
that.
My
Yeah,
pleasure.
It's so good. It's
So good for you too. It's so nutrient dense. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like no other meat.
It really is.
Tastes
yeah.
different. Feels. It's like it looks different. It's like more firm when you push on it. It's like
And you do the liver, the heart, the everything.
yeah,
from
I eat
it, right?
everything. Yeah, I eat everything. I've been feeding the liver a lot to my dog too.
Yeah?
Yeah, I cook it and
Maybe that's why he's got that big head.
no, he's just. But
kidding.
my God, the way he eats it, it's crazy.
He goes nuts for it.
like
Yeah.
frenzied, like he's
Yeah.
a little crackhead. Like he can't help himself.
I do that we get tuna in California. I think I've shown you some pictures. And like I'll scrape the carcass, scrape the frame, and get all the bits of mushy, fatty tuna that's quite delicious, to be honest. But then I'll just boil it for the dog. The house stinks when you're boiling it. You have to cook it outside, whatever. But then you give the this dog just a bowl of boiled tuna meat.
Oh my God, they go nuts.
They go nuts. Like,
Yeah.
I've never seen him look at his dog food or kibble or a treat or anything like that.
No, that stuff sucks.
Yeah, exactly.
But you give him some elk liver, they go bonkers.
Yeah.
Yeah, he loves it.
Yeah.
He like sits there like staring at me, salivating, little drips on the ground, like a little
He
drool.
goes nuts.
It's funny.
He probably knows when you're cooking it, right? And
Oh,
he's
yeah.
like, he's dialed in.
Yeah, he knows also when I'm using a chopping board that there's a 1 out of 10 chance he's getting some of that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he'll like sit there, he hears chop, chop,
Yeah.
chop. looks
Wired
at me.
in. Yeah.
Come on, bro. Let this be the time. Let it be liver. Yeah, but you know, animal organs. It's funny how human beings at one point in time favored animal organs.
Right.
But it was the primary thing that we like to eat.
Yeah.
You know, like I had Sonny from Best Ever Food Review. He's got that.
Okay.
Have you ever seen that YouTube show?
No, I don't know.
Great YouTube show. And he travels all over the world eating with tribal people and going to exotic locations
Oh,
and
cool.
eating their foods. And it was amazing. Like he spent time with the Hadza in Tanzania, and he spent time with all these different tribal people where they were they killed a goat and they're scooping up the blood, the coagulated blood, and slurping
Drinking it,
So
yeah.
he's eating it there with them. He's like, oh.
Yeah, that's gnarly.
And they also take raw liver and squirt bile on it. And
Don't eat
gallbladder
bile.
juice.
No.
Yes.
Oh, that's gnarly.
And they enjoy it. That's what they like. They like to dip it in bile and blood and a mixture of the two.
I get eating liver. I've had the blood mixed with milk that the Maasai drink. They like put a plug in the
Yeah.
neck. I've had that, and it's palatable. I've accidentally cut the bile open on a fish once or twice, and just dude. I mean, maybe mammal bile's better, but I highly doubt
He
it.
says it's not.
Yeah.
He says it's awful.
So gross.
He
dude.
says it's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I
But
bet.
for whatever reason, these people have developed a taste for it, which is really fascinating.
But it probably goes back to what we were saying earlier, which is have they developed a taste for it, or do they just know that it's that good for them? So
Right.
their brain is telling them, because of the options available, eat it. Like,
Right.
This is going to benefit you.
Yeah, there's no options. It's just
Right.
survival.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
But liver was always a big thing with the Comanche. The Comanche would take liver, raw liver, and they would squirt bile on it.
Oh, I didn't realize that as well.
It's crazy. Like it's a very common thing to eat it that way.
It's become trendy again, too. And maybe it's just the pages that I follow or whatever, but I'm seeing way more of the eat animal organs, that consume every part of it now than I ever did even a year ago.
Well, I
would
think
say.
that started off with Paul
Yeah.
Saladino, and then it moved its way to the Liver King.
Sure.
And unfortunately, and like, you know, I think there's a lot of people that were duped into thinking they could actually look like that guy if they were eating raw liver and raw testicles.
But the message of eat those things is a good message.
Yes.
Yeah,
Eat those
right?
things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eat organs. That's really good for you. But,
Yeah.
but the idea that that's going to turn you. But I did read something about. Actually, I was informed by a friend that eating testicles, that it is possible that eating testicles has an androgenic effect.
Oh,
And that
interesting.
and you can actually get some oral form of testosterone from eating testicles. See if you can Google that. Because they've tested some testicle supplements. And through testing these testicle supplements, they found trace amounts of what would show up in a drug test as taking oral testosterone.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Also, just saying testing testicle supplements 3 times fast is. I was like waiting for you to fumble it. It was testing testicle supplements. That's cool. I mean, you're eating testosterone.
Yes.
Right? So it's just, there is
Right.
something there. You're not just digesting it, I guess. You're actually absorbing
Right,
it.
and
Yeah.
well, Rocky Mountain oysters was always like a big thing that cowboys would eat whenever they would castrate bulls
Yep.
and turn them into steers.
It's good. Have you had it?
I have.
It's good.
Yeah. It's not
Tastes
bad.
great.
It's
Yeah.
not bad.
I
Yeah.
mean, everything deep fried tastes good.
Yeah, I
but-
mean, it's not the best thing in the world.
Right.
You know, there's
Right.
definitely, I'd rather have a ribeye.
Yeah, any
It's
day.
better.
Yeah.
But
it's edible. You're not like
Yes.
forcing it down.
Right,
You're like,
right,
this
right.
is not bad.
yeah, it's not nasty.
Right.
It's just like, this is not bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's, you see anything about that?
People look at this.
Google.
I'm this is a explanation about it.
No, I understand. I was going to tell you, Google the whole package. Google testosterone found in the whole package. desiccated testicle supplements, because I think the whole package is one of those Liver King supplements. Him and Paul Saladino both were partners in one of these companies, whether it's Ancestral Supplements or the other one, where they sell desiccated or dehydrated liver and heart and kidneys. And I've taken their supplements. They're really excellent. But I think one of them, and I think it's called the whole package, has been shown to contain some oral form of testosterone.
Is it the whole beast? Because I've seen that being...
No.
Whole package. You're right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, the actual testing of it, not from them, from someone else.
But I think that's great, that people are choosing to eat these things, not just for their health, but the fact that there's much less animal waste. It's not all just going to dog food and things like that. It's like people are starting... It's trendy. It's cool. Paul, Liver King, whomever, they're turning this into a thing.
Yeah, Jamie, he actually sent it to me. Hold on a second. I can send it to you. Now I'm remembering. Second. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is good in that regard.
Yeah.
Is your airdrop on? There it goes. So this is someone actually tested, and this is what the results were that they had found, and this is from the whole package. So androstenedione 317-dione, 20 nanograms per gram.
I don't know what any
30
of
nanograms.
means.
Testosterone 250 nanograms per gram, 303 to 300 nanograms per gram. So what it is showing that there's some kind of androgens that are available, that people have detected in this supplement. Now, is that orally active? That's the question. Like, does it actually increase your testosterone by eating it?
Sure.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
You'll have to go after that. But eating organs, just the sheer nutrient content of like liver per se. I know a lot of people who, like my friend Derek, eats 1 ounce of liver every day.
Does he do it raw?
No, he
cooks it. Okay.
But he does it just for just for health benefits.
Yeah. And he feels a genuine change from eating it. Yeah.
I mean, it's undeniable that it's like a nutrient-dense food. It's really a superfood.
I know it's been said, on social media and stuff, but it's a lot of animals pick the liver if they have their choice. A lot of predators pick out livers. You know, orcas, lions, hyenas, all kinds of things. Wolves, if they have the choice, they are eating the liver immediately.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah. Well, that tells you something, right? That really does. It tells you that there is so much vital nutrient in that organ that it's being selected for over muscle meat, over other tissue, and you get different stuff from different parts of the animal. Skin has different stuff, but the fact that that's being selected for first, I mean, that should be an indicator. I think we can live our lives by things animals show us.
Yeah, well, you definitely can learn something from them. You've done a lot of diving, and, you do a lot of fishing. Are you concerned at all about mercury levels in fish? And
Yeah. I think that, if I had a diet of exclusively bluefin tuna, I'm certain I'd get, mercury poisoning, foggy-headed, all the things that come from that. But as long as you're varying it, and you're not, I think being pescatarian with wild apex fish, there's certain choices, right? Certain fish have much lower mercury levels than others.
And it's the apex ones, the ones that are the predators. They're the ones who get the higher fish content or the higher mercury content because they're eating all these other fish that spend a lot of time in the depths of the ocean where the heavy metal poisoning is. Is that the idea?
That's part of it. It's really just the bioaccumulation. So every fish has the same amount. This is very vague, but every fish has the same amount of mercury. But if you're a fish at the top of the food chain and you eat 1,000 small fish, that's all that mercury is accumulating because it doesn't dissipate. Versus if you're a fish lower down in the food chain, like a sardine, that's just eating microorganisms and algae. It's not accumulating a lot of mercury.
It's interesting you say that because I tested positive for arsenic from sardines.
Really?
Yeah.
How does that happen?
I got a blood test, and my doctor was like, "You have arsenic." I was like,
That's
"What?"
terrible.
Yeah, and he goes, "It's not a lot. He goes, it's a very small amount." He goes, "But what are you eating?" And he goes, "Are you eating any sardines?" I go, "Yeah, I eat a lot. I eat like 3 cans a day." I was eating
That's
a lot of sardines.
That is a lot.
Young and single and stupid.
Yeah.
And he said, "Don't do that." He said, "Let's do it again in a couple of months. Just cut that out of your diet." I cut it out of my diet. Went back. Nothing.
What,
No
do you know
arsenic
how
at
the
all.
arsenic is in sardines? I
Just
didn't
heavy
even
metal
know about
toxins.
That. Yeah.
They spend a lot of time in the low depths of the ocean where a lot of that stuff accumulates. Apparently.
Yeah. And all the radiation is more. Yeah. That's.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of concern about like our eastern bluefin tuna population, right? There's a population of bluefin tuna that basically just swim between Central America, us in California, Northern America, and over to Japan and back. They just do this big circle every year. And there's a lot of concern that when they're going over to Japan from Hiroshima and things like that, they're picking up a lot of radiation, and that's actually activating the mercury, right? And,
Oh, really?
Yeah, so there's been published studies on this, and I don't know exactly how much it's affected in those fish, but the fish going over there undeniably have higher amounts of mercury than the fish over on the west coast of the United States.
Wow.
Yeah.
The radiation activates the mercury.
Yeah, there's been some. I don't understand how. I don't understand how it's connected, but yeah.
How much time is left for these fish? If you think about how quickly, we want to talk about how we wiped out woolly mammoths, we wiped out
Yeah.
bison. We are wiping out fish at a fucking staggering rate.
An alarming rate. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's crazy, before we talk about how much time is left, scientists predict that 8 years is all it would take to bring it back to 100%, or maybe it was 98%. If we stopped fishing the ocean for 8 years, it would be back to nearly 100% fecundity. 100% perfect, nearly.
We'd have to get all the countries on board.
Yeah,
That means for
impossible.
8 years all the fishermen would starve.
And not to mention,
not
fish is the primary source of protein for like the majority of the planet.
Is it really?
It is, yeah.
The majority of the planet?
Yeah, well, that's certainly everywhere coastal. But the majority of the planet's majority of protein comes from fish. Yeah, which is why, and we are wiping out, it's 100 million sharks a year we're killing. Just sharks. 100 million a year. Just think about that. That is so many animals. Yeah, so, are the oceans fucked? My short answer is no, because I don't like to think in that doom and gloom. I think that we have the ability and the knowledge to overcome it. We just have to figure out how we're going to do that. I think if we continue at the rate that we're doing it, we're going to see a big collapse. And by the way, people seem to forget about this. If we lose the ocean, we all die. It's the biggest carbon neutralizer. It gives us all of our protein. Like, there's a million reasons why the ocean, it's where all our rain comes from. Everything is connected to the ocean. And if we fuck that up completely, we're gone. Yeah. And yet, here we are, like, day after day, doing everything we can.
Just dumping stuff into the ocean.
Everything.
And using giant nets and scooping up every fucking living thing that gets caught in it. Yeah.
Everything. Those trawlers that are, like, scraping the bottom, all the starfish and skates and coral reefs. It's crazy that we do
Meanwhile,
that.
I love sushi.
It's the best. Favorite food in the whole world. I know. But we're all hypocrites in that regard.
It's
but
so fucked. There's just so many goddamn people and so much need.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, if people were forced to gather their own food and hunt for their own food, and you had like a few months out of the year that all you did was hunt and fish, and then you stored it all and stockpiled it, and we'd have a completely different thought about like where food comes from.
100%.
But the fact that you can just pull in a Jack in the Box, get a burger,
Right.
or
Eat a piece of cow, no
fillet of
problem.
fish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the connectedness, man. I stand by that. I think I've become more and more of a proponent for it as I get older, but it's just like people need to connect with nature and connect with animals. If they can do that, they can have appreciation. They're more willing to make smart choices. I'm not saying don't eat sushi. I fucking love sushi. It's my favorite food in the whole world. But I still try and make smart choices. Like, I try not to get 5 orders of bluefin tuna for the obvious reason that that's typically bluefin tuna that's getting wiped out, right?
Right.
But it's because I'm connected, because I go diving and I love the ocean and I see those fish. And so I just think people need to connect to nature more.
Yeah, we're very disconnected. It's just such a new thing, too, that human beings live in these massive population centers like
Right.
Los Angeles and New York, and are so removed from the process of like where their food comes from.
Completely and utterly. To the point that humans are disgusted by it. Like you see these comments online, are like, "Oh my God, how can you cut that fish up, or how can you fillet that that deer, or clean that elk, or whatever?" It's like, where the fuck do you think your food's coming from?
Yeah.
And they're disgusted by the process, and yet those are the same people that are going and eating it.
Well, and they're the same people, if they're not eating fish and meat, they don't understand what monocrop agriculture is doing to the earth.
And that's 10 times worse.
It's the worst.
It's, dude, we went to Borneo. I've never been so heartbroken in my entire life looking at an environment. We went to Borneo to look for this primate species, Miller's grizzled langur. And from the moment...
What are you looking for? You just mumbled that out.
Sorry, the Miller's grizzled langur, called the Dracula monkey. It's a monkey with this big collar. We found it. The first one seen in 30 years. We got it on trail camera.
What does that look like?
It's awesome. Jamie can pull it up. You know what a langur
So you
is?
found one? So they were thought to be extinct?
Yeah, for 30 years. Yeah.
Wow. They call him a Dracula monkey?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yep.
What a cool looking monkey.
The picture to the left is our picture. That one right there.
Right there?
Yeah, that's my picture. I think. Yeah, I think that's our picture. Rare monkey discovered.
Discovered in Borneo.
Yep. So they hadn't been seen for like 30 years, and there's this incredible professor I worked with, and she pointed me in the right direction. Then we worked with the right people. There's me right there in the Dracula monkey. Anyway, yeah. So we went and found this guy. But the point being, we landed in Borneo. We drove for 2 days to get to this primary piece of jungle. For 2 days, all we saw was oil palm. For 2 days. I'm not joking. It's just like 8-9 hours of driving per day, plantation after plantation of monoculture, one singular crop, wiping out virgin primary jungle to plant this oil palm. It was devastating, and nothing lives in it.
And palm oil is used for
Everything.
everything.
Your Nutella, your peanut butter, it's like the cheapest version of oil. And so it's in tons, especially sweet food products. It's in everything. And again, I love Nutella, but I try not to buy it because I've been to Borneo and I've seen it. I'm not saying everybody can do that, but at least I've been connected to it enough to now try and make those decisions. You know, and it's just, man, that monoculture and seeing it, and then you get into this tiny little patch of virgin jungle, right? That's like whatever, a couple 100 miles or whatever, tiny compared to the island, and it's so alive and verdant. Yeah, this is what it looks like. Wow. Just for days, Joe. I'm not kidding. It is devastating to see. And there's
so all that wildlife, all that habitat is all destroyed for this monocrop.
Yep, all gone. Yes, look at that picture. 1950 versus 2020. Look at that. 1950, look at the amount of virgin jungle. 2020, look what's left.
Wow. It's literally like there's maybe 30% left.
And so we drove up that sort of coastline that you see there, and it's just, you just see nothing. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Jamie. And you just, it's unfathomable that we can do this. And it's because it's cheap. It's because labor in Indonesia is cheap. It's cheap to produce the crop. Everything's getting torn up like that, looking like those mines, and that's just for plantation. And nothing, you go into it at night, right? Like with a headlamp or whatever, silent. Just silent. No crickets, no bats, no birds, silent. You get into these little patches of jungle, noises and crickets and bugs and bees and monkeys.
I heard the night in the jungle is just deafening.
It's amazing. It's deafening, but I don't care who you are, you will sleep well listening to it because it's natural. It's like the kind of thing you pay for to play, you know, when you go to sleep, sleep sounds. And it's like loud and crazy, but like you lay down and you listen to it and you just drift off right to sleep. Whereas if I'm in New York, you know, and like in a high-rise staying there, I can't sleep at all listening to the ambulances and the, you know, it's just crazy.
Yeah, no, I can't either.
Yeah.
I don't like hearing that shit. Well, Forrest, Still Alive. It's your book. It's available now. Did you do the audio version of it?
I did.
Did you narrate it?
I did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
My scratchy voice, if
well,
you want.
I'm happy. I love when an author reads their own book. It's really depressing when they hire some actor to read it when you know they're disconnected from the subject matter. Especially
you helped me write that. You don't even know that.
How did I help you?
When we went to see the Wolves together, we were sitting in the car, and you're like, dude, get out from under the thumb of these networks. Do your own thing. Do more of it. Because I was griping about how tough it is to get, you know, Animal Planet Discovery, whatever, on board for some of these projects. And you're like, just go fucking do it, dude.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right. And that was like, I think we hung out in January and COVID hit in March.
Yes.
And COVID hit, and I was like, well, I'm stuck at home. I'm going to write a book.
Well, I'm glad you did, man. I'm glad you're thinking along those ways, because I think if you did a show and just did it on YouTube or did it on some other platform,
yeah,
I mean, you'd probably have way more views even than you're getting off of the networks, because people just aren't watching TV like
not.
they used to. People are really fascinated by the internet. They're watching things on their phones. They're
Yep.
watching Apple TV and Netflix, and that's where people are getting their stuff. They're getting it from the internet.
You're right, and that's where I'm going. We've started this thing called The Wild Times, which is our YouTube thing, and it's super fun. It's very like talk show, but we talk about wildlife news and what's happening in the world, and started to do some content for it.
Beautiful.
It's fun, man, and I'm
How do
still
people
doing the
find that?
shows. It's on YouTube and Spotify and all those places called The Wild Times.
Is it
podcast?
your YouTube channel? What
Yeah.
is the channel itself?
There it is, right there.
Okay, Wild Times Pod on YouTube.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's fun, and that's, the book, and I'm still doing Shark Week shows and stuff like that. I'm just trying to do all of it. And a big
Beautiful.
part of that is thanks to you. So
My pleasure, brother.
Yeah.
My pleasure. I'm excited you're doing that. Thank you very much for being here. Go get the book, folks. It's out now. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, dude.
Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
And we're up.
Yes.
What's up, boys?
What's
happening?
going on? Not
Welcome
much.
aboard.
I'm all strapped in.
You got your paper
No.
in front of you. You're ready to go.
Yeah, this was just here.
Just hit the blunt. You're ready to fucking take some notes, dude.
Exactly.
You seem like a guy ready to take notes.
That's pretty
We'll
accurate.
jot some notes.
Counterpoints. Well, actually.
You'll see some notes.
You guys started out together?
Yeah.
Nice.
Live together. Grew
Nice.
together. I was his best man at his wedding.
Oh,
Yep.
shit.
This is my guy.
Gave a speech.
Wow.
Give a speech.
Oh,
the speech
no.
was nice.
Concise.
good?
I was fucked up.
Unbelievable.
Were you?
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I was like,
Bud Lights?
yeah,
How many?
I have no idea. A wedding? Dude, you think protect our parks or something?
Yeah. Became an abstract
A
number.
wedding. I like wet my pants. And I was like, oh shit, I got to give a speech. I was like, I'll be all right. I'm used to giving speeches. I got up there, I was like, Matt's wife, you're crazy. Matt, you're fucking nuts. This thing might be crazy enough to work, folks. That was it. That was the whole speech.
This thing might be crazy enough to work. Isn't it wild that, like, so many people get married, but half of them fail?
Yeah.
Like, you would think that more people would be like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Matt's.
I'm divorced. I was my second time around.
Oh, really?
I got married relatively young, though.
But I think then it's like a practice run. Like, you learn, like, oh, I
Exactly.
can fix this. Let me try this again.
Yeah. I mean, girlfriends, that was like free play mode. It didn't even count. Getting married is fucked up. When, like, you're like, I got married the first time because I was like, yeah, I'll get married, I guess.
When you
that was all I thought. I was
when
like,
you
cool.
got divorced, was it a pain in the ass? Like, was it a big one?
I mean,
Or
yeah.
was it fairly...
I mean, it wasn't like, we didn't have kids, so it wasn't like, like,
But did you have to go through financial bullshit?
no, I didn't have any money.
That's
Jackpot.
Yeah, I had absolutely nothing.
Bro, watching people get drained, watching, like, rich dudes get drained, and you see them going from not having to worry about anything to, like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Like, how am I going to cover my bills?
Yeah.
I've
Like,
seen
get rid
that.
of
I've
houses.
seen that multiple times,
Yeah.
man. I've seen guys get hurt in divorces. Hurt. Oh, just like Leon Edwards in the head.
Yeah, just slap.
Get
Yeah.
stiffened up.
It's a miserable endeavor. It sucks. Even if you're not losing money, it's
That's
pretty
when we
shitty.
met. That's when me and Matt met.
Yep.
I was like, we started hanging out, and then he started getting a divorce, and I was right there for it. It was nice. It was
I
nice
moved
to,
from a marriage into a house of like 5 comedians. We all just yeah, it was fucking sick. On an air
Fucking
mattress.
Nice.
Did 2 years on an air mattress.
That's nice.
My air mattress would deflate, and I take it back to Walmart in the box, return it, get a new one.
Bro, if my wife ever leaves me, I'm buying a ranch and I'm inviting everybody to live there.
Usually women
build you some houses. I'm gonna
women
buy
do
a
initiate the divorce.
giant chunk of land and I'll
Incredible.
build everybody a house. Let's go.
it'd be like Stanhope's, though. There'd be a
Let's
fire
go.
eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah, Stanhope's roof, his ceiling caught on fire. Like,
It was
what,
in his attic.
like, what was going on up there?
It was in his attic. It was an electrical fire.
Oh, yeah, no, that shit
And
happened.
he has like a metal roof, so the roof didn't catch fire.
Oh, no,
So
just
shit
the house.
just burned. Yeah.
Is it fixed? Or is it
I
fucked
doubt
for
it.
a while?
I think he's fucked for a couple
Is he
months.
still living there?
No.
I could see him living there with the big hole in the ceiling.
It would mean nothing to him.
Fucking viewed
It
the
would be
sky.
nothing to him.
It hardly rains out there
Yeah,
anyway.
but it gets cold at night.
It does get cold. Isn't that wild? It's like near Mexico, but it gets cold as fuck. The desert's weird.
Yeah, I've never been. I want to go.
Well, why does it get so cold? Is it not
The sand.
retain
It's
heat?
probably the sand.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I'm guessing, but
I would guess
I
it
feel
is,
like
too.
the sand is just
Sand, yeah.
doesn't do shit.
Didn't Francis Ngannou have a very similar story about crossing the Sahara? When he crossed the Sahara, didn't he say it was like really fucking cold at night?
Yeah, it's freezing.
I don't get it.
It's like sand doesn't retain heat. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
It doesn't hold the heat.
Water just passes through. It's fucking bullshit, actually.
Shit.
Fucking doesn't do a goddamn thing.
You know
it's
what's
hot as
fucked?
fuck and cold as fuck.
What's that?
Lack of humidity.
Lack of humidity. Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, the Sahara
Kinda.
Desert used to be a fucking rainforest.
Really?
Yeah, that's like the normal path of things. We look at stuff through such a narrow window that we think, oh, the desert's the desert, the jungle's the jungle. But there's a natural path that goes back and forth between things becoming like rainforest and jungle, and then things becoming sand.
We talking about the ice caps too? How apparently that was lush. Someone told me
Oh,
that
yeah.
used to be lush forest. That became. We're in an ice age right now, technically. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
I heard if we have polar ice caps, that's technically an ice age. But I could
Oh,
be
really?
wrong. My cousin told me that.
Your cousin might be on Reddit.
His cousin's
My
definitely on
cousin
Reddit.
go through our conspiracy.
Definitely on
My,
Reddit.
my cousin was reassuring me. He's like, dude, the ice caps will fully melt and it'll just be lush and we'll all move up there. You know, hundreds of years.
Well, if global warming does keep accelerating, that's the people that have the most optimistic view of it. They say all the places that are wicked cold will just move into those.
I was listening to that guy. He was talking about how like the Midwest, like Minnesota
Yeah.
and shit. That'll be like Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
It'll be
going to get a
nice.
lot warmer.
I'm gonna recross the Bering Strait.
You gotta
Nice.
get back.
I'm gonna go back
I think
to
it's the
Pangaea.
opposite, though. It's going to get more water. You're looking at it wrong.
So I get my time.
If an ice
timeline's
age
closed.
happens, then you can make that walk.
Need that.
Yeah.
That was my favorite, Jones. He was like, "Fuck global warming. The ice caps are growing," and everyone was like, "Shut the fuck up." And then one quick Google, you're like, "God damn it, he's right."
They're growing.
Antarctica is.
So Leonardo DiCaprio is wrong.
Leonardo DiCaprio can get.
He
fucked.
talked to the scientists.
All these fucking scientists, even the scientists don't agree, because like there's a mass group of scientists that will tell you, and this is undeniable, that human beings have had a big impact on carbon emissions. But you know that volcano that just erupted? Where'd that volcano just erupt?
I mean,
There's one
Iceland had a
that
big
just
one.
cracked.
recently.
Some guy put this. I would like to find out if this is true. Some guy put this on Twitter that there was more CO2 released from that one volcano erupting than everything human beings have ever done.
Really?
I don't know if it's true. Sounds amazing though.
I like it.
I've heard math in the
Shut
parts per
down some
million.
cucks with that kind
Yeah,
of talk.
I like it. I'll be at the cellar trying to dish that out. They'll be like, "Where did you find that?" I'll be like, "Don't worry about it."
You see, people
Don't
worry
worry
about all
about it.
kinds of things, but super volcanoes is what you really should worry about. They've knocked humanity down to just a few thousand people in the past.
Really?
Yeah, 70,000 years ago. We've talked about it before. I think it's called the Toba. Is that what it is? The Toba volcano? It's a super volcano. I think it's near Indonesia. Fact-checked, volcanoes do not produce more CO2 emissions than human activity.
Reuters is on your ass, dude.
Yeah.
They probably typed that up in real time.
So this was June 8th of 2022. So this was one they were talking. God, I wish I saved it. It was one of those things I was looking on Twitter. I'm like, wow, better Google that later.
That one little burp by Mount Etna.
But he said he was going to release data that proved this.
I mean,
One
my
little burp by Mount Etna has already put more than 10 times the CO2 in the atmosphere than mankind has in our entire time on Earth. Don't worry about a scam is in the works to tax your minuscule footprint. Oh, this is a meme that someone put out? I didn't see a meme. I saw someone's tweet. They might have stole the meme and tried to be clever. Or the meme might have come from this guy's tweet as well. Same allegation has been shared here in 2016. An iteration posted on Twitter June 2nd is retweeted nearly 9,000 times. Yeah, it might all be horseshit.
yeah, I mean, but my
That's
thing
a
is,
lot, though. Look
That,
at all
that looks like a lot of
That looks
stuff.
like
it's a
lot of
big ass
stuff.
cloud. I'd say that's 40% CO2 if I had to put my eye on
if I
that.
had to just one glance at it.
Well, it's just funny to be like, nah, the Earth's not warming up. Just to no, does anyone know
No one-
the temperature of the
both-
entire Earth?
Both
Doubt
people are silly. The people with limited research that say it's nothing to worry about, and the people with limited research that say we're all gonna die. Both
Yeah.
people are silly. The ones that make the most sense to me. I had a guy named Steve Koonin on the podcast. He's a physicist who got into. That's what he is, right? Koonin. And he, I forget how he was tasked with going about looking into climate change. But what he found was that the periods of ups and downs have always existed. Like this idea that the Earth has ever been at a stable temperature that it stays like this. That's just not the case. It goes up and it goes down, and it seems like it's always done that forever, and it varies wildly. Like they have these big giant spikes up and down. But this is over thousands and thousands of years, right? Maybe millions of years, where they're predicting like how long. But for sure, we're having an impact. But the question is like, how much impact? Like, what is the difference? And would it be happening anyway? Would it be warming up anyway? If we didn't do anything to fuck up the environment, then we could look at the environment for what it is. We could say, oh, look, it looks like it's warming up. Well, we know we're not doing anything about that.
Yeah.
If we had no impact, but we know we have an impact.
Yeah, but the thing no one thinks about is we were like, we escaped from nature in like a blind rush out of just being constantly destroyed by like floods and eaten by predators, and we set up this whole system so we can like eat and not all die.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, fuck this, and it's like, I mean, we can definitely tweak it to be better, but Jesus Christ, man. A little bit of appreciation.
A little bit of
I'm a
appreciation of
classicist.
what we've done. It's amazing what people have done, but yeah, for sure, we could do a lot of the shit better.
Dude, like plastic bags, they could figure out different technology for something that doesn't sit in the ocean for, you know.
Well, they can make biodegradable plastic now.
Why don't? That's my thing. Why don't they?
Well,
That's
it's
a
not-
practical
Get to
one.
it.
Plastics, as they are now, I think most of them are just made with fossil fuels, right?
Yeah.
Most plastics. But I know they're putting out like biodegradable plastics that are made from plant. You can actually make plastic from hemp, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, it was wild. I read that. I was like, what?
I don't like it. I got to bring my own bags to my grocery store, and I forget them every time. So then I buy one. Now
Like
I've
the
got a whole
canvas
fucking,
bags?
I got piles of bags
Get
in
a
my apartment.
stick. Get a stick with a bandana.
I might, dude.
All your groceries.
Get some beans, dude.
It is a
Send
good
my girlfriend
move.
out for beans.
It is a good move that they just don't just give away bags anymore. Like, even though it's real convenient, it's probably better if you bring a bag.
It is.
Yeah.
You know,
But who's going to remember that?
nobody. Yeah, but we've
I
never
walk
remembered
outside
it.
my front door and go, fuck, I forgot a bag.
But isn't that a thing
I
that
don't
we
feel
can
like
adjust
unlocking
to?
We'll adjust to it, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on if you're a walking apartment person versus someone who drives.
Yeah.
Like if you're driving to the supermarket, it makes sense to just leave a bag in your trunk.
Yeah.
But if you're a walking person in an apartment and you're in the city and you forget a bag, that's annoying.
Or just do paper bags and burn them.
Yeah,
What
but
about
then
the
you kill
CO2
trees.
emissions, dude? What about the emissions?
What about the emissions, bro?
Goes up in the air.
Oh, it goes away?
Goes straight through space. Goes out into space. I don't know what these fucking pussies are talking about, dude. Global warming is fucking not real. I'm sick of it.
I had Randall Carlson on my podcast. He's an expert in collisions, like cosmic collisions on Earth. And he said, he goes, global warming is not good. He goes, but what's really bad is global cooling.
Oh.
He goes, global cooling is terrifying. Ice ages, that's where everybody dies.
Yeah.
That's where there's no food. That's where you're fucking starving to death.
Dude, how do we make it? How do we make it through the Ice Age?
How do
Well,
we?
you'd
How
have
did
to
we?
move. You moved. You know,
okay.
or the hardiest of hardy people, they hunted and gathered, like the Inuit. They basically can't grow any vegetables.
What a fucking bullshit life.
What a scary life,
In a
dude.
fucking ice cave.
You're
just-
living in an ice house covered in animal skins.
Hopefully you stab something in the next month.
And you're just
Get to eat
looking
it.
for fat. You're just
Yeah.
looking for blubber to eat. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's what your body uses for fuel.
Yeah, but imagine how much you could just like slide on ice though. Like you're
Yeah,
walking.
that'd
Probably
be
a lot
fun.
of sliding.
That's
Probably
probably
good
And
at it.
fucking in
You're
there.
probably nasty, dude.
Dude, fucking in there.
Oh, they're probably
Getting
God,
all
animal
the layers
skins.
get in there together.
Imagine fucking
snuggle.
in an ice house that you made with a fire in the center of it, on animal skins of animals you killed, knowing that there's no doctors anywhere. So if your woman gets pregnant, like you're pulling it out of there in the middle of the tundra with polar bears around your ice house.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but they had no concept of doctors.
They had no
I
concept
mean, of
of
course
any
there were,
other
of
life.
course there were
Medicine
people
man?
that figured shit out.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like he wasn't like, fuck, I wish I had a doctor.
Dude, if you grow up like that, that's how you live. And
Yeah.
people are adaptable as shit. I had this dude on Sonny from Best Ever Food Review yesterday, and he went and lived with these tribal people and hunted with them and ate what they ate. He reviews like exotic foods from all over the world, and like he's like with these tribal people slurping blood out of the carcass of a goat that they just shot. They're slurping it up with their hands, and you can tell he's like barely getting through it on camera. But it's like that's their normal life. For them, it wasn't gross at all. It was totally normal. This is how you get food.
Yeah.
You know, you don't let the blood go to waste. You slurp it out of the body cavity.
Damn.
Neanderthals' healthcare skills helped them survive through the Ice Age. What?
Damn, dude.
Is that a trap?
No, they said like they found people with broken bones. They're not sure exactly how it did it, but since they were in such small tribes, if they lost someone, it would have been catastrophic to the group. So they all had to work to keep everybody alive also too.
Dude.
Yeah, I mean, they probably eventually figured out how to set an arm, right, and put a stick there and tie it down. You know,
just sitting in a fucking igloo.
Yeah, and bro, they don't always grow back good. You know, there's a lot of like,
Man, you get some mangled arms. Dude.
yeah, but there's a lot of like bones that they found of people. That's a hard life.
Oh,
man.
man, monsters like
Yeah.
tigers.
Oh, jeez, you getting shit bit off all the time.
I'm thinking more about your cave wife.
Yeah, what
Before,
kind of
like,
life
women had words, and then you get home, and they just be like, ah, and you're like, ah.
No words, just
No, just
no words.
You gotta be like,
Okay. I bet they were horny all the time. I bet all they did was just fucking throw spears and go gather food.
Yeah, probably.
yeah, the more we're talking about it, the more I'm coming around on
Yeah,
this. How
because
sick that shit would have been,
They
dude.
they must be so primal. Those people.
You don't know where the fuck
Like
you
the
are.
early
You're just
people,
gonna die.
like if people from like 300,000 years ago, whatever a person was back then, they must be so horny,
Yeah, well, that's why they had all those
hairy and shit, just
Yeah.
looking to fuck and throw spears and
smelling each
fighting
other.
off animals.
Well, that's why they had all those fucked up rituals, because they, in their world, nature, like violence, they just like put on a pedestal. 'Cause that
Yeah.
was like the coolest thing. That was like the ultimate life force back then, just getting squashed by like animals and rocks. So they would reenact it all the time.
Could you imagine if you can go back and get like one of them Neanderthal dudes and like enter him into a wrestling tournament?
It's
I mean,
I'll just teach him a few moves.
He'd bite right away.
He'd bite immediately.
First guy to grab.
a beast.
But like a Neanderthal is probably so much stronger than people. Their bones are different. They're built different. They're like 5'7", 200 plus pounds. They're built like chimps.
Yeah.
Like big, powerful chimps.
You'd have to put them down, dude. Can't have them out here.
Do you think that they fucked us or we fucked them?
We seduced them. I think we seduced them for sure.
Yes.
Imagine me
human
laying in wait, dude.
One of those guys came by.
Plus, back then, like having a powerful woman would be very attractive because then you'd have kids that could survive. Like
Yeah.
your gene pool, your gene line would keep going on.
Yeah.
Going for China.
Yeah.
You want one night in China?
China the wrestler. You want a bulky
Night
ass
in
bitch,
China.
dude.
She was probably the hottest, dude.
China would have been a
Dude, I did Fear Factor with China,
Xena.
and after she completed one of the stunts, she got out and like full flexed and goes, "Who's the man?" She said, "Who's the man?"
yeah.
I guess it's just what you say.
Yeah.
She had a wild voice.
Big lady.
She did.
How tall was she?
I don't know, but when women take steroids like that, they develop a male midget's voice. She's like, "Here's that man."
Didn't X-Pac take her down?
You shouldn't say midget. So
Yeah, look at this.
Midge.
Coolio was on it.
nice.
Coolio won it.
Damn.
There she
Damn,
is.
dude.
Dude.
Hasselhoff. right?
Hasselhoff,
thing that
Hasselhoff's thinking
sucks-
about it.
Dude, this squad is nuts, dude.
The thing is, yeah, you know,
Hasselhoff.
3 of them are dead.
Yeah, dude.
3 of those
That
people
might
on
be a
that show are
cursed
dead.
episode, dude.
Oh my god.
What did
Yeah.
China die of?
Kelly Preston died, China died, and Coolio died.
What took China out?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Pile driver.
Kane broke into her house.
She did porn for a while.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it was the one night in China. That was her porn.
Oh, that was the name of
wasn't
it.
it X-Pac who was? I think
You
X-Pac. was
fucking
dude.
love X-Pac.
Dude,
Who's X-Pac?
the wrestler. Generation X.
This is like my favorite story of
It's bull. It's
Matt
true.
told me the story. He was like, dude, I saw X-Pac once. He was in an airport.
Dude, I was
standing there.
like 12.
I was like, yo,
I was 12.
X-Pac, what's up? And
I
he
gave
didn't
him
even
the, I
look
was
at
like,
me.
X-Pac. I gave him the suck it.
He
This
goes,
dude,
he didn't even look at me. I was like, dude, every
He didn't
dude
even
looks
look
like
at you?
X-Pac. No,
Yeah,
it wasn't him.
A lot of dudes look like
That's
X-Pac.
he saw a guy that looked like that in the
Yeah,
airport. It was
you
like
could be-
X-Pac.
I
You
saw a
could
guy.
be dead. I know 5 guys that look like that.
Every dude looks
Just
like
from
this.
jiu-jitsu class.
Dude, I was 12. He had a cut sleeve denim vest.
Bro,
Every gas
if you live in a Mexican neighborhood, you see that dude every day. You see that dude every day.
Young Pac.
Oh, that was when he was
X-Pac
young,
does
huh?
rule though. The Bronco Buster. I did
on,
not
man.
think it was gay.
Not at all.
There was not one part of me that thought it was gay.
What's the Bronco Buster?
The guy gets put in the turnbuckle and he's like sitting.
Uh-huh.
X-Pac jumps and puts his dick in his face. That's it. That's his closer. It's
That's a
over.
good closer.
It is pretty sick.
That's
And he
pretty
gets up and
solid.
says, "Suck my dick."
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So this is what he
There it
does?
There it is, dude.
He's getting ready.
Actually,
And this guy's got his girl sitting on his lap, and she's nodding like, "Yeah, fuck his face."
he's gonna
Here it goes.
assault this man.
Fuck, dude. This was the
Oh
ice
my
age. This
God,
was
that-
the ice age.
That is insane.
Suck it.
That is insane. That's his finishing move.
See Triple H.
You
is like,
imagine your finishing
Hell
move. Imagine pitching that in a meeting. Vince, here's my plan. I'm gonna lay a dude against the turnbuckle. I'm gonna fuck his face, and then I'm gonna do like this here. Suck it.
Genius. X-Pac, you've done it again.
What do you think about the Saudis buying the WWE? The rumor, the unsubstantiated rumor that the
heard it.
Saudis are.
You met
buying
Lemaire.
WWE.
He's an autistic man. He loves WWE, and he's not happy about it.
Yeah, he was very mad last
He's
night.
upset
in the
about
green
it?
room. All him and Tony would do was talk about it last night in
Tony
the green
likes
room.
wrestling.
Dude,
They
they're
were
gonna-
very upset.
Are they gonna let like the wrestlers hit women and shit?
Well, that's the thing. They're saying they might not. Their conspiracy is no women. They're going to be able to bulldog all of them. It's going to be Attitude Era again.
Let's be pulling women out of cars.
Dude, they're going to 3D May off the fucking Jumbotron. Remember they did that? There was
They're
an
gonna
old
bring
woman.
him in to do that on chicks.
There was an old woman in the WWF, and these two dudes. You remember the Dudley? Wasn't it Dudley?
Dudley
boys?
twins, yeah.
Dude, they tossed
Dudley
like an
brothers.
80-year-old woman off the. Jamie.
What did they do?
That'd be sick if
Toss
they
her off
made
the
this
turnbuckle?
You'll see.
No,
It's-
no.
No.
This is Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia saw this and was like, "We're in. We're very interested."
Oh
so this
no!
is the, she's got a neck brace on.
This is a long bit, so I'll kind of zoom ahead, but
There's Lemaire.
there's mad. They brought her out, so she's standing up there watching.
Oh my god!
And
Mark
And she's
Henry.
yelling and
sexual
screaming.
assault.
And so they
back
roll
up.
her.
The Dudley boys.
The Dudley boys are so nice.
Oh, Bubba Ray Dudley.
So granted,
What are they going to do to this old lady?
I think he's on a power bomber.
Oh, he's trying to push her down the ramp.
Crowd.
No, dude. They want it.
I wouldn't do that.
This is blood, dude. This is the arena. Spill her blood.
This is hilarious.
Feed her to the lions.
This is actually a great. This is a great idea. This is funny.
Says.
You'll see. It's really not that funny.
Everyone's thought about doing this. No! No!
Fuck, man. What the fuck? He just did a lateral drop on a table.
Dude, power bomb in your
What do they
grandma.
call that? What do they
That's a
call it?
power bomb, dude. That was
Yeah.
a power
Power
bomb
bomb.
through a table.
Dude, the fact that your brain carried this for 22 years. This has been in your brain for 22 years.
Bro, what
It
kind
happened.
of damage did it do to that lady's brain? I mean, I don't care what you say. That lady got impact from that. There was some impact involved in that.
Damn, I wonder if there was like a nursing home pipeline to the
He's not
WWE.
like she's not protected there. Look at her hands. That's
She's
a real
older
old
than she
lady,
goes.
bro. That probably took memories.
He's
from
talking
her.
shit. Oh no, it's Mark Henry. He's saying,
probably
"I
like,
love
are you
you."
okay? Are you dead?
Dude, they killed an old
Jesus
lady.
Christ. Okay.
That's fun.
He's rubbing his head. He's like, I'm going to get this pinned on me. Fuck it.
What the fuck, man?
I'm getting arrested. Damn, dude.
So yeah, they used the WWE's not afraid to put hands on
It's
women.
coming
dude.
back. It's coming
now,
back.
They did get away from it. Now with the Saudis, we might be back to the classics. putting geezers through tables is fucking crazy. That was probably in like Rochester, New York. Rochester, are you ready for Raw?
Fuck yeah! Oh my god, that's so nuts.
You ever go to one of those? A wrestling?
No, Tony's been trying to get me to go to
It's so fucking
WrestleMania
fun. Dude.
forever.
It's so fun.
Forever, but now that the Saudis bought it, allegedly. Is that
Yeah.
real? What's the? Still not real.
Damn.
Did we Snopes that yesterday?
They were still investigating it.
It's going to be cool. If the Saudis get it, there's a chance it gets better.
Who owns it? Does Vince McMahon still own it now, or is he focused
Well,
on
they kicked him out because he got busted with a bunch of floozies.
Yeah, he's,
What?
Paying a bunch of ladies with
Who would've-
company cash.
Who would have thought all
or
that money
something.
went to that?
Yeah.
Got to keep people. Look, if you look like that and you're 7 years old and you're the head of the WWE, you're slinging dick.
Yeah,
What do you want him to do?
What do you want him to do? I'd be more disappointed if he wasn't slinging dick.
If
It's
he was a
Vince McMahon.
faithful married man,
He's a gigantic barbarian man who's like 79
Yeah,
years
he's
old and
awesome.
works out with a chain around his neck. You ever see how jacked he is?
Yeah, he's fucking
he,
ridiculous.
Show me
yeah.
a picture of
He
Vince
was.
McMahon jacked. No, still jacked.
No, I watched him get stunned at WrestleMania. It's tough, dude.
Did you see the?
Lemaire got me. Lemaire was hanging out with me, and he was like, "It's WrestleMania today," and I was like, "I don't give a fuck." And then he started like putting up old highlights to get pumped for the thing. And
Dude, I used to love Stone Cold.
my bad. It was
Look, dude, look at that.
Dude, he's
No,
super
obviously.
jacked and he's 150,000
it's
years
from the
old.
front, dude. See him from the side. He's got the fucking.
What does he got?
He's hunched, dude.
Oh my god, dude.
That's pretty new. That's with him and McAfee.
Let him do his thing.
Obviously, I'm not
I know
truly
that. I know. Yeah, of
criticizing,
course
but
not. Of
when he
course
got
not.
stunned,
I'm talking about I'm talking about his extramarital affairs.
oh,
You're giving him a hard time about his physique, Shane? Really?
Joe,
No,
that sounded kind of personal.
I'm stunned.
Yeah,
I mean,
got
he
stunned.
looks good. He looks good. I think he's 80-something years old.
Well, that's incredible.
he looks better than Schwarzenegger.
How old is he? Let's guess.
77.
I say he's.
You just saw it.
I didn't see it.
Did it come up?
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
I say he's 80 years old.
Review the tape. I didn't even
Yeah,
see it.
what's the Scott? You're saying you said he.
He said he looks like shit.
No, he was because back like 10 years ago, he was like
Yeah, he was
yoked,
yoked,
cover
yeah.
of fucking
Back when
Men's
he was
Health.
70.
Back when he was 70. And I thought that was gonna be the same guy that came out in WrestleMania. And now you can see its age. You can see it's wearing on him.
Let me see.
Yeah.
He got stunned and it was he couldn't even.
You're
So
saying
what's
he didn't
his
recover
age?
from the stunner.
He got stunned and couldn't go down.
He hated Stone Cold, bro.
Here's
Stone
the
Cold
match.
stole his youth.
But Jamie, how old is he?
77. Yeah, you had it right.
How old is it?
77.
77.
Yes, he looks great.
Bro, he looks fucking great for 77. 77, you're supposed to be a dead man. You're not supposed to be pro
He
wrestling.
would whoop my ass. Obviously,
Yeah.
he would beat my
He's-
ass, dude. He'd slap me.
Bro, he's older than my mom. And look at this. Boom. Not a lot of fucking hit behind that.
Not much going on.
I'm telling
Oh,
you,
he threw him into the turnbuckle. Pat McAfee goes down.
McAfee goes hard on this.
He's a nice. He sells very well for him.
What are you saying? This isn't real?
No.
What the fuck are you saying, Jamie?
When we saw him, he was in a neck brace. He just got thrown through a table.
McAfee?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that, kids. Those guys get busted up more than anybody. When I've had those pro wrestlers in here,
Oh, God.
like Diamond
Yeah.
Dallas Page, his body had been through fucking hell. That's why he invented that yoga. He's got his own yoga system, and he's like helped all these wrestlers that are all fucked up completely rehabilitate their body and get their motion back.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it's like a hardcore yoga. The dude's in incredible shape, man.
I haven't seen him.
He can stand up, grab his foot, and do a split.
I remember DDP. He ruled.
And he's in his
What?
60s. Grab his foot, standing
Standing?
up right now, no warm up, and he holds it up like in a split. I'm not bullshitting.
Really?
Yeah, he did it in my studio.
That's weird.
I was like, that's insane.
That's weird.
He was
I
showing
saw
me
my
some of
dad
his
do that. I'd be
exercises.
like, what the fuck, Dad?
Guy's in amazing shape, and his back is fucked. Like technically, he should need surgery.
Yeah.
Like it's all bone on bone and shit. But he does that yoga routine every day, and he keeps him healthy and mobile, and he's not in pain. The guy, it's incredible. He's so flexible. It's like, how did you do this? When you see him like move around, you're like, you are a pro wrestler, and look
Yeah.
at you.
He hit Beetlejuice with a guitar.
Did he?
Beetlejuice from the Howard Stern show. He hit it with a guitar.
He smashed him with a guitar.
No.
Now he's doing yoga.
Oh my
world.
god.
I guess if you're dedicated every day to yoga, you probably help your body.
I think those guys, if you're that busted up, you kind
Yeah,
of
those guys
have
are
to do
fucked.
something every day.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're not going to be mobile. Like you really have to fix. If you just start eating pain pills, which a lot of them do, that's a dark road. And that mean you got to think about how many times a year those guys were on the road. You know, I talked to Jake the Snake, and he was explaining like his evolution in the game and how long it took him, and all the road gigs and shit, and just like, dude, those guys were doing 300 nights a year.
Yeah, every day.
Oh.
Never home.
Every day they're smashing into each other and slamming each other and fucking, and some of them, they don't like each other, so they want to
Yeah.
hit each other hard.
I can only imagine the feuds going, like the real feuds going on.
Oh, dude.
I was just talking to somebody about it.
Seriously, fuck you, brother. I'm
Yeah.
not fuck, dude.
No, they're all fucking, especially back then, roided out, lifting every day, drinking every day, fighting every day.
Yeah.
They were for like 5 straight years. They hated.
Was it
they were
Jake the
dudes that
Snake or was it
hated
the
each other.
Undertaker that had the broken eye socket? Was it the Undertaker?
Weren't there
It
like
was the
5
Undertaker.
He had a
Undertakers?
special mask he had to wear for a while.
He shattered his fucking eye socket in the middle of a match. This Mexican dude landed on his face. His move, instead of fucking your face, he would drop his butt on your face. So he drops his butt on. Who was it? It was like a famous guy. Mysterio? No.
That's
The
crazy.
dude landed his butt on his face and broke his eye
Yeah.
socket. And so he's like, ah! And he's got to finish the match. He's got to finish this match with
Undertaker.
Is that why his eyes started going up like this all the time?
That was
Well, he actually said he ran into a clothesline. I'm reading a quote from him.
Oh, he
but
ran
it was,
into a
it was that
clothesline.
guy, Mabel.
Okay. I thought the guy landed on his face. Didn't you
He
think
says
so?
he's like, he was 6'8", 500 pounds. I ran straight into what was supposed to be a clothesline, but he was so gassed, and I ended up hitting a spot in his arm.
Actually, Jamie, I think he broke his eye socket twice. I think, if I remember correctly, he broke both eye sockets.
Well, this is him.
Jesus.
According to this, it says this is what he said on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Oh.
So.
Yeah,
He
both
said
eye
that once,
sockets. Yeah. See,
But-
that's right. One was because the guy was completely out of shape. A lot of similarities. The other one, I think, was the butt to the face. I think he's saying he broke both because we showed another one that he did where the guy wasn't as big who landed on his face. I might be remembering this wrong. I have a very limited memory for pro wrestling.
Yeah.
I watched. I go, yeah, that's great. They threw the grandma through the table. That's
Threw
it.
the grandma
Yeah.
through the table was pretty
I'll
awesome.
delete that by the end of the week. By the end of the week,
No,
I'll
you'll
have
never
no
forget
knowledge
that.
that happened.
You'll never
You'll
forget
have dreams about
Dude,
it.
I remember.
You're right. You're right. Rey Mysterio did hit him, and it cost him damage.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So it was Mysterio, and
Oh,
he
he hit him
landed.
with the Hurricane
I think
Rana.
he landed with his butt on his face. See if
Well,
you
Rey
can find
Mysterio
it.
is super small. That's not the butt face. He got hit in the face by him, I think.
But Rey Mysterio would be hopping
You
around
said
like
he's
that.
super small.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
bony,
that's,
bony
I
butt.
think he landed on his face.
Oh, dude.
I think that's the reason why he got him that way because he landed with his butt on his face.
The dead man. The dead man. That's so
Rope landed on Undertaker's head. He mistimed a top rope senton.
Imagine
And
waiting
landed
for
on the
that.
Undertaker's head. Yeah, he landed on his head with his butt.
Ah.
Yeah, he mistimed the move and landed on his face and broke his face.
Dude, imagine looking forward to that all day. That guy's gonna put like jump on your face with his ass. You know that's coming. You're like, fuck, dude.
Oh, but the other
Fuck.
guy fucking your face. Fucking your face. And you have to like lay there like you're out
You
cold.
have to, in front of
Oh.
an arena.
And this dude
You gotta
just
get-
bang, 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 and then suck it right in front of you. That's your job.
Yeah.
Remember the wrestlers that never won? There'd be like Kevin.
Yes.
Kevin would come out and just get smashed
Yeah.
every time.
That's what I mean. That dude has to sit there and get his face fucked. The whole crowd's like, "You're fucking gay, pussy." And then you gotta go back. Everyone's like, "The guy who fucked you is awesome."
You probably
You
got
gotta
like
sit in the
700.
locker room. They're like, "Nice work, dude."
That's what's
The
so
divas
weird
don't
about
even look at you.
wrestling. How enthusiastic
The divas,
people
dude.
get.
Yeah. It's
So
fucking
angry.
crazy.
They
It's
get
crazy.
so fucking angry at the bad guy.
It's crazy.
They fire him up. Those bad guys will come out and be like, "Delaware, what a bunch of fucking retards are you?" And they're all just like, "No."
Well, did you ever watch
They'd
the
have,
Andy
Arabs,
Kaufman?
they'd have Arab dudes come out and be like, "America fucking sucks ass." And these dudes are like, "Take that the fuck back."
Wasn't that the Iron Sheik?
Yeah, Iron Sheik. They had dudes come out for everything. There was Russians. They have everybody. Back in the day, like, The Rock was part of Nation of Domination. They were like
Yeah.
black African extremists that would come out and be like, in front of all the white people, they were like, "No, no."
Did you ever watch the Andy Kaufman films
Yes.
when he
Wrestle
was doing
girls?
pro wrestling? That was crazy.
hilarious.
The fact that he decided that
Yeah.
was what he's going to do.
There
Look
they
at
are.
this.
Bring that down to South
I think,
Carolina.
I think the CIA assassinated 3 of them, actually.
Yeah. 2 of them were FBI informants.
Jamie, see if you can find some of the
The
Andy
Rock
Kaufman
was a snitch, dude.
footage.
He snitched on Farouk, dude.
They told him, like, we make you a movie star. Just got to give up your brothers.
You got to snitch on Farouk. He did it.
He put a bomb in Farouk's house.
Imagine if it turns out The Rock's working for the FBI the whole time.
How could he not be?
Yeah, at this point, how could he not be?
How can you think they made so many Jumanjis, dude?
Yeah, it's fucking intelligence written all over it, dude.
That's Mockingbird, bro. Jumanji's Mockingbird.
Jumanji was a fun movie, man. How dare you?
Jumanji.
Dude,
Wait,
hit the
the
record.
first one?
Hit the record. Hit the record.
Wait, the Robin Williams one was incredible.
No, I went to see the Rock one with my kids. I loved it.
All right, with kids, maybe, dude.
Check the record. I praised Jumanji.
I had a rough
I
one.
praised Jumanji.
You like Jumanji? Yeah,
praised
you guys
it.
have kids.
It's a good movie.
I was
I
in-
watched
if
it
you have
before.
kids.
Bro,
I watched it
I was in
before.
Boston by myself. I was doing comedy. I had to kill a whole day. I had nowhere to stay. I went to a Panera Bread by myself. I'd never drank coffee before in my life. I was like 30. I never drank coffee. I just chugging cold brews all day. I didn't know it would give you a panic attack. I had it. And then I went and saw Jumanji by myself at like 2:30 p.m.
Oh my god.
And I was in there just like, holy shit, dude, I'm a fucking moron. I saw Jumanji by myself.
I feel
And
bad.
then I called Matt and I was like, man, I want to quit comedy, dude. I'm so fucking sad.
I've been in a Panera for 4 hours drinking iced
bro,
coffees in a
10
booth by myself.
10 hours.
Oh no.
I spent a whole day in a Panera.
Oh,
I had
my
no
God.
money.
Dude. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
It's $0.
Well, I
I
thought you
saved
were
up to see
30.
Jumanji. Yeah, it
You
was
gave
recent.
me so many fire movie recommends, and finally I came out of Jumanji. I was like, Shane's gonna like this, and he gave him a panic attack. I was like, fuck, my bad, dude.
It fucked me up.
How crazy
I was in
it?
there by myself watching Jumanji.
Dude,
It's like, this is for real a low point. This is like a fucked up thing.
dude, I used to,
I'm an adult. It was a weekday, 2 p.m. in Boston.
That is a weird thing.
and that was before, that was like,
I had
this could capsize. My whole life could capsize.
my life. It was capsized. I was swimming.
True.
I was, dude. My ex-girlfriend gave me her old laptop, so I had like a Chromebook that was like a $90 Chromebook.
Your laptop was
I
bad.
was by myself. I would find websites that had old games. I was playing like SimCity 98. Chugging cold brew. Dude, this is fucked up. Now that I'm saying it. And I was like, oh, there's a movie theater in the parking lot. I'll go see whatever they have. Jumanji at 2:30.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah, those days on the road in the early days, they feel
It was
weird.
really sad.
And also, if you're working with people you don't like you show up in a town and the middle's a douche.
Dude, remember we went to? I went with him to Florida.
Oh.
He got booked to go to Florida, and I was like, I'll just come with you, like host. And you were booked to feature.
Yeah, we did
So he
we did a
brought
whole
me-
Southern tour.
The whole Southern tour. He brought me. I don't think anyone wanted me there at all. He brought me there. I forgot underwear first of all. I didn't pack underwear. I had no undies the whole time.
I was a feature, and I was like, I got a guy I'm bringing. That's crazy.
That's hilarious. The headliner stole his jokes.
Yeah.
The headliner was a guitar guy, and Shane would go up. I was bombing constantly, and Shane would go up. He was doing well, and the headliner started just like he was bombing on a guitar. Then he'd start doing callbacks to Shane's bits.
He did the whole.
And then he started just incorporating them into it. Was the craziest
did my
shit.
act. By the last couple
Dude.
shows, he was just stealing the
It
thing.
was crazy, dude.
Whoa.
But it was when I was new, so I was like, that's cool.
Yeah,
You know, I was new enough to be like, at least, he's saying that was good.
true.
But that was, dude, it was me, him, and the headliner in a comedy condo in South Carolina. We just fucked with this dude. He sucked so fucking bad, dude.
we were in a back green room, and there was like a plastic. You know, the plastic is supposed to look like crystal.
Yeah.
It was like plastic, like table stuff with lunch meat, and this guy's just crushing bologna,
Yeah.
being like, "Guys, I'm on the road all the time. I can get pussy anytime I want." We're like, "Okay, dude."
Because we were,
yeah, right.
he was like, man, if I was your guys' age, if I was single like you guys, I'd be getting pussy too. I could go out there and get pussy if I wanted, but I'm not gonna. Like, dude, he was standing eating lunch meat on a tray in a club in South Carolina.
He's a guitar act.
Yeah, we're in like
really?
a closet, like a Mexican bowling alley. He's like, "Dude, I could clean up out there, dude. You guys have no idea." We're like, "Dude,
Oh God.
pretty sure you're just crying when we came in here."
He was absolutely. That was a fun fucking trip,
Dude, that was so fun.
It was so fun. Me and him were young and just bullying a headliner, just fully like, "Oh, is that what you said?" Back in the condo, and he'd be like, "Yeah, it is."
Those weird headliners that like no one knows who they are, but they can
Yeah.
kind of headline, and they go to some places and they've been doing it way too long.
Yeah,
They can achieve this very high level of toxic bitterness.
it's Sith,
Yeah, you're around them, then they have a couple beers, and they start looking at you sideways.
dude.
And they tried it. They're like, "Oh, dude, that was the guy." He was like, "Oh, you guys are doing a podcast." All right. I guess we'll see, huh?
Don't waste your time. Fucking dickhead, dude. Yeah, that was very funny.
He was just a bit.
What year was this?
Fuck, man.
16,
Yeah.
15.
But in his defense, back then, how many podcasts were there?
I don't know.
I think people had already figured out that you could make money off of it.
Yeah.
By 15, yeah.
There was enough. He just was saying, like, every comedian does it. Trust me, I tried it. It didn't work. It's not going to work for you guys. Like, dude, you suck.
I think the market's oversaturated now, but I still think people should do it. Like, if I was a new comic, like, if you're a new comic starting out now, you should do a podcast, even if no one's going to listen. Just keep doing it. Just do it and keep doing it, and it'll grow. But there's so many of them now.
Yeah.
Like, trying to get an audience now, it's so much harder than it was 5 years
Yeah,
ago,
but
6 years ago.
I feel like if you're actively trying to get an audience, you just have to just talk. Like, I talk to myself when I drive anyway. I'll just talk and damn, I should have recorded. It's so fucking good.
You talk out loud to
Yeah, I
yourself,
talk out loud
and
constantly.
you feel like, damn,
it's
I'm good.
fire, dude. While I'm driving,
So good.
I talk to myself all the time. My kid will be in the back seat, and I'll be talking to myself and turn around and be like, I can't stop.
You like that one?
I can't stop casting.
You're casting, dude. You're
That's
locked
your
in.
thing always, is talking to yourself?
Sometimes I'll just talk. I don't realize I'm doing it. I'll be thinking, and I'll just start talking.
Jesus
I'll be like,
Christ, if I recorded what I was saying in a car,
classified.
it'd be a quick podcast. Yeah,
I don't think
Biden
I've ever
would have
talked
it.
to myself in the car.
Really?
No, I
I
don't
do it
think so.
constantly. It's good.
No.
It's fun.
I'm going to try it.
Yeah, dude.
Like talking out loud?
Yeah, it's talking to yourself.
It'd be a good way to do
That's
a
fucking
podcast.
crazy.
Like,
Yeah,
if you had a Tesla, especially if you have a quiet car, you could, like, set up a camera and just do a podcast while you're driving.
Dude, I'm telling you, you
Didn't
access.
Bill Burr did stuff like that, but it was like more like him driving around, like, God,
He'd
look
give
at
a
this
tour.
fucking guy. Yeah, he was giving a tour.
That was
Funny.
good.
Yeah, those
you
were
give
good.
tours of like towns
Yeah.
and shit. You driving and just talking must be
Talking,
for real terrifying.
fleshing out the ideas.
Well, that's the way a lot of guys come up with material. Like, that's how Dylan does it. He comes up with so
Podcast.
much material because he's podcasting
Yeah.
all the time. He's ranting about things, and some of them you can keep. You know, some of them are like genuinely good ideas.
2%, I would say. Generally, my
But that's
thoughts are like-
if you fucking sling 10 around,
Yeah.
you get pick up 2. That's pretty good. That's pretty nice.
I was trying the ones we workshopped a couple jokes this week.
Oh yeah,
The seller did not like them.
good.
The seller wasn't that excited about it because I couldn't word it. I don't know how to word
How many
it.
sets did you do down there?
It's like 5 or 6 a night.
And so each set, the audience was similar?
I probably tried it twice and then scrapped it because I was talking to me and Matt did a podcast that day and we were talking about if there was like a parent sex like pride parade, like if you're see, it doesn't work.
No, if your parents flaunted their sexuality.
The way gay people do it at the pride parade, like if it was your dad and your mom on a float, like. And even a gay guy would be like, ew. And then I was trying to say, like, look, I'm happy you guys are doing it, but that's how we feel. We're like, ew. I'm glad you're doing it, but gross, dude. And it didn't work.
Yeah,
Still
it's
didn't work.
I mean, it's funny.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
It's a fair point.
it's a good point.
I mean, again, do what you want to do.
The dog general worked.
but did it?
I might be onto something there.
The dog general.
That fucking dude that retired in the military with the dog mask. I don't even know if it's real. This guy from the military retired, and he was wearing a fucking leather dog mask in his uniform, like in front of the flag.
What?
It might be fake. I might have got tricked, but either way. They were using it on Twitter. He was like, Commander Bow Wow's retiring. Arf, arf. Like, that was the end of it. But they were
Puppy play.
using it on Twitter. They were trying to make fun of the U.S. military. They were like, here's China's military, here's Russia's military. And it's like skinheads that are like, eh. And then it was, here's ours. It's a bunch of trans people and the dog guy. And the joke is, for real, that's absolutely more terrifying. Like, that's a truly scary military. That we had a furry with fucking missiles behind them.
Yeah.
That's like an actual lunatic.
That's a problem.
If it's real.
It's probably not real, but I like
It
it.
might not be real. Dude, there's footage. There's footage that
Also,
comes out
another
of
joke
this
that's
war.
oh for fucking 8.
There's footage that's come out of this war that is different than any footage of any war that I've ever seen because it's on cell phones.
Yeah.
There's so much cell phone footage from this war.
Dude, when planes are flying low over like apartments and shit.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like one-on-one combat situations with guns.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen a bunch of them now, and one I saw yesterday was this guy was in a gunfight in the woods. So he's hiding behind trees, and the trees have like chunks of fucking wood missing from them because a bullet just hit it. I mean, like a fucking movie, right? And he runs to these Ukrainian guys that are in a foxhole, and he's got the drop on them. And I don't know what he's saying. Like, he's saying surrender, and the guy reaches up to grab his gun, and he ices the both of them in the head. Down, at close range. From 3 feet away. And you're watching, it's like, holy shit.
Jesus.
Like, this is what they're going through over there. This is the real war.
God
this is
damn.
really what war's happening. And they're filming it on their cell phones.
Yeah.
Now imagine a furry. He's in a drone just like, what are they doing down there?
It's like Spaceballs. He's up in the ship.
He just sends a drone strike.
Well, that would be the scariest thing if someone had real drone, like those dog drones with guns on them. And they just sent those after people.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we just send like a bunch of we definitely have like war robots. Why don't we just be like, yo, here, use our war robots? I guess you can't. I
wonder
know.
if a friend. I don't know if this is true either. We'll find this out. What was the other thing that we were just trying to find out?
Dog General.
Dog General, is that real?
Come on, dudes.
I support the Dog General.
Well, my
I
friend
know
was
Dog General's out there.
telling
He's
me-
probably listening right now. Ooh, row.
What my friend was telling me when he served overseas, because of the Geneva Convention. That's real? That's not real, bro.
That's
That
fucking
is
real as hell.
so photoshopped.
So real.
They're not gonna let that guy wear a
The
dog
Dog
mask.
General.
That's scary, for real.
Exactly. They want to
Yeah.
make fun of us for having trans and furries in our military. Good luck fighting those dudes.
Maybe that's just what he does during like formal events. In regular times, he's just a straight up killer.
We should bomb other countries and make fun of our trans military members.
For real.
Yeah, fuck that.
You gonna fuck with us?
What was
is
the other
our
thing that I was gonna look up? We're gonna look something else
Oh,
up.
I know what you're talking. The oh, fuck, I don't know.
Jamie, I can't believe you're not finding a Dog General, dude.
What was the other question I asked? There's the guy with the mask, and what was the other one?
Brain video stuff?
No, there's something. I know what you're talking about.
God damn.
The last thing I had up was the Andy Kaufman stuff.
No, there was.
Yeah,
you're
we're
talking about
going-
cell phone
we're all over the
videos.
road.
Yeah, we're all over the place. Talking about cell phone videos.
About
Russia,
you talking
Ukraine.
in your car.
Oh,
like-
sending robots into
Drone robots.
drone robots.
Yeah.
There he is. That's real.
Going to the dogs.
That's real?
No.
American conservative, dude. What are you talking
Celebrate Pup Pride.
about? Oh, dude.
Wait a minute. So this is gay officers only wear these masks?
No, I don't know what
But that's
this
what
is.
scroll back up.
It's this guy's
What does
stealing
it say?
valor.
Scroll all the way up.
Stealing
It
valor.
says celebrate pup pride with the armed forces. Gay officers pretend to be canines for sadomasochistic sex games.
This is the classic website, theamericanconservative.com.
Dude, that's like the Washington Post to me.
True.
This is
They're the
my
same.
website.
They're all the same now.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Okay, so the guy likes to wear a mask.
I know, that's the point. And then
So
China and Russia were trying to make fun of us. They were like, look how weird we are. And it's like, bro,
Dude.
our guys will fuck you guys up.
There was
Look
a
at that
thing
guy.
another thing I
Fuck
wanted
that.
to ask, but I forget. But there is one thing. Someone told me that during overseas war, during the Geneva, because of the Geneva
There you go.
Convention, you aren't allowed to have like hollow point bullets in your pistol. you have to have. It's an unfair advantage.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You use musket balls?
No, you have to use like practice rounds that
Yeah.
you use at the range. Is that true?
1899 prohibited use of international warfare bullets that easily expand or flatten in the body.
Dum-dums.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
I never thought about. Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on over there.
That thing is weird.
What, this thing right here?
What is that?
Oh, that's a piece of art. That's that comes from Beeple. Beeple crap on Instagram. Beeple is a digital artist. He puts up a new piece of digital art every day.
Oh, cool.
And he came in to do the podcast, and he gave us this thing. That's Elon Musk. If he was jacked, like once genetic engineering comes on. Oh. Glasses are brutal. I wear reading glasses when I try to like look at my phone in the morning, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ! Every day I'm going a little blinder.
Yes, you are.
Every day, just like
That's just the way it goes.
yeah.
I mean, they're just such intricate little machines, and they're organic, so they just start to soften.
I had a guy in the other day, Bilal Muhammad, he's a UFC fighter, who's had a detached retina and a detached lens on his other eye, on both eyes. It's like you're talking to people like that. The game they're playing is, you're punching people in the face, and a lot of times the thumbs go in the eyes because UFC gloves have hooked fingers.
Yeah,
Some
it's
guys
crazy.
accidentally get poked.
That's the reason I would never. I mean, there's a lot of reasons I wouldn't be a pro fighter. But that's it. No, if it wasn't for the eyes, I'd be all over.
They can kind of fix them a little bit. Remember when Sugar Ray Leonard had a detached retina and he retired from the sport? And everybody's like, holy shit. And then he came back. And everybody's
money,
like, he's
probably.
back. I think he needed the money, but I think he also needed the thrills. Can you
Yeah, it
imagine?
must be. Those guys retire so young.
Yeah.
Left a huge expanse of life ahead of
Not just that, it's like the things that you've looked forward to are these enormous events where you're in your underwear and you're walking out in front of this gigantic group of people that's there to watch you slam your fists into someone's face.
Well, and you've worked up to it too. All the training and the getting ready, the challenging someone, the setting the fight, and then where it is in your career, and are you challenging? Are you defending? And so it's like a year. A fight's like a year of your life.
Yep.
I mean, in boxing, UFC they fight more often, right? I guess. I don't know.
Depends on the fighter, depends on, what stage they are in their career.
Yeah.
But the guys like to fight more often just to stay comfortable.
Right.
Because otherwise the moment's so big. Like
Yes.
when you have more fights, like you can relax and you just
Yeah,
can
it's
kind of-
more. No, I remember Ali describing. Somebody asked him, "Does he get nervous?" He was a great guy because he wasn't a bullshitter. Like he bullshitted
Right.
when it was time to sell the fight, but whenever anybody asked him things like that, he was honest. And
Yeah.
Somebody asked him, "Do you get nervous?" He said, "Every fight, I get really nervous. And when I come out to the ring, I feel like I can't do this, and that guy's huge. And why did I come here?"
Yeah.
And but then the bell rings, and as soon as I start moving, as soon as it becomes about the work, I go, well, it's what I do.
Yeah.
And then what takes over is just routine. What I do, and then he's just serious.
I always felt like the worst part was before the fight started.
Yeah.
The worst part was like standing there getting ready before the fight
yeah,
started.
I can imagine.
But then once the fight starts, you're on instinct.
You're
it's
in,
like
yeah.
sort of normal. You're
That's
not
what
scared.
stand-up is like. I fucking hate waiting to go on stage.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing, and I get a little, if there's stuff going on, I get irritated if the opener's going over a little, or
Yeah. You want a drink, you want a this, you want a that. Give
Yeah.
me something to distract myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's bad news.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can see why guys like that need to come back. But it's good to be able to live your life where that's not normal. That's not what you need.
It's a gigantic shift, though, in the way you view the world. You have to view the world as not like these big events that you're planning for every 3 to 6 months, but instead just life.
Yes, that's what I've tried to do in the last few years. So I'm about to end this tour, and then I'm going to take a year off.
100% off?
Yeah, no
Really?
stage anyway.
That's great.
That's the plan.
I think that there's a balance between performing a lot and perspective. Like, and one of the things that happens to guys when they perform too much is that they talk about things that are related to their life as a traveling comedian. It's all air travel and flights and hotels and restaurants, and so much of their material revolves around this very narrow window of existence.
Yes, that's true, but also you put all this pressure on performance that it's got to fix all your life, and it's not going to.
Right.
But if you live a fuller life, then comedy has the place it should, which is like, it's a weird thing to do. It should always be weird, and it should always be like, man, I can't believe I'm doing this.
Yeah.
And if your life is normal, then comedy's a gas. It's a jolt. And inside of it, for me, you do work. You're working. It's routine.
Yeah.
But it should stay special.
Well, you're at a point right now, like you're ready to do this special, which is this thing you're going to live stream.
Yeah.
In Madison Square Garden, which is fucking super exciting. I love it.
Yeah, thanks. January 28th, I'm going back to the Garden. I used to play there all the time. Haven't played there in a number of years. I didn't know I'd come back. There it is. Yeah.
Woo!
And so we put the sale. I remember I wrote to you because I wanted to do it in the round.
Yeah.
I never did it that way. And so I asked you if it was good. You said it was really fun that way.
It's so fun.
And then I found out that it costs twice as much because you got a light from two sides.
Yeah.
And also you need to be able to see the guy from 4 angles. So you need more cameras.
Right.
And then we sold the thing out. Like, we sold 10,000 tickets on the first day. It's sold out now. It's 18,000 seats. It's the most people I'll ever have. But I mean, I'm doing this 38 years. That'll be the biggest audience I ever played for. And so it costs so much money, though, to put the cameras in there.
Yeah.
For the Jumbotron. And then I thought, just let's live stream it, because it's actually only costing a little. There's not that much more, because we already have all this shit in.
Right.
So, yeah, so we're gonna live stream it. On my website, you just go and it's like $25, and
That's awesome.
we'll keep it up there. It's a live event. It's not a special so much. It's a live event. So it's all new material since my last special. And it'll be up till the 17th, I think, of February. Then we take it down, and then it'll go away. And then in April, I'll put out a special of the same material that I already shot. At the Dolby Theater in L.A., I shot a special.
Oh, really? When did you shoot that?
Earlier this month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was really good.
That's a great idea. I love that.
Yeah.
So
that's like the album.
Yeah.
That's like the album.
Right.
And that'll be the same as every special I've ever done, like $10, and you can download it and all that stuff and keep it. But this one is only for streaming.
So Chris Rock is doing a live special too
Yeah.
on Netflix, right? He's going to film it and it'll stream live on Netflix. Is that what they're going to do it for the first time?
Yeah, they never live streamed anything, so he's their first one, and that's cool for him. And it'll be March, I think he's doing his in Atlanta.
I've heard nothing but good things about his new set.
Yeah, he's been, I think, holding back a little bit. So I think this tour has been great for him. Yeah, I think this is going to be really great. I'm excited. I'm excited for his show.
I'm excited for comedy right now.
Yeah, comedy's
It's amazing.
picking up steam again.
Well,
yeah.
it's like people are really longing for it because there's so much political correct bullshit, this woke bullshit, what you can and can't say, and so many people feel upset about it, and that like they don't know what to say because they can't talk at work or they get fired, they can't talk amongst their community or they get shamed. And they like ugh. And then you can go see someone talk on stage, you're like, yeah!
Yes, and that's what comedy always was.
Yeah.
It's always been that.
Yeah.
And it's, to me, everything that's happened has been natural. It's like normal that comedy has to be defended every few years.
Yeah.
Like when everybody's being cool, like when the world is kind of cool, like it was up till maybe 2015 or so, like it's just kind of cool. Comedy is cool and but then when things get shitty in terms of this sort of thing, people being more divided and unable to express themselves, comedy gets more important, but also starts getting attacked. And we have to defend it, that's all.
Yeah.
I mean, by just doing it, that's all. I don't get into defending it by saying, fuck these people. It just means you have to keep doing it at the same discipline.
Right, and doing it the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't pull back.
No, just keep doing it, and folks will show up and love it.
Well, that's one of the things I really loved about your last special. It was like 100% a Louis C.K. special. You didn't back off of anything. No. Like that whole thing that you did at the end, the faggot thing was so funny, man. It's so funny. It's such a good bit.
Yeah, that's new today's straight men are faggots.
Yes, it's so funny. It's so
thanks,
good because
man.
it's so like he's going there, but it was really well thought out.
My audiences are really diverse. I mean, in terms of like, I get young people and some kind of like progressive-looking people. I get men and women and all races, mostly white, but some cities I get more. But I tested it in front of so many people, that bit. And every kind of person laughed at it. The only people that got offended by it were people like in the South or more kind of like red state people, because when I said straight men are faggots, I'm talking about, Brooklyn twinks and whatever.
Right.
But
they don't know
but they
those
think
people.
I'm talking about them. Hey, man, what do you call me? So they missed it. I thought I would be offending progressive young kids, but for them it was a relief because it's about them,
right?
And they feel that way. In real life, people like being laughed at. They like their community to like when you do good jokes about black people, not like a white perspective about being alienated from them, but if you do a good joke about black culture or Chinese culture or Jewish culture, the people in those groups laugh because they're in the show and they know their culture as well as anybody does,
Yeah.
So that's always been the case, but people just, I mean, it never really changed. And the way I figured it was there was no point in backing down and changing, because what do you want out of life? Like, what?
Right.
maybe I could have. Like, I already had a crazy heyday where the kind of comedy I do, which is just flagrant fouls, just fucking bad behavior throughout.
Right.
For a while, that was like considered the greatest thing, and people were just like, "This is great."
Yeah.
The mainstream loved it. Everybody loved it, right? And I had that for years. That success. So I figured if I have to do it and I start getting hated for it, or even just business goes down, I have to take some heat from the sides. So what? That's not a lot to ask of me, considering what I've enjoyed. So if and it was like that before. When I first started, I was gross, and a lot of people stayed away from me. And then I had a heyday, and then I'm like, it's time to go back into the underground. It's time to go back into just like I don't get mentioned in the big lists for a lot of reasons, but also for the comedy. But so it's okay. It's acceptable to me if it's not as popular anymore. I'm still going to do the same
but that's
thing.
what's bullshit. It is as popular.
The
lists are nonsense. The lists
They
are all
are.
non-binary people who made a fucking special in a coffee shop.
I guess.
Like,
and by the way, let them have the list for a while.
Yeah.
That's fine too. That has never meant much. The mistake is when you're on it, you go like, yeah.
Right. Exactly.
You know, when you're on it, when you're on the lists and you're at the red carpet and stuff, it's like playing blackjack and you start getting good cards and you think you're good at blackjack.
Right.
You're like, see, I know what No, it's an arbitrary thing that has its own reasons for being, and sometimes you get benefit for it.
Yeah.
And sometimes you don't, and that's who gives a shit.
But like saying about your heyday, I think you're right there. I just, like, look, you sold out 10,000 tickets in a day. Like, what the fuck are you talking
well,
about?
one time I did it 5 times in a year.
I bet you can do it 5
Yes.
times in a year. I don't think it's
know.
much
I
different.
think probably that one was it for to me. And also, I don't want to do 5 shows at the Garden.
Well, you don't have to if you don't want to, but I
Thank
bet
you.
you could.
Yeah,
I bet you could. Well, people fucking love comedy right now.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, we're having a great time. It's a
Yes.
lot of fun right now.
It's
You
a
know?
fucking ball. I have no concerns on stage about,
Yeah.
is this going to be...
They're coming to see you.
Yes.
They
Also,
know what
by
to
the way, I
expect.
like... The other thing is that this time was good for comedy. The time of people getting their assholes a little tighter. Because, like, I was listening to Patrice last night with my opener, Ariel... Like, just 3 names for some reason. Fucking Ariel Eisnorman. We worked together in New Orleans. We did a show in Mobile and we drove to New Orleans. And I was playing for her Patrice's album, Mr. P. And Patrice O'Neill. And he does a couple of bits and he says to the crowd, you guys are laughing, that's good. But you're not all laughing, and that's good. I don't want you all to laugh. If everybody's laughing, it's not fun. You need somebody in here going like, that's not okay. And I believe that. Like, it actually makes comedy better if it has an adverse... if you have pushback, because, and the problem that some comedians have is they get hurt, they get their feelings hurt. If someone doesn't like the joke, they feel that it's, oh, you don't like me, and then they back away from anything that makes them feel like that.
Yeah.
But if you can be like, here's a terrible thing, and the audience goes like, oh, and you just hear, you don't get emotionally involved.
Yeah.
You hear the and you go, okay, I can either go around it, or I can go into it. We can go further into this. There's potential in that horrible feeling for another laugh past it that they've never experienced.
Right.
Because usually when an audience shows, I don't want to hear that, people back away. But if you stay with it, I'm still talking about it. I'm still talking. I'm still your friend. Like, I'm not going, fuck you people.
Right.
You know, that thing, that's another cop-out.
Right.
Fuck you, you pussies. You just go, okay, you didn't like it? Well, here's a little more about it. And then you see them, and if you get them like that, and then you can... I remember once I was in Houston, and there was the Houston Improv. And it's pretty much a black club. Like, it's mostly black comedians go there, and the clientele for the Houston Improv is mostly black people, Texas black people. And so I went and did a weekend there, and there was a lot of my fans, but there's a lot of folks that just come to the Improv. So I could see in their faces that they don't know me. And there was this one table of people, they were dressed like it's Easter, like beautiful clothes, you know? And this woman in like a robin's egg dress and just beautiful makeup, this black woman. I was doing this bit about pedophiles, one of the many pedophile bits. I don't remember which one. It was the thing about that they should make very realistic dolls of children for pedophiles to fuck. And she was just like literally putting her hands up, like, please don't. And I looked at her with love, with sympathy. I was really playing to her now. And I'm trying to convince her that I'm not just trying to piss her off, that there's something worth hearing in here. And somehow, I don't remember what the moment was, but there was a moment in the bit where she went, I get it. And then she started to laugh, and I felt this relief. I think she would rather not have had the experience at all. But I don't know. I just love that so much.
Yeah.
I love doing that so much. And then it finds... Now I have a bit that she's part of, that her resistance helped me find all of the round edges to the bit and all of the angles. You know what I mean?
That's one of the most fascinating things about comedy, is that you really need the audience to develop it.
You need them.
You can't do it in a vacuum.
No, it is the one art that the audience is your horn. That's your fucking instrument.
Yeah, they're participating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you need a bunch of different kinds of audiences.
So many.
Yeah, from all over the world.
Yes, you need to see people that aren't like you. That's the most important thing, is to go to places where you're like, ugh, this is not going to be fun. And there's bits that I do that I'm like, I don't want to do this to them. I don't want to feel this feeling. But I know if I keep doing it, each audience will bring me closer to them and figuring out. And then there's this bad point where these bits that I do that are like about pedophilia and stuff, they get to where they're killing, because I've fashioned them so well and had so much great collaboration with different kinds of outrage. And now it's a blistering hot bit. And then when I'm doing it, I forget it was ever offensive.
Right.
And I just go like, I'm doing it like this, like, yeah, you're going to love this. And I always crest over the wave to some audience that they just stare at me like, what are you talking about? And I go, oh, yeah, that's right. This is
a fucked up subject.
This is a fucked up thing to be talking about. And then they remind me to approach it like this.
Yeah.
Like the way you're talking to somebody with like a panicking person with a gun.
Right.
You know, who's got a guy like this and he's doing this.
Yeah.
And you're just trying to get him to breathe. You're trying to get him, trying to take them through a scary room. But what a great thing to take people to where the things that they hate and make them laugh at.
Yeah.
What a great thing for some of us. Some people don't like that.
No, some people just like clean and easy, and
Yeah.
that's fine too. I mean, there's a great audience for that too. I think one of the unique things that you've always liked to do is you like to go to clubs unannounced, so they don't know you're going to be there. They're not your fans necessarily. They're just people, and then you just drop in and try stuff out.
Yeah, that's the most honest thing, I mean, there's I think of some analogy where if you turn up all the dials, it all becomes zero again.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're doing your audience, there's also a huge amount of pressure. They're paying more money, and they've been waiting. So you feel this thing of like, this has got to be good. The pressure's really high for those shows. There's support, but those are your customers.
Yes.
So they're just like, let's go.
Yeah.
But when you just walk in, I mean, a lot of times if I walk in a place, they know who I am. But there's enough in the audience. They didn't come to see me. And there's enough in the audience that's just, I can get an honest sense of how this material works. There's some place in Australia, there's a club in Melbourne, and I've done it twice, 20 years apart. And both times nobody had any idea who I was. Like, the MC did, he's a comic. So he was like, he said a lot of really nice things, and he said, this guy, what a treat. And he brings me on, and the crowd's like, and they're just, and I could see them going like this to each other. And I'm doing material that has been killing in large concert venues, and they just don't give a fuck. Like, then I found out what's actually, means something to anybody.
Well, it's different culturally, too. Like, they'll laugh at things over there that we don't laugh at.
Australia? Do you find that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Australia is a fascinating place.
It is.
They're wild people. They're like, they're very similar to Americans, but not
at all. That's what you get there and you think it's America.
Nope.
And because you're in a tube, in an American tube, and you go over there and then you sleep in an American hotel, and everybody's white, and they don't sound British. They sound a little more like us. It feels American. Then you're walking down the street, and a fucking parrot flies by. And lands on a telephone pole. You're like, what the fuck is a parrot doing? And you realize you're surrounded by tropical creatures. Like, I was in Perth, which is completely different from Sydney and Melbourne. Like, they call them those the eastern states. Perth is on the west coast of Australia. And it's in the Indian Ocean, south of India. It's it's really like, Perth is like a city surrounded by just no people. And there's crazy creatures and weird plants, and then these white people, and they're not. Yeah, they're not.
They used to be prisoners.
In Perth they were. It's different. It's
Is it?
Yeah, they were. It was founded as a commercial venture. An English captain went to England and said he got money, and he paid people to go, and they're miners. It's just these huge, giant holes in the ground. I think it's iron, and there's these guys that live in Perth. And they all have tons of money from this dirty work that they do. And they call them FIFOs, fly in, fly out, because they fly into the mines and then they just live, it's just covered in shit and, sleep in a bunk next to the hole for like a month. And then they give them like whatever, $100,000. Then they go back to Perth. It's a weird culture.
There's a lot of those people in Canada.
I guess like for the fishing, right?
No, miners.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there's a lot of miners, oil people. A lot of people work the oil rigs in Canada. Yeah, a lot of the people they're a part of that strip mining. Like, they all have, like, jacked up trucks and giant gold chains and tons of money.
That's what it's like in Perth. Every truck is a off-road, jacked up with the snorkels.
Yeah, well, you need that out there for the dust.
Yeah, you do. But then the eastern states was founded by... they were penal colonies, and I don't know much about it, honestly. But Sydney and Melbourne is my favorite place over there.
Melbourne's great.
It's such a great town.
It's like San Francisco before it was ruined in Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just in San Francisco. It's pretty gnarly right now.
It's weird, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it strange how quickly a city can deteriorate with terrible government?
I mean, I don't know all the reasons, but it's pretty
There's
shitty.
a ton of reasons.
Yeah.
But clearly they haven't made a course correction.
Some of it is cyclical. I mean, I started going there in the 80s, and it's a little like it was when I started going there. Like, it's a little back. Like, New York City, nobody remembers anything. Like, because it's all the young people. There's always young, trendy people whose parents pay for an apartment in New York City, and they show up and they're just like, I'm a New Yorker. And they came in, a lot of the kids that are there now came in during this sort of golden sort of Bloomberg era when it was Giuliani had just, stuck plungers up many black anuses to clean the place up. And we all kind of watched like, oh, don't do that. Ooh. Like, we just sort of turned away.
People forgot
and he
about
cleaned
that
up the
story.
city. What's that?
People forgot about that.
Amadou Diallo was the name of the guy.
That's right.
Yeah. No, Abner Louima. It's two guys. Abner Louima, I think, was the plunger. It's Giuliani time. They stuck a plunger handle up his ass and said, Amadou Diallo is a guy who was shot something like 68 times because he had a sandwich in his hand.
Oh, Jesus.
Kind of looked like a gun. It was, veal parmesan.
People forgot about Giuliani. At one point in time, people thought he should be president.
Yeah.
After the way he handled 9/11, everybody was like, he's our leader.
Yeah, and just because he walked down the street with a coffee and said, "Oh, boy, it's rough," that's basically what he did. He didn't stop 9/11. He didn't solve 9/11. He didn't save anybody. There was no one to save. That's the most fucked up thing about that day is that there was no, they had the hospitals were all ready, and there was not like one. There was like nobody was injured.
Were you
Just
living in
killed.
New York City when that happened?
Yeah, I was. I was not in the city. The day before, on the 10th, I flew to L.A. to pitch a fucking TV show.
Wow.
And my wife was pregnant, and we were living in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, which was right. I mean, that came out of our house. The towers were our view, right out the door. And so she was there, 6 months pregnant, and whammo. And she called me. It was like 9 in the morning in L.A. Or earlier, I guess. It was like 6. And she called me, and she was just bawling. And I was like, what's wrong? And she couldn't say anything. And I was like, what the fuck is going to partly? I'm like, am I in trouble? Like, and then she says, turn on the TV, and I saw the towers on fire. And I was like, oh, okay. It's nothing to do with home. This is a world problem, not a me problem.
Ooh.
I'm pretty sure that's not my fault.
No.
Anyway, she handled it really well. Like Todd Barry, you know who Todd, right? He called her. She's the one who told him like what had happened. He woke up not understanding what was happening, and he was really scared, and called my ex-wife, and she calmed him down. She's a good person. But anyway, yes, and I was like, get out of this. I just panicked living in Manhattan. Because I grew up with movies like Warriors. And with memories like the blackouts, and I wasn't even there for the blackouts, but there was all these blackouts where everybody got killed, and there was a lot of movies about like New York City is shut down and everybody, and you know the wolves come out.
Yeah.
So I thought, as soon as it happened, I told her, get out of Manhattan. There's just going to be people throwing TV sets through windows in like 5 minutes. I just believed
I Am
it.
Legend.
Yes, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So get the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
So she got out of there. And then I was on the road, and I was in LA. I was supposed to pitch a show, and I called the network, and I said, I assume the meeting is canceled. And they said, yeah, but if you want your show to go forward, we have to have. They made me pitch a comedy
On September 11th?
on the 12th.
Oh, the 12th.
I had to go in.
They gave you a day off.
What's that?
They gave you a day off.
Yeah, that's right.
It was a day to let everything settle.
Yeah, the 12th is my birthday. But so I had to pitch a fucking comedy, and it was horrible. I mean, obviously that was terrible. And then I went back on the road. I was doing gigs, so I was flying as soon as they were flying. There was no airplanes for.
How many days was it?
I don't remember how long they didn't fly for, but I think it was a couple of weeks before a flight went up. I don't remember, but I started flying right away, and the airports were all empty, and everyone was allowed in the lounges, and everyone was getting upgraded to first class because the planes were empty. And for a while, it was part of the protocol. Before the flight takes off, they used to say they would give you the safety stuff, and then they would say you can use your seatbelt detaches, you can use it as a weapon.
Oh, Jesus.
You can use your seat as a shield. And
They were telling you that?
Yes, they would say this is part of the thing for like the first month after 9/11, and they would say, we're here to protect you, but you have to protect us. They would say that. And there was one flight I took where I was flying first class, like seat 1B. I was right at the bulkhead. And this other guy sitting at one seat across from me, and the captain came out right before the flight, and he kind of squatted between us, and he said, listen, fellas, because it was a red eye. He said, you're the last line of defense, so I need you not to sleep on this flight.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I need you not to sleep
he
on
told
the
us not
flight
to
to
sleep.
defend him.
Yeah. But of course, there's part of me that's like, I'm a guy, so I'm like, oh, yes, sir.
Yeah.
I was excited.
Yeah, I got asked once by a lady. These two guys were fighting, and they were thinking about removing the guys from the plane because one guy had put his bag above this other guy's seat. And the other guy goes, hey, man, that's for my seat. And he's like, no, it's first come, first serve. He's like, no, fuck you. And then they were like, fuck you. No, fuck you. And then the lady had to come in and go, hey, like, I will fucking kick both of you guys off the plane.
Yeah. This is before you took off?
Before we took off. She goes, do we have an understanding? And they go, yeah. And then she comes to me. She goes, hey, if anything goes down, you're going to help, right?
She deputized you?
She deputized me. I'm like, okay.
I mean,
What do you want me to do?
Yeah. Yeah, like, what
am I
are the
allowed to
official...
do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
what's my directive? What are my orders?
If I go back there and smash some guy, am I in trouble? what happens? What am I allowed to do?
Yes, you were directed by a company employee, and she has like federal power.
I need you to put that on video. Like
Yeah,
say
that's
it.
what I would've
Say
done.
it on my phone.
Yeah.
Say, go ahead. Yeah,
That
I
would've
need to
been-
know what's going on. First of all, I don't know who's right. I mean, this one
Right.
guy who says it's his seat and it's above his seat,
Yeah.
he's kind of got a point. And the other guy's got a point, too. Like, if that's the only space that's open.
I don't think it's about who's right.
Right.
In that situation, it's not about who's right about that.
Right.
It's about if somebody throws hands.
Well, it was
They
about
are now wrong.
one guy was really douchey about it. Like, he could have been like, there was nothing else available.
Right.
Do you want, like, is there a space over here? I'll move your bag for you.
Yeah.
Like, he could have made a...
So many
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, they could have made some sort of a considerate...
He's probably got something at home. You know,
Probably.
you get on a plane after a fight with whoever at home.
Oh, yeah.
And
Work sucks.
At home, he can't say it. He's got somebody who he's fighting with who he needs to suppress. And so the first motherfucker, you know.
Or he's just a dick.
He's just an asshole.
Could be just a dick.
I can't get my head around that. That there's I always think it's something that's bothering him. I can't get my head around somebody who's just like.
Well, some people think you have to be that way to get ahead. You have to be a dick to get ahead. Like there's people that have that mentality.
Right, and there's people that feel comfortable if they can do that.
Yeah.
They're just comfortable if they can have whatever they want. So if you challenge it, they have their logic. Usually it's just fuck you.
Yeah.
I mean, he tried one argument, and his second argument was fuck you. And that some dudes like to just take up that kind of space, you know?
Yeah.
Just like, this is all mine.
Yep.
And fuck off. And I'm not. If I do one thing for somebody else, it's going to start chinsing in. So I'm not doing that. So that's just how they live. Some women do it too, but it's a different version of it. No, you know, there's like, but the people that like this is all. I was on a subway in New York once, and it was packed, and everyone's, you know, there's people like this. You're smushed against people, you know, your chest is against somebody's back, and we're all strapped hanging, and some people are sitting, and this woman had a salad. And she was eating it on the packed subway, and she was like, she had it out like this, and she's just stabbing that, and she's just taking up all this space so she can eat her fucking chicken salad, and all of us were just watching her. Every person was just like, you cunt, you fucking stupid cunt, like black nurses that have been working 14 hours, just like bitch, fucking bitch. Anyway,
I mean, for her, it's probably the only time she has to eat.
The girl eating the salad, I guess, she probably had some reason.
I mean,
she didn't look. She looked comfortable.
It's kind of a prison thing too, where you like
Maybe.
put your arm around your food and you eat like this.
Yeah. Have you ever been scared somebody's going to eat your food?
Maybe in high school. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Not really.
Newton South.
Yeah.
Cafeteria
Maybe
was
some
rough.
Some dickhead. Wasn't very rough.
Yeah.
Wasn't very rough. I mean, I'm thinking maybe. I don't have a thought, a memory.
I remember the first conversation we had. I guess I was like 20. And you
Ever?
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Because this reminds me of it. Because it was about Newton South.
Oh, okay.
Cafeteria. I'm 55.
55 too. I'm 55.
Okay,
as well.
so we must have both been around 20. When you started
21.
comedy, you were 21?
Yeah.
All right, so I must have been the same age. But we talked about fight because I found out you were a Taekwondo guy or something. Is that what you fought?
Yeah.
And I asked you about fights. Like I said, do you have skills for fighting in real life? And you said, well, there's just some things you know that they put you way at advantage with people that aren't fighters. Like you don't wait for the fight to start. You told me. Like you told me you were in a cafeteria once in South, and some kid came up, and people think they're going to get to do a preamble. They think that there's going to be a whole hey fuck you, and now they think there's going to be like And as soon as you knew he was there to threaten you, you just punched him in the sternum, and he just went down. He was like, hey man, ooh. And then he just anyway. So that was the first time you'd explain that to me.
Yeah, that could have been avoided. I thought about that one for a lot afterwards.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You think you jumped the gun?
Sometimes you jump the gun because, like, there with great power comes great responsibility.
Sure.
That guy, he had no chance. He was just bowing up.
Right.
He was just a knucklehead.
Yeah.
I should probably let him slide.
That's funny. Yeah, I think that's how you've changed, too. Because you were really wired then. You were tightly wired.
Well, we're talking then about, like, me being 15 or 16.
That's right.
Yeah. It was...
And a trained fighter at a young age.
And it's also like you got this thing you want to try out. So you got a fast car, you want to hit the gas.
Yeah, of course.
So let's see what happens.
Of course.
This guy.
Yeah.
Because people, in high school, you're kind of trying out bowing up on people.
Right.
It's
a pretty nuanced thing to ask a kid that age to know, like how to back off. I don't need to fight you.
Yeah. No, it's hard. It's hard for kids. I just watched this horrible brawl today that someone had put up on Twitter in a high school. It was terrible. where like all these kids were fighting in the hallway and teachers were trying to separate it, and this one kid threw this kid to the ground and punched him unconscious, and the kid went into a seizure, and I'm like, oh God. And it's awful, and a lot of it is people that just don't know how to fight, and they don't know how to defend themselves, and then they're fucking flailing wildly at each other, and this one guy knew something, and he threw this guy to the ground and punched him out. It's, this school's so dangerous. It's so dangerous because kids are just starting to get testosterone. They're just starting to become like strong and like almost a man.
And out of lopsided too, because there's other kids who it just didn't kick in yet. So they're tiny.
Yeah. Well, these kids were. There was none of that. They were similar sized, but it was just awful. It's just awful.
There's also weird energy in school for kids that age. It's intricate. Like, I remember I saw a lot in my high school fights that were between friends, because there's always somebody who wants people to fight. There's always somebody who doesn't fight but wants a fight to happen. Everybody wants to see it. So you take a kid who's trying to get some kind of status with a certain group, and they go, why are you friends with that guy? You know? Like, that guy's a pussy. And they actually turn him on. They want to see if they can make a kid fight a friend of his. I saw that so many times.
Yeah.
And I saw a lot of kids that were tough but had a head, smart kids who were. I remember this one kid, his name was Chris, and his friend Doug was pushed into, like, I'm going to kick your ass. And Chris could have beat Doug, but he just started crying because it was too much.
Yeah, pressure.
And he didn't want to fight his friend, and he could hurt his friend real bad. And he's isolated. Everybody's around him. He's like now the kid, the fag, And he just started crying. And then everybody starts laughing at him because he's crying. Oh. And now he's mad. And he just beat Doug's face to red. It was just red. It's like he painted his face red.
Oh, no. One of the most humiliating fights I ever got into was there was never even a punch thrown. It was me. I was 14, and there's this kid in the locker room, and I don't remember what words were said, but we were standing in front of each other. And this is before I even was really into martial arts. This is one of the reasons I got into it. This kid grabbed me in a headlock, threw me on the ground, and was gonna punch me in the face, but then stopped and decided not to. So I was just gonna let you up. And I was like, I was like so humiliated.
Oh, no.
I was so humiliated.
It would have been better if he hit you, because then you look a little bit tough for taking the punch.
Well, at least, I mean, he was so unconcerned that I could do something to him that he just let me up. And then I, would avoid him. In school, if I would, look down the hallway. Yeah. And, I would open up the door to the outside breezeway, and I saw him on the other side. I'm like, I got to go around this way. I got to keep away from that guy. I was terrified of him.
Horrible.
Terrified of him.
There was
a full year.
When I was a senior, I never really got in fights. I just didn't. It just didn't happen to me. I was kind of bigger than a lot of kids my age, so I guess that, I just didn't, and I didn't have a lot of conflicts with people. So I never really got much into fights. I just sort of slid through, And then at senior year, I don't remember, junior or whatever, but I was high a lot, and I was in the library, and I was laughing. I was making a lot of racket in the library. I used to get yelled at all the time for being loud in the library. And this kid who was a sophomore, little kid who was like this on me, kind of skinny and wearing a leather jacket, he goes, "Hey, shut the fuck up." Because he was just annoyed. And the worst part is he was right. I knew in my head, I'm being annoying.
Yeah.
But I said, fuck you. And I'm just like, it's status. I'm a senior, you're a sophomore. Fuck you, shut up. And he goes, what, fuck me? And I go, yeah, fuck you. And he comes over and he goes, you want to go out right now? I'll fucking kick the shit out. He's smaller than me, but he's wiry. And I'm like, I'm scared. I was terrified. Because I don't want to fight this kid. Even if I win, I'm not going to go unscathed. I don't want to get hurt.
Yeah.
I don't want to be punched in the face. I don't want any of this to happen. And he's standing above me, and he's like, "You want to fucking go?" And I was just like, "No, I don't want to fight." And he's like, "Then shut the fuck up, then." And I was like, and my friends were so ashamed of me. And for the rest of the year, I was terrified of this little kid scare. I did an episode about it in my show, and where some high school kid threatens to beat me up, and I back down, and I apologize to him. Oh, because I don't want to get. Yeah, that kid really, he haunted me for a long time.
It can happen.
Yeah.
It can happen.
Yeah, and he's somewhere now,
I got beat up on a bus by a girl when I was 14 because I didn't fight back. I didn't know what to
Right.
do. I wasn't sure if I should hit her back.
Yeah.
When I lived in Newton South, we would go to, I think it was Round Meadow, which was the middle school. I think
Yeah.
that's what it was.
Okay.
And we would walk across the field because my sister was going to the middle school, and I was in ninth grade, and she was in 8th grade. So I would go and take the bus with her because,
Yeah.
like, the bus was earlier or something. I forget what it was.
Okay.
So I went over, and something happened when I got on the bus, and there was this girl who, like, was this tough girl, smoked cigarettes, she had a leather jacket on.
Those Newton tough
Yeah.
girls.
And I don't remember what happened. I don't remember what the conversation was. But she either decided I was in the wrong seat or whatever. So she just starts wailing on me. Like it wasn't even like I didn't argue back. It was just
Yeah.
like she just started punching me.
Yeah.
And then this little guy who was like, who wound up being my friend. His name is Muggsy Malone. He wound up being, he later went on, I think he was a politician
Yeah.
at one point in time. But
In
he became my friend.
Massachusetts?
Yeah, but he was this tiny little guy. He was like in 5th grade.
Yeah.
And like the girl beats me up, and then he comes over. He goes, "I ain't fucking afraid of you either." I'm like, "Oh Jesus!" it's like what the fuck?
Like
is
he
that?
jumped on her side against you?
100%. Yeah, it was
Wow.
like one of those things where I was like, "My God, I got to learn how to fight." It's like
Yeah.
really what turned me into a martial artist. It's like I
Yeah.
was tired of being terrified. This girl kicked my ass, and I
Yeah.
didn't even fight back. I was just like covering my head up, and
No,
she's
it's
just
terrible.
fucking with a leather jacket on, a fucking cigarette.
What is her life that she needed to go right to DEFCON 5?
Well,
like
she
that,
wound up being the girlfriend of the guy who was the toughest guy on the wrestling team, which I joined the next season. So thank God I didn't swing back.
Yeah, that would have been
He would have beat
that
the
would
fuck
have been
out of me.
horrible.
This guy Mark Collins, who was like the neighborhood tough guy, who wasn't even a small guy. Wasn't even a big guy, rather. He was a small guy, but he was just fucking intense. He was a really good wrestler.
Yeah, I lived in Newtonville, which was like on, right along the highway, and right next to Nonantum, which was all those Irish and Italian kids. And so that's who I went to junior high school with, and mostly high school. But there was a lot of really terrifying kids. There's a lot of scary kids.
Well, blue collar communities, like I was in Upper Falls.
Yeah.
In Newton Upper Falls, there was a lot of drinking.
Yeah.
Everybody would hang out by Echo Bridge. You remember
Right.
Echo Bridge?
Yeah, sure.
That's where my house was. My
Okay.
house was right next to Echo Bridge.
Yeah, Newton had a lot of like Cabot. I went to Cabot School, elementary school, and Cabot Park was a hang. And to cross Cabot Park, sometimes you'd get these guys that would just converge on you, and they would play games with you, and you didn't know what was going on.
Right.
Like, hey, kid, come here, and then all of a sudden you're in the middle of the park, and you're like, fuck.
Yeah.
I remember once as kids, he said he had $100 bill for some reason, and he said, "We're going to play this game," and they're all surrounding me, and he puts the $100 bill on my hand, and he gives me a cigarette, and he says, "If you can burn a hole in his head all the way through, I'll give you the $100 bill." I was like, I don't want to do it. And
Jesus Christ.
No, try it. And I was trying to do it, and it hurt like fuck. And I don't remember how that ended. Like, I just remember that terrifying, and they're all staring at me. And one time, some kids had a cup of puke. It was like a coffee cup with puke. And he said, "Can you drink this whole thing? If you drink this whole thing, we'll give you a beer." That was that thing.
Oh, God.
And
Drink the puke and I'll give you a beer.
Yeah. These guys just scared me. And then when I grew up, I hung out with those kids and smoked cigarettes. That's where I learned to smoke cigarettes in that park. And I drank my first beer in that park. But there was a kid named Mike who was the toughest kid in Newton. He was just a fucking terrifying person. And there was one point where this kid named David Russell, his family lived in Boston. Remember, I don't know if you guys had Metco kids, the kids that were bused from Boston into our schools. All black kids from Boston who were bused into our school system. It wasn't part of that bossing Boston thing. It was out to the suburbs.
Right.
And these were kids that got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go to school. You know, they were living a particular life and coming out to this suburb. And some of them were my friends. One of them was Ronnie DeVoe of Belle Biv DeVoe.
No shit.
Yeah, I went to high school with him.
Wow.
And I knew him since like junior high school through high school. He was a nice kid. And when he was in first edition or new edition, they used to come get him in a limousine. and people would shout racist shit at the Bobby Brown. All these guys would be in the limousine in high school. It was so racist. It was so crazy. Yes.
Whoa.
So David Russell was a Medco kid, and his family's house burnt down in Boston. And a family in Newton, actually friends of mine, they had a rental unit, and they let the Russells live there. So it was like, there's a black family living in Newtonville. It's a big deal. And everyone was into, because it was all liberal teachers. Everybody was into, like, we're hosting this family because they lost their home. So all of a sudden, David Russell's living in Newton. He's not just going to school there. And one day, Mike and his group confront David Russell at the park, and they go, hey, listen, we're really happy you're here. We want to show you this bench right here. This is your bench. And they had literally painted it black. And they painted one of the swings black. They said, this is the Russell swing. This is the Russell bench. You can use it anytime you want.
Whoa.
And I remember I heard that story, and I went to the park that day, and there was a black bench and a black swing. And they were there. I mean, I remember I went back when I was in my 20s, and it was still a little
Kind of black?
paint. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Newton, Massachusetts. It's crazy.
Kids were latchkey kids back then.
Yeah.
Remember those days? You were just like,
Oh, your parents are
they
work.
just let you out.
There's no parents.
Yeah.
They come home. My mom would come. I was raised by a single mom. She had 4 kids and worked. So she'd come home at 7:30, 8 o'clock, rush hour traffic, just exhausted.
Yeah.
But I'd come home, make my own lunch, and often dinner.
Yep. Yeah.
Sometimes I'd make something for my mom, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Home alone all day.
All day.
Yep.
Yeah. We
Out
had
on the streets.
Nobody knew where you were. There was no cell phones. You just wandered around
Yep.
and just hope you didn't die.
Yeah.
Because every now and then someone would die. Someone
Yeah,
would die
kids
in a
would
drunk
die.
driving accident or
Yes.
something.
I think every year in my high school there would be a page in the yearbook for the kid that got killed in a drunk driving.
Yeah, something. There was always something like that.
My best friend Ian, his sister Claire, was in a drunk driving accident where somebody died, and half her face was paralyzed still today. She was just, it was a fucked up time.
Well, it's just those. I mean, getting through that though is like a very unusual education in human beings and development, and like why people do the things they do, and why they say the things they do, why they're trying out different kinds of behaviors, and you know, and bullies, and people who are pacifists, and people who get bullied, and you see it ruin their lives, and you know, it can ruin your fucking life, man. I really feel for people who get bullied, because if you get bullied in high school and you just decide that's who I am, I'm just this fucking loser, I'm just going to hide. And then you hide in your apartment, and you hide in your house, and you hide at your job, and then like your life is hiding now because somebody fucked with you and somebody...
Well, also you were very badly hurt when you were extremely vulnerable.
Exactly.
And you're probably hurt because you already were vulnerable. You already were unsure of yourself. For
it's
a million
ultra-devastating.
different reasons.
Yeah.
And so you never really recover from that, I don't think.
You can.
It's part, I mean, it doesn't mean it destroys your life, but it's in your life. All the things that happen to you that are horrible, like unbelievable, they just stay with you. They just become part of you. You don't swap it out. You don't clean it out. It doesn't go away. It just stays in you.
You can get over it.
You can get over it. You can integrate it.
Yeah.
It can help you understand what's happening to other people. It can help you even understand people that hurt people.
Yeah.
Like when you get really hurt by people, you can have 2 choices. You can decide to collapse under it and say, I'm too weak to live in this world. Or you can decide to hate them, which is another very corrosive thing. You can just decide that they're shit, they're not human. Or you can look at them and go, why did this person do this to me? And
they've always been abused.
Yeah, and then you go, okay. And then you get an insight that people don't get without that kind of experience. And then you have a self-reliance because you go, I got through it. I did it. I got through it. I think every extreme experience, bad and good, is food. You know, it's good food.
It has the potential for a learning experience. Yeah.
Potential. Yeah, it's up to you.
It's
up to you what
totally
you
up
turn
to
it
you.
into.
Yeah, like all those stories about like me being bullied and thrown around, like that's what led me to get into martial arts. If it wasn't for that, I probably never would have done it, and I never would have been the person that I am.
Sure.
But all that came out of bad feelings, like terrible feel, like just moving to town. So I was 14. I just moved there. I lived in Jamaica Plain before that, and then we moved.
Oh,
to,
I didn't know
Newton.
that.
Yeah.
Well, how old were you when you moved from there?
I lived in Jamaica Plain for, I guess, a year and a half or so. My parents were like, "This is way too dangerous. We got to get you out of there."
Still, probably.
It was sketchy. Well, now I think Jamaica Plain's gentrified now.
Oh yeah, okay.
But when I was there, it was not. When I was in, I guess it was 7th or 8th grade, there was a boy who was in our class who was 17 years old. And I was like, what the fuck is he doing in class?
And what grade were you?
7th grade.
Oh,
7th
wow.
or 8th.
That's crazy.
It was crazy. Yeah, he just kept falling out of school. And he was in there, and he started off at the beginning like, I'm just going to fucking do it this time. And I remember being in class, like I was like a little kid. He was like an adult. So I was like, this is crazy. And he fell off. He was in class for a couple days, and then he stopped. And I realized, like, oh, this poor guy. Like, he's never going to catch up. Like, he's fucked. Because now he feels like a loser, and he feels like he's so far behind. He can't even do it anymore, and so he just dropped out. But it was that kind of a neighborhood. There was a lot of criminals in my neighborhood.
I mean, the other thing is that school makes people feel really shitty in some ways. I always felt like a loser in school.
Me too.
I was always in trouble. I was never. I mean, I remember when I was in kindergarten. I was in first grade. I was in Mexico City. That's where I lived when I was little. And I have this one. I don't remember much about that time, but I remember this one day. We had desks with all work in a desk that folded down, and all your papers were in there. And you had to keep it organized and keep handing stuff in, but I could never finish anything. So my desk was always like, I couldn't close it. And I hated this feeling, and the teachers, fucking angry Mexican teachers, would scream at me. And one day the teacher left us in the room alone, me and some kids for some reason. And I took all the papers and I threw them out the window. I opened the window and I threw all my papers out the window. And the kids were like, what? And they started screaming, and everybody started throwing papers out the window. It was like fucking Attica. It was just nuts. And then there was this pounding at the door, and the teacher, and I knew I'm in so much trouble right now. Like, I'm in beyond trouble. But it felt so good. It just felt so good to be like in this outside of the box.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to do that at all. But it felt free. I felt like some kind of adult or something, you know?
Isn't it funny, those moments of rebellion, like early on, that really sit with you? Like, it felt so good. It plants seeds for further rebellion in the future.
Well, once you get that feeling, you want it again and again, you know? Because it takes you out of everything.
Yeah.
It's like, I may never get out of this class. I may never finish any of these. I might not graduate. I might, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm right now. I'm throwing all this shit out the window.
I'm alive.
Yeah, exactly. It feels good for right now. And it's hard to reconcile that. I think that's a little bit of a comedian's, like, upbringing. And then you have to start being then you have kids and it all goes away. You have kids and you grow right out. Whatever's left, I think, when you have kids. I mean, not for everybody. There's some real douchebag parents. But for the most part, I think once the kids come, it's not about you anymore. It's about them. So.
And it's also it's bizarre watching them go through it. Them going through, like, trying to find their identity and trying to find their friends group and little disputes that they have in their friends group.
Yeah.
Like, one of my daughters has this one little friend rather, who's, I don't want to say she's evil, but something's wrong. Something's wrong. She's just like always like very mean to the other girls and very insulting, and for whatever reason, this girl just has like this fire inside of her, and all the other 12-year-olds are starting to figure it out now, so they're starting to separate from her. Like, they gave her a few chances.
Right.
And so now the mom is contacting the other moms, like, what's wrong? She's such a sweet girl. I'm like, no, your daughter's kind of a cunt. And it's like this, it's weird. And then, me and my wife are having this conversation. I'm like, do you think it's the mom? Like, who do you think, like, where's this coming from? Do you think it's the family? Like, how does a daughter get to be so insulting and shitty?
Yeah.
You got to learn that. You can't just be like the sweetest, kindest person in the world and have this fucking hyper-aggressive,
something's
shitty
going
baby.
on. I mean, there was people, like, I remember there was a kid when I grew up, and he was a mess. And he was huge. He just got really huge. In third grade, he was he was bigger than all of us. And he was a really bright kid, and he was funny and interesting, but he had this crazy temper. And he would throw these tantrums in the middle of class. Like, something would piss him off, and he'd start screaming and throwing shit, and he'd get violent. And the teacher would go to the... Back then, there was like a box on the side of the classroom wall with a clock and a speaker and a button, like a microphone, like to call the office. And they'd call the office and say, get Mr. Shanahan. He was our one teacher who was big enough to handle this kid. And he would come and just subdue him. He'd wrap his arms around this kid, and the kid's face would be purple. And Mr. Shanahan would just subdue him until he ran out of... He would just collapse. And we would all sit there and watch this. And then he'd be taken out of the classroom. And then we'd all talk about him. But like, the teacher would say, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
What do you think's going on with John, and how do we handle this?
Oh, that's cool.
He's in our community. He's in our class.
Oh, that's a great teacher.
He was great. Mr. Weisberg, great teacher. And then I was always in John's class, 4th grade, 5th grade. And in 5th grade, we had a trip to Cape Cod. The whole 5th grade class goes in cars, in a caravan, to Cape Cod. And you live in tents, and you visit the cranberry bogs, whatever the fuck you do in Cape Cod. And it's a very social thing, so somebody's mom is driving, so they will you come in my car? That was the cool thing. And I got invited to be in Jeff Drew's car, and I was like, this is going to be... I love Jeff Drew. It's going to be me and him and Mike McDougal. We're going to have a great time. But the teacher pulled me aside, and he said, listen, John, the fucked up kid, he goes, his parents have offered to drive, and nobody wants to drive with him. And I'm asking you to do it.
Oh, boy.
And I was like, I don't want to do that. And he said, I'm asking you because I think you're a nice person, and you're the one person I can think of that I could ask, could you make this sacrifice and let him not feel so isolated? And I was like, fuck. And that made me feel good that he wanted me to do it. And I did it. And I got to know him, and he was a really cool kid, and his parents were both professors, really, really bright people.
Oh, wow.
His father had killed himself, but his stepfather and his mother were professors, really intelligent people.
That's probably where it came from.
I think so.
Yeah.
It was really hard. His life was really hard. And then I knew him for years after that. We were friends, but he would always explode all the way until 17 or so. The last time I saw him, he was like 16, I think. And he was still we were talking outside of a Brigham's ice cream in Newton Center, and he was leaning on the glass of the window, and this guy came outside and said, "Don't lean on the glass." And so he kicked it and shattered the whole window, and I walked away. I'm like, I don't ever want to see this kid again.
Oh, Jesus.
But anyway, just to say that, yeah, the point of it is I tried to stay friends with that kid. When there's a kid who's really fucked up and has a wire loose, someone's got to be their friend.
Yeah.
I don't think, it's like I've had girlfriends that are like really cuckoo, and my friends have been like, she's bad news, she's crazy. And I'm like, well, somebody has to love her. I mean, if everybody walks away from her because she's nuts, she's going to be alone.
Oh, that was always the case with Brian Callen. With Brian Callen, me and Brian Callen, like Brian Callen was always like the guy who took in all the strays.
Yeah.
He's like, everything's going to be fine. She's fine. She's fine. We're fine. And I was always, his friend going, hey, man, you got to fucking get out of this.
Right.
Like, you got to get out of this now. This is a dark road you're going down.
Sure.
This is only going to lead to doom.
Yeah.
And he was always like, hey, someone's got to be your girlfriend.
Yeah. I've had a few friendships and relationships like that.
Yes.
Where I'm like, this person's tough. Like comedian friends that I've had that everybody else is like, I hate that guy. I'm like, I get it.
Yeah.
I'm staying friends with him. I get it. I'm not going to defend him all over the place, but
oh, you're talking to me. I'm friends with Alex Jones.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
I mean, that's the ultimate example of that.
Oh.
Yeah.
On
There
a
you
big
go.
scale, too. That's got to be hard.
The biggest scale.
Oh,
the
God.
biggest scale in the world.
That takes a lot of fortitude to hang in there.
He's not a bad guy.
No,
He had a psychotic break.
Yeah.
But Alex Jones got dumped on his head when he was in high school. He's speaking about getting bullied in high school.
Yeah.
This guy picked him up and pile drived him, slammed him on the concrete on his head.
Was it John Ronson that did a documentary about him, or he did a thing on NPR?
John Ronson did a thing with him where they both went to Bohemian Grove.
Where he grew up?
No. Bohemian Grove is this place in California where all the elites go and they put fucking druid costumes on.
Oh, God.
And they worship Moloch, the owl god.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And Nixon went there and Reagan
Nixon went there?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were
it's
talking about, like-
Bohemian Grove.
Oh,
You don't know what it is?
Nixon and Reagan went
Bohemian
there?
Grove is a famous place where rich world leaders would meet in Northern California, and they literally worship this Moloch, the owl god, and everybody thought it was bullshit, but John Ronson and Alex Jones snuck in, and this is in like the 90s? I want to say this is the 90s. I've been friends with Alex since 1998.
Wow.
That's how I know him. I knew him back when he was protesting George Bush, and he was saying that George Bush is a warmonger and a war
Which
hawk.
one?
And
For a second one?
W, when W was running for president.
Yeah.
Back when W was the governor of Texas.
Right.
So he like this idea that he was like this right wing guy. He was always like this anti-power guy, but he was dumped on his head in high school on the concrete.
Jeez.
When he was, 15, 16 years old, and he was fucked ever since then.
Yeah.
And he has real mental problems sometimes. And if he's drinking a lot, and then he takes in too much conspiracy shit, he starts believing things that aren't real.
Ruining folks'
Yeah,
lives.
and that's what he did. Yeah, he started believing. He really,
horrible.
but
Horrible.
he wasn't lying. He just was wrong. He really believed
Yeah.
that the government had faked it to try to confiscate people's
Right.
weapons. Like he's just.
Well, I mean,
But it was
it's
a haze of drugs and booze and a psychotic break and like legitimate traumatic brain injury.
yeah.
There's a lot going on there.
Well, pretending that he wasn't the way to start this conversation, I remember when that happened, Sandy Hook. That was Sandy Hook, right?
Yeah.
And I remember that the media went up there right away.
Yeah.
I remember it made me really sick because it's such a horrible thing that happened.
Yeah.
And what everybody should have done is just let the chief of police talk to you and let him say, we don't know these things yet. Just wait for information to come out of this very painful place. But the media flew in.
Of course.
And they're on the fucking grounds of the school. And Anderson Cooper is talking to fucking kids who were there. And their parents have their hands on the kids' shoulders. And you can see in both the kid's face and the parents' face that they're not sure they should be doing this. They don't know. They don't. We take for granted this thing of being exposed to the media and being talking on cameras.
Right.
And there's been things, of course, in your life and my life where you say something or have an experience. And then afterwards you go, fuck, I wish I hadn't said that.
Right.
Or I didn't know how this would feel is the thing, right? So somebody who's not even in public life and who just suffered a off-the-charts trauma, and Anderson Cooper and his producers going, no, you should talk, talking them into it, saying you should talk to the world right now. You should be on the news talking about it now. We don't want to wait till later. We don't want to do an expose 10 years later, what was it like, or even a year. We want to know right now.
So
why does it have to be now? Why can't you just talk to the stoic chief of police who says, here's why? Because because it's just dirty greed. It's just dirty, I want it. It'll be great on camera.
Yep.
I don't give a fuck what happens to this person when I leave Sandy Hook today. I don't give a shit. I'll be back in my CNN studios. I'm picking him because that's the face I remember.
Yeah.
And the fact that they were there, it's just macabre and it's ghoulish and it's gross. And it puts those people in a very vulnerable, fucked up position that they didn't anticipate.
Yeah.
They had no idea. And I'm talking out of school because I didn't experience what they experienced. But as a person sitting and watching, I'm like, I'm being told too much. I know too much about this too soon. And if that's not because I need to know or it's going to help fix what happened. It's because somebody wanted.
Because it drives ratings. That's it.
That's it. It's just money.
Yeah.
So, and that there's been an extension to that throughout the history since then. Of every time something bad happens, nobody slows down and thinks about it.
Well, there's also a thing that happens where you get eyewitness accounts that are all fucked up. And one of the reasons why eyewitness accounts that are fucked up is because when people experience a traumatic incident, their memory is very confused. You are working with a part of your brain that's like this reptilian part of your brain that's like completely freaked out that something horrible happened. And that happened after 9/11. Like after 9/11, everybody wanted to believe that this was some grand conspiracy because there was all these bizarre eyewitness accounts. Oh, I heard a bomb go off. I heard this. I heard that. Like these
They don't know
people,
what they remember. They don't know what they saw.
flabbergasted. They don't know what the fuck happened.
Yeah.
They were so overwhelmed and blown away by the moment.
There should be, every time something awful happens, there should just be a blackout, like just a period where let's not talk to anybody.
Yeah.
Don't talk to the traumatized.
Well, going there and sticking a fucking microphone in their faces.
It's just so gross,
evil.
and it's par for the course.
Yeah.
It's like how it's done.
Yeah.
And then they're reporting from the place, and imagine what
Yeah.
it's like being in that community, and there's fucking a van with a
what satellite thing
what
on
are
the top.
you doing here?
Yeah.
It's obscene.
Yeah, it is obscene. It's obscene and it's normal.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they operate under. That's their currency.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they think about it anymore.
I don't think they think about it because there's a diffusion of responsibility when you work for a large corporation. That's the job that has to get done.
Yeah.
We got to go there. It's not my call. If it was
No.
my call, I'd stay in the studio. I'm a good person.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember I was at Fox News once because I was shooting a sketch with Greg. What's his name?
Giraldo?
No. Greg. The Fox News. He's got a funny talk show.
Gutfeld.
This was when he was just sort of didn't have the Gutfeld show. I think it was Red Eye. But he let us shoot a thing where it was a sketch for my show. It was like a scene for my show where I'm debating with a woman who's against masturbation, and I'm the guy on pro masturbation, and he was the moderator, and we had this like TV news thing. It was a silly episode of my show, and anyway, so I got to go to the studios to shoot it, and Gutfeld was really cool. I like him; he's a good guy.
He's a nice guy.
And so I sat in they didn't have the place for us yet, and they let me. I asked if I could go in a control room, and they're like, okay. And I sat in this control room because I love television. I love being behind the scenes. And the president was making a speech. It was Obama. He's making a speech, and I was in the live fucking in the room, the Fox News room, watching them do their thing. And Bill O'Reilly's on this camera having his hair done. And this guy's over here looking at, and a girl's she's getting makeup. Everybody's getting ready. The president is in the corner, and the sound's off. Nobody's listening to the president. He's giving a speech, and they're just going, Alex, what do you got, Alex? And Alex is like, did you get the fucking guy? Everybody's cursing and trying to line up guests for interviews. And it was fascinating to watch. And the second the president is done, they go to whoever, not Alex Jones. What am I talking about? The guy who was the big Fox News guys back then. Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly. Yeah.
They go to Bill O'Reilly, and he goes, well, this is just the president doing the same. Like, he wasn't listening. Nobody listened to the speech. They just go, this is just bullshit. And we don't believe in him. And this guy and this guy. And I saw how fast, and they were so urgent. It was so urgent that they get in right away. And I know that the same things happen in an MSNBC and CNN. They're not thinking about anything. They already know their reaction.
Yeah.
And they got to come in with it really quick because it's got to get in here before anything else. It's got to, so nobody listens to, if there was like a thing where you need to take a day after his speech, you have to read it, you have to watch it and discuss it with the staff and then make a decision, make a an opinion. The opinion would be like, he's got points and blah, blah, you know what I mean? It would definitely be, and it would move the ball forward and it would get people to hear each other more. But there's such a need because it's entertainment.
Yeah, you have to be there right away with a rebuttal.
Yeah.
Well, what it is like it's entertainment disguised as news for minimally engaged casual viewers.
Yeah.
Because it's not really people that are completely locked in for the most part.
Not into it, no.
Most people are just flipping through the channels and something outrageous like, what I think he's doing is bad for America. Oh, bad for America. What is he doing? And then you'll tune in. But if they don't say that, you're not going to pay attention, and then they're going to lose out on that Pfizer dollars that's going to come during the ad break.
If you say what you really think, it would be like, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
It should be fine. In other ways, it won't be, but it'll be. Nobody wants to watch that. So.
Well, because of the format, it's just a trick to get you to watch a commercial for Colgate. It's just a trick.
Well, that's the old days. That's the old days.
It is now, too.
Yeah.
Like, if they can't get you to stick around and wait for the commercials, they don't make any money.
No.
Like, the whole deal is they have to be engaging enough to get you locked in so you can see that Toyota truck commercial. And if they don't make the money.
No, that's the same with the little videos, too. Like, have you ever seen, back when there was police shooting videos, black people that were coming up a lot, some news organization would get it. It would be theirs. and you go on YouTube to watch it, and there's an ad. So it's like Snapple.
Yep.
The guy gets beat up, and then Snapple again
Isn't
at
that
the
wild?
end.
Yeah. And they make money off that.
Snapple is like,
Yeah. So strange. The
Yeah.
news is so bizarre.
Yeah,
It's
you get
the
what you-
format's so bizarre.
we get what we want from it, though, because everybody likes to be entertained by news. So if there was, it's like drug use. If there isn't the user, then the dealer goes broke.
it's way less popular than it's ever been in
Yeah.
human history. Like in the history of television news, the news, like the evening news and CNN, and those things, are less popular than they've ever been.
Right.
Ever. And it's because people are tired of it. It's a shitty format. And in comparison to long-form discussions like independent interview shows, like, there's so many different political shows now and podcasts where people have nuanced perspectives. And if you really want to understand what's going on in the world, like complicated issues like the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, like you need people to break it down to you,
Yeah.
and they're not going to get it in 5 minutes.
No.
You're not going to. You're going to get they hate us for our freedom. That's what you're going to get in 5 minutes.
Right.
You're going to get nonsense talking points.
No, I remember when I grew up, like Walter Cronkite was still on the air somewhere. I remember he was on CBS, I think. My earliest news memory
Yeah.
was when Apollo and Soyuz, the two, the Russian and the American capsule, docked in mid-space. There was something where they were both up there once and they ran into each other and saw each other from the window and kind of got close and thought, hey, what if we could meet? So they went back and they fashioned a dock. This is like in the early 70s or mid 70s. And they went up and they docked, and then they hung out and drank vodka. Anyway, it was during the Cold War. It was a big deal. And I remember Walter Cronkite, I think this is what I remember. I could be wrong. But Walter Cronkite saying, if you live in the northeast of the United States, if you go outside tonight, if you look up, you'll see a red light and a white light blinking next to each other, and that's them in orbit. And I went up and I fucking saw it, and it blew my mind.
Wow.
And the way he said it with a little bit of a smirk, like, isn't that cool? Because he was very stoic. But there was a thing back then where there was just him and David Brinkley. There was a couple of news organizations, and then like PBS. And you kind of got a sense that they were on it, and also that it wasn't fun. They had ethics, that they took years of training in college and school to get through, and a system of a hierarchy of whatever internships, and that by the time you were running the network news, you were a serious person that took it seriously.
Yes.
You know? And I remember maybe in the mid '80s when I started to hear this sound from the news, that I thought, what are you doing? And then sometimes it just sounded like this.
Right.
And they're saying, and I was like, what are you fucking, I could hear the bullshit.
Yeah.
And I knew that they were, but back then they were just trying to make it sound interesting when it wasn't. They didn't start having this opinion thing yet, you know?
Right.
But it became a show, and now it's a show about opinions. It's entertainment, and like any other entertainment organization in America, they ran it way past the finish. They went way past it. Nobody likes it anymore, and they're running it to the ground. They can't they don't know when to stop.
Yeah. Well, that's the train they're on, right? Do you think Fox started it? Was it Fox that started this like aggressive sort of opinion version of the news? Were they the first, and then everybody else sort of had to respond to it?
Maybe, I don't know.
Fox is the first
I'm an
to
idiot.
put
I don't know that.
hot ladies in short skirts. They were the first.
Well, there was. I mean, look,
On the
fucking Barbara
news?
Walters was hot when she started. That was
Right, but she dressed appropriately. She was very attractive, but she dressed appropriately.
Is that? Do you remember thinking that?
Yes,
When
I
you were
do.
a kid,
When I was
you
a
know
little
what?
kid.
She's attractive, but
She's very composed, and she dressed
Yes.
appropriately, and the way she handled Sean Connery was great.
yeah, I liked her. I found her. I liked the bump on her nose. She had kind of a funny face.
You like that?
Yeah.
Why'd you like that?
I don't know. I liked Barbara
Imperfection?
Streisand. That was sort of the same for me.
I like Lauren Hutton because she had that gap in her teeth.
Yeah, little
Yeah,
flaws are
I
very,
like that.
very attractive.
Yeah.
Barbara Streisand was in this movie. What's it called?
Stars Born?
No, fucking with Ryan O'Neal. It's a great movie. Peter Bogdanovich, who just died. Does this fella know?
The Way We Were?
No, it was a comedy. What's Up, Doc?
What's Up, Doc?
Great movie. Holds up.
Yeah?
Hilariously funny movie.
Really?
And she was funny as fuck. She was really to me. She was. I always liked funny women when I grew up. I was raised by a single mom, so women being like, you know, it was my 3 sisters. My whole life, I've raised 2 girls. All my dogs have been women.
Your dogs are women?
Well, girls. I don't know, women. I respect them. They're not girls.
I get it.
Yeah. But I always liked her. She was funny and sexy.
She was hot in the young days.
Yes.
When she was young.
Mm-hmm.
She did have that look.
Yep. Big nose.
Hot Jewish lady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hot Jewish girls.
Ooh. Yeah. Well, growing up in Newton,
Yeah.
the hot Jewish girls were the thing.
Yes. And they were cool and they were brassy and they just say the thing. No, my girlfriend in high school was Jewish and I was deeply in love with her. I had one year, senior year.
Yeah?
Girlfriend. She was great. I didn't care about anything else.
How did it fall apart?
She went to college and I didn't. I never went to college. So she went to Dartmouth. So now she's in like Ivy League school.
She can't be hanging out with a loser like you.
Fucking no. And I'm like showing up in a Datsun B210 to visit her. Hi. And I saw the look on her face like, dude,
This
you
is
know
over.
you can't. You see these people?
Yeah.
Nah, man.
This is over.
Hurt really bad too.
Oh,
I saw
yeah.
her recently. She came and saw me on the road.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's so happy to see
God,
me.
that's got to be bizarre.
Yes. First girlfriend. We're in our 50s.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You ever see any of your exes?
No, not. I ran into my ex from high school when I was 25 or 26 in New York.
Oh, it's not that
And-
far after.
No, it wasn't that far after, but it was interesting. It was like we were kind of
Yeah.
adults now.
Yeah.
And we hung out in a little bit, but then we went on a little road trip together, and she was so annoying.
Mm-hmm.
She was so annoying that I faked that I had. My friend called me up, and I faked that I forgot to take him somewhere so I could get rid of her. I go, I'm so sorry, I forgot. He's on my friend
no.
Johnny's on the phone. What
Yeah.
the fuck are you talking about? I go, dude, I forgot I'm supposed to take you there. I'm really sorry.
Oh,
I go,
no.
listen, let me take care of it. I can still do it. Don't worry, I can take care of it. I told her I'm really sorry, but I got to drive my friend. And I just like, God,
I've lied to a lot of people.
that was a good one.
Yeah.
That was one that I really wish I hadn't done it. I really wish I had confronted her and said, listen, I know, because she drove from like D.C. to visit me, but it was awful. It was
Yeah.
awful. She was just nagging. She would just like, don't do this, don't do that. Like I try to listen to music in the car. She's like, I don't want to hear that. It wasn't like, why don't we listen to something that we both like? It wasn't a conversation. It was just and I remember like, oh, this is what you were like
That's
in high
what she
school.
was like. So she just wanted that back. She wanted
Yeah.
that. I think for some people, that's a way of showing affection, you know?
I don't think it was with her.
No.
No, it was like she was just a really strong girl, and she became a strong woman. She was very smart and just very rigid in what she wanted and what she didn't want. And she just was, for lack of a better term, she was a bitch. she just like...
Well, and you
she
were only
didn't-
25.
Yeah, and also I was free at the time. I mean, I was 25 and I was finally a professional comedian. I was
Yeah.
actually making a living. I was doing comedy clubs. I was doing okay. I was, you know...
I mean, that gets back to the thing of life being normal and competing with comedy. You
Yeah.
know? Because comedy is a weird life.
It's too much fun.
It
I was
is.
like, you're not going to drag me into this shit. I know where this goes. This goes to me being a henpecked husband.
Yeah.
And you're yelling at me because I didn't do what you wanted me to do. It's like,
No, and you're sleeping until 2 in the afternoon if you feel like it.
Right.
And you're
Exactly.
working. Oh, it's a joke to call it work.
Yeah.
You're hanging out with guys that you like, and you're just
Yeah.
out and meeting anybody you want, and you're in New York City. You're like living Miles Davis's life.
Yeah. It was even worse than
And
that because
somebody's
I was
trying to
hanging
get
out
you.
at pool halls too.
Oh yeah.
So that was my pool hall days. So all day long, this is what my day was. I'd wake up whenever. I'd go to the gym. I'd get a workout in, and then I would go to the pool hall. And I would go to the pool hall in the afternoon, and I'd hang out with the guys. We'd play pool. We'd talk shit. We'd have some lunch or whatever, and then I'd go do shows. So I'd do shows at night, and then I'd come back to the pool hall at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, and it would be packed. And those fucking animals would be in there gambling and talking shit and doing drugs, and they would stay up till 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and then
Yeah.
we would go to the Star Diner in Mount Vernon, New York, and we'd eat cheeseburgers, and
Wow.
like a cheeseburger deluxe. So it was a cheeseburger
Yeah.
with like coleslaw on it and pickles and onions. and then I go to sleep, and I wake up and do it all again. So I had this life of just like being around these degenerate bachelors.
Yeah.
They were fun people with great stories, and they
Sure.
were always gambling. Everybody was gambling. And we're just playing pool all the time. And to this girl who's telling me, don't play that music. I don't like that music. I go, well, what do you like? She was just like, everything was like,
No,
don't,
I remember
don't
those-
chew that way. Don't do this. Don't do that.
Especially in New York because it was wide open and it was infinite and open all night. And I remember those early years in my 20s living in New York, and I would do sets till 4 a.m. sometimes. It was
Yeah.
like the improv on 44th and 9th, the last set was like 350 on a Saturday. It was something crazy like that.
How many people were in the audience?
Not like no, but like
350?
barely anybody. But you kept going, just all night shows. Like I had a motorcycle because you could get to shows faster through traffic. You could do 8-9 shows a night, and then you just get paid cash. And it was a great life. And then me and like Kevin Brennan and Dave Attell and a guy named Dan Vitale, who just passed away, and a few other guys used to go to the diner on the Westway Diner on 9th Avenue. And the Westway was all the street came into Westway. Like everybody that's out hustling, Midtown and Times Square. Back then, Times Square was still filthy. And so there was always like a table of vice cops and then like a table of transvestite hookers. And they're out on the street. They're after each other. But everybody goes to the same diner.
So it's like Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah, it's like Wile E. Coyote and the whatever.
sheepdog.
And they punch in.
Yes.
How you doing, buddy?
Morning, Sam.
Yeah. It was
Yeah.
like that. And the cops always had their guns show, their shoulder holster guns show, and there'd be a table of comics.
Wow.
And we would just sit there and eat fucking Greek food, and and just hang out and watch this weird, I was so happy then. I was just so happy.
It's such a fun time.
Yeah.
You don't really know what's going to happen. You hope that you make it. You hope you can continue to make a living.
Yeah.
But it's such a fun time of complete freedom. I really enjoyed that.
I loved it. It was enough to pay my rent in New York City. And at the time, I liked New York City a little more than I do now because there was more, like, cool stuff like bookstores and Tower Records, and there was more movie theaters. And
Yeah.
there was more off-the-wall culture and strange stuff to see. And more restaurants and diners. There's really not all-night diners in Manhattan anymore.
There isn't?
They're gone. Like me and Bobby Kelly, when we were getting ready to do his special, I went to watch him at the Cellar. And then I said, let's go to a diner and talk it over. And we walked around there, couldn't find one. They all closed. They closed at like midnight.
Now, is
crazy.
that because of crime?
Well, COVID killed a lot of places. I mean, it really distinctly changed the city. And it's thriving, New York. It's really... Like, there are sometimes I'd hear people talk on your show and other shows saying, like, New York City is dead and it's dangerous. And I'm like, well, I don't know. We're here. Like, it's okay. It's a very resilient city. It's been through a lot.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's
also
bouncing back.
just the fucking sheer numbers.
Yeah, there's just so many people. Someone's
Yeah.
going to pick up slack.
Yeah.
Somebody's business will fail. A lot of businesses fail.
Katz's Deli's still open, right?
Sure.
That's open
still-
late.
I don't know how late they're open.
I think they're open till like 2 or 3 in the
They
morning.
might be.
That place is amazing.
I love
That's
that
my
place.
favorite New York place to eat late night.
It hasn't changed. You give them the ticket,
Uh-huh.
and then the guy...
You paying cash?
paying cash, and the guy gives you a little piece of pastrami while you're waiting.
Yep.
And you tip
Yep.
him,
Yeah.
and then you take these fat chunks of pastrami on rye back to you, and a big pickle.
Oh my God, so good.
Very few
Last time
places
I was
like
there, I
that.
rented a Jeff Ross. I'm like, this is the perfect place for you.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
where he belongs.
Katz's Delicatessen open 24 hours.
That's right.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's
That's it.
all that's left.
That's what you want. God, I want to fly there right now and go eat.
It's so good. The brisket,
Everything's great.
fucking the fries are good.
And they've been open since like the 1800s. Oh,
Forever.
look at that sandwich.
Forever.
Look at that fucking
Beautiful.
sandwich. Oh, so good. It's such a classic Jewish delicatessen.
Yep.
Just classic.
There used to be a bunch more. There was a place called Ratner's on Delancey that was better.
Jerry's
But it's
Deli
gone.
went under in L.A.
Yeah, they all...
That's a sad... COVID killed Jerry's Deli.
Yeah.
Jerry's Deli was incredible. I fucking loved that place. I used to stop at... Well, the one in Woodland Hills went under before COVID, but I used to stop there on the way home from the Comedy Store. I'd call my wife. I'm like, I'm going to Jerry's Deli. What do you want? Get
Nice.
pastrami, Reuben, a bowl of soup, and we'd eat together after my set. It was amazing.
That's
Like,
great.
so much fun.
That's great.
Yeah, it was like such a good. Jerry's Deli was such a good place to meet people too. Like, yeah, let's go talk about it. We'll go meet at Jerry's Deli. We'll sit there, go over jokes and shit.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. I mean, probably younger generations have their own version of that. But ours, we're 55, so there's less of us. Most people our age are pretty settled. They're not going out anymore.
But the thing about the delis, and for me, was always the history. It
Yeah.
wasn't just that the food was amazing. It's like, this place has been here since 1875. This place has been here since 1946. It's like, there's, like, Cantor's is another
Yeah, they still
great
have that.
place.
In L.A., you can still go to Cantor's.
Thank
Yeah, I remember going to
God.
Cantor's and seeing, I was with a comedian. Her name was Felicia Michaels. You remember Felicia?
Yeah, I remember Felicia.
And I was hanging out with Felicia, and we went to Cantor's, and it was my first time in L.A., and Jackie Mason was there.
Oh, wow.
And I just watched him check her ass out. He just checked out Felicia's ass with that kind of, Like he nodded at her ass, like, and she's standing there. She had no idea.
Well, Jackie Mason was the guy who got kicked off of the Ed Sullivan show because Ed Sullivan claimed that he gave him the finger.
Yes.
And so he got banned from television.
Yeah, because
forever.
I went to the Museum of Broadcasting or whatever it is in New York, where they have like all the archives, because I wanted to see that tape because I read his description of it, and I saw it.
What is it? Did he give him the finger?
No, what happened was the way he tells the story is that he was doing his set, and I guess Ed was kind of I don't know, a little nutty. And he wanted him off. He wanted him to quit, to stop. He wanted to get him off early or something. And so he got behind the camera and he was giving him 2 minutes. It was like giving him like himself. And Jackie's trying to do his set. And he goes, "What are you showing me a finger? Here's a finger. You want a finger? Here's a couple of fingers for you." Like he just sort of like flashed fingers around because Ed Sullivan was showing him, like making finger signs at him that he didn't understand. He wasn't told that Ed Sullivan would give him a 2-minute signal.
Right.
Just Ed Sullivan came over. He was stressed out for some reason. And I saw the tape, and it doesn't. It goes by very quickly. But he goes, "What? Finger? You want fingers? Fingers."
Is that available on YouTube? You got it? Here.
Before he had in Jackie.
Someone else talking over it.
Yeah, that's they got.
Apparently, gives Sullivan finger.
On this day in 1960.
Wow, look how young he was. Just play it a little bit.
On the Ed Sullivan Show, during his set, Sullivan gave Mason a signal indicating that he had 2 minutes left before he had to finish up. Mason then gestured at Sullivan, and it was interpreted as him giving the host the finger.
They're not going to show it.
Yeah,
see if you can find it.
If he's just talking over it, that's not it.
Right, see if you can find it.
No, that's how you know.
Yeah.
It's some bullshit thing.
Yeah, there's so many of those. Well, I think they have to do that so that some, like, like you can't just own someone's stuff, but if you do commentary over it, and then you play it, then they can't give you a copyright strike on it,
right?
Because you've altered it enough with your commentary,
right?
Unfortunately, no footage from that specific incident exists on YouTube.
Yes.
However, it's been widely argued that Mason never did flip off.
No,
Sullivan.
he didn't do it. I mean, I saw it. Well, I don't know if that place is still there, but
you're supposed to be kind of an asshole, supposedly. Ed Sullivan.
I mean, you'd think.
Yeah.
With what he did. He's like, you ever see Sweet Smell of Success?
No.
It's one of the best movies ever.
Really?
It's so good.
What is it?
It's Tony Curtis and Burt Lancaster.
What year is it?
50s, early 60s. Patty Chayefsky wrote it, so
look at that.
57. So Tony Curtis plays he's a publicist. It's this New York, I mean, look at the images. It's fucking beautiful, this movie. And it's all about nightlife in New York.
In the 50s.
Yeah, in the 50s. And this guy, Burt Lancaster, plays J.J. Hunsucker, who's a columnist. And he makes people famous by writing just little snippets about them in his column. And Tony Curtis plays a publicist who tries to shill items to interesting. He represents comedians, and there's a comedian in the movie. And he's a bullshitter, and this guy is really powerful, and he changes people's lives in show business, and he's also very conservative. But anyway, he has also a TV show, and that's where Ed Sullivan came from. He had a column where he would write, great young comic, and people cared about his opinion. He became very powerful, and then he had like a radio program where he would say this young artist, and then he started his show. So
J.J. Hunsucker is kind of like a version of Ed Sullivan, and he's a bastard. So I don't know if people knew that about Ed Sullivan, but he ruins lives and pits people against each other. It's a very dirty movie.
If you go back to those days when there was only one or two, you had like Jack Parr, you had Ed Sullivan, there was only one or two guys that was in control of the gateway to show business in a lot of ways. Like Johnny Carson was like that in a lot of ways.
Being on Carson made your whole life.
And if he liked you and if you sat on the couch next to Carson, I mean, that made Richard Jeni's career. That's right. Really where he took off from. Yeah. That's where I first saw him. I used to watch The Tonight Show specifically just to watch the stand-ups.
And Rich Jeni did a great thing I'd never seen before, which is he did a one-subject set about Jaws 3.
Oh, but he could do that, though.
He did. But that set, if you ever find it, just him talking about Jaws 3 for 5 minutes.
See if you can find it.
It's the greatest.
Richard Jeni was the very best
he
at
was so good.
squeezing all of the material, all of the... Here we go.
You're all in a good mood tonight because that's important for a young comedian who's making his very first appearance on The Tonight Show. And Rich is going to be seen this September on the annual Young Comedian Special on HBO. And he'll be performing in New York City at Caroline's at the Seaport, August 11th through the 14th. Will you welcome, please, Richard Jeni. Richard?
Nervous as fuck.
Look at him. Look at that suit.
Yeah.
Thanks. Hello. Hello. You're in a great mood. You like this suit? Do you think I should have worn this? I don't know. It fits good, but it takes so long to wax it. The New York suit. I'm a New York guy. That's where I got it. I just came back from there performing. That was fun. And after that, I went up to Canada. Canada's just like New York backwards, isn't it? You go up there, everybody's going, how's it going, eh? Then you go back to New York and the people, hey, how's it going? It's like the same thing. Hey, get off the car. Get off the car, eh? It's like the same thing. Then I went down to Miami, had a good time. That's fun. You get on a couple people. You get down there, they have the Hispanic thing going on a plane. You get on a plane and they're like, for your convenience, we have air sickness bags. And someone else goes, el receptacles de barfo. They always have the same... I think if the plane crashes, they'll have to do that. They'll have to be going, we're about to crash. No, por favor, kiss your butt, buenas noches.
1980s comedy. So interesting.
Quick, rapid fire.
Time, it just gets lonely on the road, boy. There's nothing. You can tell you're getting lonely when you're sitting in your hotel going, gee, I never noticed it before, but Wilma Flintstone doesn't have a bad body.
That's the sanitized version of that joke.
Your friends are going, you're just lonely. Oh, no, really.
She's got a nice ass. She's probably the line.
Yeah, that's what it was.
In the clubs, it was nice ass.
Yeah.
I got so desperate for something to do one night. I actually went to the video store. Listen to this. I rented all 4 Jaws movies in a row. This is a low point in your life. When it's like 4:45, you're watching Jaws for the Revenge. That's the title, Jaws for the Revenge. And you're sitting there going, this shouldn't be the title. The title should be, here's a fish, you're stupid. That's the title. You ever see a movie like so bad that they just slap you in the face with how bad it is? You can't even pretend. You go, maybe this movie isn't that bad. I'm not wasting my life. And they just go, yeah, sure. Are you sure? Absolutely. Look at you. It's 4 in the morning. You're sitting there with one sweat sock and a burrito watching a shark that only kills one family out of an entire ocean full of perfectly edible people for no reason that we ever explain, and you won't turn it off because you think it's going to get better. Sit there, a movie, I'm still in pain from this. A movie so stupid that no matter how stupid, you couldn't be stupid enough to enjoy it. I mean, let's say you have no brain at all. Let's say you're sitting on your bed, here's you, a bucket of popcorn and a spinal cord, that's it. Even your spinal cord does go, hey, 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 hey. I'm not a brain, I don't have thoughts, but what is going on here? The mother of the family, check this out, has 3 people in her family eaten by the shark in 1 week. So a genius in her own right, she comes up with a plan. She says, well, shark is obviously after our family. Can't put anything over on me. There's only one thing to do, we'll have to leave town. And you're going, leave town? But wouldn't an apartment building be sufficient protection from the average shark? I mean, even if he's a really ambitious shark, right? Let's say, by the time he gets to the apartment building, parks in a guest spot, explains himself to the doorman, come up in the elevator, you would most likely smell fish and run. No, the mother is leaving town altogether. And you sit there. And you're going, but why doesn't the mother just not go in the water? Wouldn't that make more sense? And they go, well, ordinarily, yeah, but this is stupid. You see, in a stupid movie, everyone's stupid. The mother is stupid. The people that made it are stupid. But none of them are as stupid as you, because it is now 5:01, and you still think this is going to get better. So now, I mean...
And look at it. In his head, he's like, I am destroying on Carson.
Fish is coming up with plans to kill these people that the CIA couldn't figure out. I've caught fish. They're not that brilliant. They don't even make any noise when you're about to kill them. You ever see if they come up on a hook one? If they had any brains, they make noise. You wouldn't be able to kill them. They'd be going, ah, ah, ah. And you have to go, whoa. Start the boat. I'll get a burger at the dock. Did you see what just took place over there? So now comes a turning point in your life. If you don't turn off the movie now, just do the world a favor, and when the credits roll, get a vasectomy. The mother gets on a plane to get away from the shark, but before she goes, has an affair with Michael Caine. Typical reaction to this kind of tragedy. That's what I would do. Most people would say, gee whiz, 3 people in my family have been eaten by a shark in 1 week. Jeez, am I horny. Man, I don't know. Man, if I don't... Geez. My goodness. Ooh. Ooh, God. Ooh. The pit. Ooh, the tragedy, the bloodshed. Stop me, I'm vibrating. Where's a blow-up doll when you need one? Ooh, I mean, so now, get this. Here's the crescendo. The mother gets on a plane in Long Island, New York to get away from the shark. Flies to the Bahamas. Are you with me here? An ideal place to avoid a fish. Small island surrounded by water. When she gets there, guess what? Not only has the shark discovered that they have travel plans to go to the Bahamas, but to boot, he has beat the jet to the Bahamas. They land, there he is, couple of beers, Ray-Bans, and you're going, but wait a minute, that was a jet. Wouldn't a jet be faster than the shark? And they go, well, ordinarily. But again, this is stupid. You see, in a stupid movie, shark is the fastest transportation available. See, if you're going to London from New York, let's say, right? Tear up them Concorde tickets, get the next fish out of town.
Oh, they played him off. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, they were probably told that's his last line.
Yeah, yeah.
Get the next fish out of town.
Yeah, that
and
made
they came
him
in hot with the music. Yeah,
yeah. I saw him at Catch Rising Star when I was an open micer. I went to see him. I sat in the front row. It was amazing. It was like a half-filled crowd. It was like like a Wednesday night show. Yeah. Catch Rising Star in Cambridge.
Still the best way to see stand-up comedy.
Yeah,
is in a dead club.
Right.
That
you get
brings
to see
out
the real
best
deal.
When I was getting ready for this tour I'm on now, I was at the Cellar a bunch. And like that's where I usually build this stuff. And I was struggling a lot of sets because the Cellar has become very trendy. There's a lot of cooler people that go there, like nicely dressed young people go to the Cellar. It's a scene now. So it's not automatic that they're going to get. It's like a weird thing. And it's actually good, I think, in a sense, because you got to fight for your laughs a little more than we used to. But I've done some shows this year where like I'm struggling. I'm like every bit is pissing them off, and not for like PC reasons, but just because they're not trained comedy audiences, and they're like, ew, it's more that old thing. Remember before that's problematic. There was just ew,
right?
So it's like that again, and I'm just struggling. But I got nowhere to go. All my shit in this set is kind of nasty, so I'm just getting through it. But out of the 100 people at the Cellar, there's about 20 of them who are fucking having the best time of their lives. Like, they're laughing so hard. Because not only are they seeing jokes that they like my jokes, they're getting to watch people get really offended, and they're getting to watch me squirm. Like, every time I do a joke and it would kind of get this, then I'd go like, you'd see me go, fuck, and I'd hear people go like, this is the, like, high-fiving, like, this is the best night. So much better than seeing your favorite comic in a theater where everybody loves him.
I don't know if it's so much better, but it's definitely different.
It's just there's more friction to it, so there's more going on.
One of the when I was like early days, like open micer, me and Fitzsimmons saw Bill Hicks bomb at Nick's Comedy Stop.
Most of the times that's what he did.
And clear the fucking room.
Yeah.
But at the end of his set, there was 50 people left. Like, what does Nick's hold? Like 300 plus people?
Yeah, it's big. It's about 300.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So at the end of the set, there's 50 people left in the audience and maybe 20 comedians. And Fitzsimmons and I are just fucking howling. We're howling. We thought it was so funny, and it was so funny that he was clearing the room. And he went on after Larry Norton. Do you remember Larry Norton?
Sure.
Comic on a Harley.
On a Harley,
Yes.
Yes. I'm Larry Norton. I'm a comic on a Harley.
Yeah, that's it. So Larry Norton killed, and then Hicks went on after him. And, Hicks is, it's fucking existential angst and smoking cigarettes and, cancer and this and that. Yeah. And then the audience is just fucking leaving. And so he's doing, I don't know if you remember that bit that he does about, I think it's like the devil fucks John Davidson in the ass.
Yes, and Debbie Gibson. Or no, that was Jimi Hendrix fucking Debbie Gibson with his guitar. That was that.
Was a different one.
You wanted rock and roll, didn't you, Debbie?
Yeah.
No!
Yeah, that was a different one.
Yeah.
But so he's doing this bit where John Davidson is shitting out the devil's kid.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
I remember
so he's
that.
squatting, and he's like... And he looks up and he goes, yeah, this generally clears a room.
Yeah.
And the people are just getting up in fucking droves, and we were howling. We thought it was so funny.
Yep.
We thought it was so funny. It was just, it was nice to see this guy who is so, respected,
right?
But eating shit in front of a bunch of people that didn't know who he was.
He ate shit a lot. Yeah. I worked with him. I opened for him at the San Francisco Punchline, and there were some nights where he was destroying, just killing. He did this whole thing about that they should use terminally ill patients as stuntmen.
Yes, for Chuck Norris movies.
Yeah, he goes, do you want your grandmother to die alone in a room of strangers with her veins fading into dust, or do you want her to meet Chuck Norris? And he'd do this thing of sending out this person who's half dead, and then Chuck Norris just kicks her head off. Just kicks it off, and you go, whoa, But he was destroying some shows, and then other shows, just nothing.
Wow.
Just they didn't get it. They didn't want to hear it. He didn't have gear to go to.
No.
And he didn't have, I learned from it, because I used to think you could make these jokes work for some of these people that don't like them. You could I just reach out a little bit. It doesn't mean changing the jokes. It just means... Just give it. It's just something in your eyes that says, "Look, I know you're having a hard time, but I don't mean you any harm. This is funny if you listen. I swear to God, just get through."
He wasn't interested in making that bridge.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
He was a bit of a misanthrope.
Yeah.
Also a very sweet guy in his way, But
I never got the chance to talk to him.
Yeah, I liked him.
I only said hi to him once at Nick's Comedy Stop. I was like, ooh.
I don't think he noticed much about me, but I worked with him a number of times.
Yeah.
And I liked him. I liked listening to him. I liked his act. He also was a good comic. He made good noises with a microphone and stuff.
Yeah.
Because he came from here. He came from Texas and Houston. Sam and all those guys. This was a big scene.
Yeah. This was the scene at one point in time. Yeah. I mean, you think of Kinnison and him both coming out of here.
Crazy.
Pretty wild. And those guys were, Kinnison was probably the most revolutionary comedian of our lifetime. In the 1980s.
So?
Yeah, there'd never been anybody like him. All of a sudden screaming, I was married twice!
Yeah.
Hell would be like Clubman!
Yes, he was where did this come from?
Totally different than any other kind of comedy.
I think Steve Martin was like that too, in a totally different tone.
Yeah.
He was the one that excited me the most. I loved Cosby and Pryor and Carlin when I was a kid, but Steve Martin was the first one where I went, you're not even doing show business.
Right. What are you doing?
You're just being really weird. And I love it, and other people love it. He was the guy who made me think, maybe I could do this.
Really?
Yeah. He was
That's
the
interesting.
first person I watched that I thought, there's other ways, because I wasn't a slick guy who can talk and then talk like this and then talk like that, And prior with this, these skills were just swim around my head. I could never do that, especially as a kid,
Yeah.
But when I saw him, I was like, that's how I talk with my friends. That's the kind of jokes I make, and no rhythm to it. I'm so mad at my mother. Just odd, weird stuff.
He was so weird. It's kind of a bummer that he stopped doing stand-up, because it was so good. And when, back in those days, what was that, I guess early 80s?
70s.
He was really killing it?
I think
70s?
Mid to late 70s. It was disco time. He had a white suit, which was kind of a disco thing. So it was around the time of like Saturday Night Fever.
Yeah.
There was this time when there's so many hit things back then. There was Saturday Night Fever, and all of this is compressed in my head, but Jaws and Star Wars and Rocky and Steve Martin was the comedian of that time. Those were all the golden things that were like killing, making tons of money. Everybody loved those things.
I remember reading that he had decided at one point in time that the audiences liked him too much for being Steve Martin, and then he would go out there and he couldn't get a gauge as to what was funny and what was not, because they're just so happy to see him.
Yeah, he did the arenas.
Yeah.
And people would just scream.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the same anymore. I mean, it was a good discipline. I think there's truth to that. I think
there's definitely truth to that. I mean, I think it can be navigated, but you're definitely in some very tricky waters. Like, you can still do comedy, and I think what we were talking about earlier, what you do a lot by showing up at clubs where they don't know you're going to be there and just actually working out stuff.
Yeah.
You really do get to figure out what's funny and what's not. Whereas I know guys who have their own crowds who never perform in front of anyone but their crowd.
It's just diminishing returns. It's
Yeah.
just not going to be. I mean, you could do that, and your crowd might appreciate it.
You could do it, but you get more out of fucking around.
It's the only way to do it is to go on and do clubs and unannounced.
Yeah.
And start with 0 jokes and, struggle, have a bunch of bad sets.
Yeah.
Get through. Even at the Cellar, people, when they recognize me, they're happy to see me. And then I'm like, well, here comes new jokes.
Sorry.
And they just, because that evaporates.
Yeah.
No one
30
pretends
seconds.
to laugh at you.
Right.
No one will pretend to laugh at you. So the first couple of jokes, they go, what? and I usually would try opening with stuff that's not, this ain't going to get it. This isn't going to work probably. And get them to this level. And I'm like, okay, here we are. I don't want to be here, but this is where, it's like
Right.
if you're in the gym.
Yeah.
You don't go to the gym to have a good time.
Right.
And you get into like, I'm proud of myself. I'm at the gym today.
Yeah.
But first moves you make, you're like, this fucking sucks.
Yeah.
But so you get through shitty 10 minutes of jokes, and you've maybe got one joke. So you do that night after night till you get 10, 20. And then after you get 20 minutes and you've done it a few times, if you have the discipline, you stop doing those jokes and you start again with a new 20
Yeah.
from nothing. And this is the way I usually do it. I end up with 2 20-minute sets. And then I start mixing them a little bit. And then I start going to stuff in the notebook that never worked and never should have worked, or things I was too scared to try. You know when you write something on your notes for a news comedy set, but when you look at it, you go, I ain't doing that. Like, I thought of it. It sounded good today.
Yeah.
I'm not touching that. I always have a set when I'm developing where I go, you have to do a set that's only those now.
Really?
Only things that you just shouldn't be doing, or things that have gotten silence. It's like this is the last chance for these bits tonight. And no bits that have been getting laughs. That's a rough set. That's a rough set. But if anything makes it out of it,
it's good.
That's a fucking...
It's a
Some
spark.
of those bits have ended up being the best bit.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. The best bits I have in a special, like the ones that are like, that just kills every time, that started with silent, hate it.
It's wild. It's such a wild process.
Yeah.
The beginning to the end. When you write, do you sit in front of a computer, like specifically trying to come up with material?
Never did it.
Really?
I never wrote jokes, ever.
Do you write ideas? Or do you just write bullet points?
I write it down like one word, because I need to write on stage. It doesn't, if I write off stage, it comes out writer.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like you're using your hand to write, and then you're using your eyes to read it.
Yeah.
And then it's coming out your mouth.
Right.
So when I have an idea, that moment where you go, oh, it's a bit. It's fucking maddening, but it comes when it comes. You're in conversation or you're in the car or wherever.
Yeah.
You go, fuck, that's a bit about whatever, about zoo lions.
Yeah.
And I avoid thinking about it. I don't want to work it out. I just write down zoo lions, and I know that it's in the ether. I know the general feeling, and I wait till I'm on stage that night, and I explain it to them. And the audience is there as a target.
Yeah.
So for the first time work it out, and then it's like that's the bit, because I know I can't think straight as a comic unless I'm on stage.
Did you develop this process over time? Have you always done it that way, or did you initially try to write the jokes out first?
I could never do it. I was a bad student in school. I didn't go to college. I barely graduated high school because I can't do work like that. I can't. I mean, I learned to do it when I started working in TV and movies. But
when you're writing
stand-up,
scripts and stuff.
Yeah, I can write when I have to. But I have a huge agita problem and many D's and H's and and all that shit. So I would just do little set lists, and that's the way I always did it. I never wrote. There's no written word of my act. It's because your speech center, when it generates the work, that's where it's supposed to come from.
Right.
It's a spoken word art.
Yeah.
And then I do a lot of work. I record every set, and I listen to them. And I do now, I work on paper, but it's kind of like research. I listen to the set, and I write notes. Like this last whole tour I had to do because I had to come up with the material a little quicker. But I write notes about what worked, what didn't, what's innovating. That last set was funny when I did this. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
And before, if I take a break of 3 days or more, before the day of the show, I sit down and I write a set list. Even if it's identical to the last one, I listen to the last show I did, and I write down tonight's order. It's like the lineup for a baseball team.
Yeah, I always do that when I do arenas.
Yeah.
What I do is I get index cards, and I'll actually write the bullet points for each bit, and I lay them out on the coffee table in the green room. Mm-hmm. I get there early, and I write all that stuff out.
That's good.
Because that way I'm good. Like my head, I know
it's
I remember
in your head.
it.
You got to load it
Yeah.
in. You got to be living it.
You got to be like, it's got to be refreshed. Like, I know I just did a set last night. I'm ready to go. It's not, I'm not unconfident about it, but I know that the right way to do it is to sit down and to write down on these index cards and to set them out and have all the punchlines. Because the fucking thing that drives me more nutty than anything is like when I forget a tag.
It's a shame.
And then I leave and I'm like, fuck, I forgot that part about the guy.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the night, doesn't matter. Like, everybody's like, oh, standing ovation, great show. Like, no, that tag is gone.
That's everything.
They didn't get it.
Destroyed.
Yeah, they missed it.
Well, it's because your brain, like, I remember my mom teaching. My mom was in computers when I was a kid. She was a computer programmer, like, when they were punch cards and stuff, like, from the beginning.
My stepdad did that, too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
And then she had a terminal at home with a big modem, the phone going.
Oh, wow.
And so she taught me about computers, and the thing I always remembered was that there's main memory and then there's auxiliary memory. So auxiliary memory, I might be getting the words wrong, is stuff that's on tape, that's stored. And main memory is it's like RAM.
Right.
It's the working, buzzing, loaded into the hopper, what you've got working. And then you have stuff on tape, and you can access it anytime you want. Oh, remember this, remember this, remember this. But you're set from the times you've been doing it over and over again. It's kind of on tape. And when you're on stage, your brain goes and accesses it. But doing like the cards before, it loads it into the RAM. It loads it into the present moment. Because especially when you're doing big things like an arena, you get adrenaline, and you start thinking about the size. And then that's nowhere. There's no help there.
It's all negative.
You shouldn't be thinking about any of that
at all.
The thing you should be thinking about, you shouldn't be thinking about what do I need and all this bravado stuff. Of like, I'm going to be a star, or like, I'm going to kill.
That's the worst.
Death. The only thing you should be thinking about is cows.
Right.
You're talking about cows. Yep. You shouldn't be thinking, this is my bit about these cows, and here's what's gotten a laugh before. You should be thinking about, here's how I feel about cows.
Yeah.
You should be in the feeling. My favorite shows are when I feel very present.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're because I studied, but sometimes they're because I haven't been on stage in a long time, and I'm having to remember, and I go, yeah, fuck, and I get the feelings get a little more real.
Yeah. There's also a little, sometimes when I do too much stand-up, I lose a touch of enthusiasm, and sometimes it's actually good to take a day or two off, and then I jump back in, and then I'm kind of excited. And
that's why I'm doing tonight what do you call it?
The Moody?
The Moody Theater in Austin, and then tomorrow again, and then San Antonio. And I just did New Orleans and Mobile. It's 5 nights, which is a lot for me. And then I go up to Baltimore and D.C., but then I take 2 nights off before the Garden. And that's pretty decent amount, 2 nights.
Yes, that's perfect.
Yes.
So you'd be juicy when
I
you
won't
get
think
back.
about my set at all for 2 days.
Really?
Yeah, and I'll work out and exercise. I kind of train for this stuff because my feeling is the show has to be great. That's my responsibility. If you're not in shape, then the show is as good as your luck, right? If you have a good crowd, you'll have a good show. And if it's just a good night and things line up right, you'll have a good show. But if you leave it up to that, you're a fucking asshole. If you're in shape and you have wind and your mind gets clearer when you're in better shape and you try not to eat sugar and stuff, then no matter what, the show is going to be great. If the crowd sucks, I'm just going to have to work a lot harder. It's not up to them how good this show is. It's just I'm going to have to put in a lot more fucking effort. So I need to be healthy enough that when they suck, I'm great, and that when they're great, it's out of the park. It's completely.
I remember you telling me about this back in the day. We used to run. You used to run like you're training for a fight.
Yeah, I do. That's what I'm doing right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Today I was on the steps machine for an hour, and I train for however long. I try to do the steps machine for how long the set is I'm doing.
Oh wow!
And I watch Ali Frazier fights or.
No shit.
Yeah, I watch 15-round old fights, and I pick a guy that I'm him, and with the level of the machine, I follow his effort.
Oh, wow.
So when Ali's back is on the ropes, I go down to 5 a little bit, and then when he comes off the ropes, I go to 6. And when he starts firing away, I go to 8.
Oh,
and I go up
interesting.
and down a lot, and it's very good for your heart,
It's very good for anxiety. There's
Yeah?
a thing, there's a thing about exercise before any big event. I think it burns off all the residual, ancillary, unnecessary stress. Because there's a certain amount of stress that I think people just naturally carry in their bodies. And if you don't exercise, you're going to have a certain amount of tension and a little weirdness that it's just energy. Because your body's designed to run away from fucking saber-toothed tigers and fight off villagers. That's the body that we're dealing with today is the same body that people had 10, 15,000 years ago.
That's what I think what's special about humans is that some of us try that extra step. In other words, every animal has that. If there's trouble, get the fuck away. Mm-hmm. They have a calculation in their heads. Who can I take and who can't I, So sometimes there's a confrontation. This guy's a match for me, so I'm going to, like 2 bears fighting.
Yeah.
So they have that thing. But humans go if I try to hang in there, or if I hide, or if I, I might be able to get something out of this. It's worth doing something dangerous. It's worth it's worth resisting fight or flight. Because if I'm still hanging around after the flashpoint moment is over, I might be able to do something that somebody else couldn't do. That's a very human thing, is to think past the fight or flight moment. And also being able to not confront somebody like the guy in the cafeteria. Do I need to fight or flight? Is there something else? That's, I think, particularly human. It's can I just... I mean, maybe there's gorillas that do it. I have no idea. Or
Probably
elephants.
not.
Probably, I don't
No,
know.
it's probably a human thing.
Yeah, it's just going I could fight, I could flight. He looks like he wants to fight. But if I just waited a few extra seconds and if I can discipline my heart rate and not listen to the reptile and just cool off, I might be able to get something out of this. I think that's what helps me on stage, because there's a fight or flight moment when I do, an abortion joke or something, and everyone's just upset that I brought it up. And I'm like, that's all right.
Yeah.
I've seen this. That comes from experience. I've seen this. I know there's a moment past this that's
and the
worth
payoff is extra sweet.
It's huge because nobody does it.
Right.
I mean, a lot of people do it, but
yeah.
it's rarer.
It's rare. And then when you do get that juicy payoff, you're like, yes! It's so much better than something that's easy to get to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which has its own charm.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a good, easy joke.
No.
I enjoy all kinds of jokes.
So do I. Jim Gaffigan is one of my favorite guys because he just keeps he keeps coming.
Yeah.
He's got this constant flow, and it isn't a huge laugh, but he walks past it. He's one of my favorites.
He's great.
And it's such an interest. No one else has quite that that, no, that talking and talking.
Yeah.
You know, very different. Brian Regan's another killer clean guy, but it's punchier, you know?
Right.
It's a whole other thing. But
Gaffin's
it's not
like,
better.
"Oh,
It's
you
not.
ever notice?
There's a misnomer about, or whatever you want to call it, about dirty comedy being easy. I don't buy that.
I don't buy it.
When comedians say, like clean comedians or comedians that are purists say, well, that's an easy laugh because it's about dicks. I always want to say, well, you do it.
Yeah.
Go up and get the easy laughs with the dirty shit.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's not
There's no
that
such
easy.
thing as an easy laugh.
Yeah.
There's none.
It's not. Joey Diaz used to do this bit about what he called doing the pigeon. And he goes, that's when you're eating a girl's monkey from behind. You stick your nose in her asshole like a fucking pigeon. And somebody who said that about it, like, oh, God. Why is he talking about it? I go, you think that's easy to do?
Yeah.
Do you know how hard it is to be that person, to go on stage and talk about stuffing his nose in a girl's asshole when you're eating her pussy from behind?
Yeah, and also it's just another subject, and it's a pungent subject because sex is a pungent to people. It excites people and it scares people.
What people don't like about dirty jokes, they're really hard to follow with clean jokes.
If you're a fucking pussy and you're not paying attention.
Yes.
Because anybody who's killing, comics are so stupid that they think, I can't follow that. But when somebody's killing, if you have your head on straight, you're going to have a great time.
Yeah, because the audience is primed.
They're excited.
They're having a good time.
And they don't think like, this guy... they're not thinking in your stupid, insecure brain.
Right.
Like, I bet this guy's not as good. They're just thinking, hey, another guy.
Right.
And if you're doing something very different, they're like, cool, here's another way to...
Right.
Like, I learned that because I was the same. I was scared of certain guys. I worked with a guy named John Ayers. John Ayers, maybe? He was a Connecticut comedian. There's certain, like, comedians that were, like, Connecticut guys.
Yeah, weird guys.
Yeah. And he opened, it was the Nanuet Holiday Inn. This is the 90s when comedy had just fallen out. Remember all the clubs? Catch closed, the Improv closed.
Yep.
And I had been in it too long to quit, and now I was doing like $100 gigs out of town. So I was at the Nanuet for a whole week, like Wednesday through Sunday, with Tom Ayers. Nice guy, too. I liked him. And his closing bit, he was opening for me, and he would just annihilate. And his closing bit was he had a banjo, and he would do dueling banjos. So he had a hat on that was like a helicopter with hooks that he put a cow on it, like a stuffed cow. And he'd go, ding, 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 and on the tape would go, moo, 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 and then he'd move the thing and put on a cat, meow, 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 meow. And so each animal, and at the end he's spinning. The thing is spinning on his head, and he's playing, and they're going, and all the animals are, and people are going, you see them like so excited, and at the end he'd play a big finish, and he'd raise his leg, and on the tape was a big fart. Made no sense. Big fart at the end, and the people would get up, just stand up and applaud. And I think Keith Robinson was emceeing for me. He's opening for me at MSG now. On the 20th. Keith was like, you want me to do like some time to, and I'm like, bring me right up. Because it was the first time I watched a guy really just go for it like that, and I thought, it's beautiful. I loved it. And there's joy in it. And the audience is so happy, so I started telling him, bring me right up. Give no pause. And people would barely hear him introduce me. And I'd be out to people going, oh, God, just like dying. And I'd just look at them, and I had great sets after Tom Ayers.
You rode the wave.
I did.
Yeah. That's what people have to realize, to just ride the wave. But comics tend to think of things, a lot of comics are narcissists, and they think of themselves more than they think of anything else.
Yeah.
And they also, they have a famine mentality.
What's that?
Famine mentality means there's only enough for one person. Like, there's not enough for everybody.
It's a weird way to think of the world.
It's a terrible way to think of the world.
Yeah.
And it's so wrong, and it's so self-serving, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, if you really do believe that there's only so much out there, you'll act as if,
and you'll give up.
Yeah, and you'll you'll start to alienate people around you.
Yeah,
because people know that you're really just thinking about yourself. You get real weird, and then people get weird around you. They don't feel comfortable. You know, when you're happy for people, like genuinely happy for people, better things happen. Like everybody feels good.
No, I always tell comics when you're watching the guy before you, then you're thinking, what a piece. If you shit on a comic to the person next to you, you're going to bomb. I've seen that happen a million times. Somebody's on stage, and the guy next to me is going, God, I hate this. I hate when he says this. And then they go on, they have a shitty set.
Because you're angry.
Yeah, it's the last thing you should be thinking about.
Yeah, yeah.
You know? And also, some comedians, you know, a lot of us are frustrated. We wish we were like rock stars. So, you know, we want to look cool up there, but nobody wants you to look cool.
Nobody wants you to look cool. They just want to laugh.
Yeah.
But the looking cool thing is because you don't want to feel like a piece of shit, and you do, so you decide, I want to look cool, so that way I won't be a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And then you go up there and you just like,
piece of
ruin
shit.
the vibe.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so complicated. There's so much going on with comedy.
Yeah.
There's so much going on with every phrase and everything you say. It's really like mass hypnosis. That's really what's going on.
Yeah, there are some I've kind of gotten realized in the last few years, because I'm in deep now. I'm 38 years into it. And there's like, you get another. It's like Scientology when they tell you about the aliens. You know? Like, you got to get really deep in.
Yeah.
You start to go, oh, there's shit about stand-up I didn't know.
Yeah.
And one of them is that there's some automatic laughs that you're getting. And you got to be careful with that.
Right, just timing laughs.
Yeah, you're just getting some laughs because, you know, like tags. A lot of tags are just like, all you're doing is spending that dollar again. And they'll laugh for you. And also, they're nice people.
Yeah.
The comedy audience automatically is a pretty nice person.
They have fun.
Well, and also they came to sit, and in this day and age of like staring into it, they put their phone down for the most part, and they sit with strangers, like shoulder to shoulder, and they listen to a fucking person, you know, for sometimes 2 hours. They're just listening. It's a very giving, you know. There's people that can't do that, like sit in a comedy audience. They're constantly, you know, like people you see leaving their table constantly. And some people, they're just not built for it. But it takes a very patient and giving person. So they'll laugh, and I think about this when I do shit that's really fucked up, and I get some laughs, but I look at them and I go, you didn't want to laugh at that, but you did it for me. You did it for me. And especially if they're your fans.
Yeah.
But also, like, I have my ex-girlfriend who's my dear friend. She's a comedian in France. Her name is Blanche Gardin. She's a hilarious comedian. She's a huge star in France. She's like the biggest star there. And I used to go see her do shows. I saw her about 10 times in French. And I would sit in the audience and watch her, and I'd laugh really hard, and I don't know anything that she's saying.
Oh,
and I'm not fake laughing. It's hypnosis. I start getting into it.
Yeah.
She's got a rhythm. And she's really good at it, and so there's ways that she's doing stuff, and then she's building a thing, and I'm just find myself laughing with the people also because they're laughing, but also I was honestly laughing really hard at something I didn't know what they were saying. So I know that there's this armature under the jokes. That's just it's a trick. It's a bit of a trick.
There's definitely that. But there's also, if you are genuinely having a good time and you're genuinely locked into these ideas, like you're not thinking about anything else. You're thinking about those ideas, and that makes its way into other people's minds.
Yeah, like, when that's to me the goal.
Yeah.
Every show, to break out of the rhythm and try to be saying this stuff and really feeling it.
Yeah, you have to be actually thinking about it in the moment. And when you're not, they can tell.
Yes, they can.
In some weird way, they can tell.
It's a weird thing about what an audience can, but sometimes you think they can. You think there's stuff going on stage that's not going on.
Right. Yeah, it's because it's in your head.
It's in your head, and you're in a very weird place.
Yeah.
On stage, it's like being a pilot in 20 Gs. It's like your brain's not working properly.
You're being a pilot, but you're also a passenger, too, because you're kind of like riding this thing.
Yeah.
You know, like you want to steer it, but you're also kind of riding it.
You're in it with them. At the best, you're in it with them.
Yeah.
You're like, right?
Yeah.
And you know.
It is a mass hypnosis. I really think it is. And I think it's very difficult to trick people on stage. I think you can trick people for a little while, but after a while, they kind of figure out who you really are.
Yeah, well, it's like pitching. I think a comedy like pitching a lot. They'll time your fastball after a while. They see it. It's like, you know, when there's a new phenom that gets put in a game, and he strikes everybody out. But by the 6th inning, they've all been up twice, and
Right.
they just start killing the ball. That's most comics. They figure out how to pitch. But after a while, the audience goes, I know what you're doing.
Yeah.
But if you can be like, what's his name, El Duque in the Yankees, like many arm angles, not sure where it's coming from, and a little. I think of some jokes as brushback pitches, some stuff where they just go, what the fuck was that?
Right.
And there's no, and some of those jokes you don't come back and fix them. You just let them be upset, and you go, yeah, I'll do that. Just watch it.
Yeah.
I'll fucking do that. That wasn't even to make you laugh.
Right.
You don't know what I'm going to do, so don't dig in too easy.
Right.
They're off balance. You can get them different ways.
Yeah. We talked about, you at one point in time thought about opening up a comedy club?
Yeah, because you're opening one here.
Yeah, you thought about it? When?
I thought about it when I saw the Babe Ruth movie with John Goodman. Did you ever see that movie?
No.
Played Babe Ruth. And I don't know how much truth there is in it, but he wanted to manage a ball team. And John Goodman was such a good actor. And he does this moment where he says, I love the guys. I want to take care of the guys. I want to be the guy who looks after them and trains them and makes sure they're okay, because he just loved ball players. And I watched him do that, and I thought, that's how I feel about comedy. I'd like to have a club and start, be the place where new guys come in and new people, and watching them and encouraging awkward comedians that aren't easy laughers,
Right.
And being a place and bringing in great veterans for them to learn from, and you know what I mean, and feeding and cultivating an audience. I watched a lot of guys do that, like Manny and The Cellar and Lucian Holden, the comics for these. Some of my best friends were comedy club owners. Guys I respected so much were, guys that ran clubs. So I thought that would be really cool. But it's opening a fucking business is horrible.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that now.
Yeah, I don't want to either, but I'm stuck.
Yeah,
I already started doing it.
Are you anxious about it?
Surprisingly, not that anxious.
No.
Yeah, I have an unusual ability to handle a lot of stress. I just kind of settle into whatever that is.
I know.
And I go, okay, this is what we're doing. I can not freak out, and so this is not that stressful because I got really good people here. I brought Curtis Nelson and Adam Egget and Eric from the Comedy Store. All these people from the Comedy Store, Kerry to run the bar. I brought the best people that were at the Comedy Store. And
good.
Because it was during the pandemic, nobody was working.
Right.
I said, hey, this is what I'm going to do. Do you guys want to work for me? And so, for the last year and a half, they've been actually working for free.
Wow.
They've been getting paid.
Right.
But they haven't working. They're not working. They've just been waiting to work.
You're just holding them.
Right, but I kept giving them their full salary.
Right.
I just said, this is not your problem. We had an initial venue that fell apart, so we had to buy a second venue, and the second venue required considerable construction. So I said, listen, this is okay. We're going to have fun. So let's just do this the right way, and I want everybody to be comfortable.
Right.
And now we're less than a month away.
That's amazing.
It's pretty exciting. And it's really good. The inside looks fucking incredible. And the scene here is already amazing. Yeah. I mean, I did the Vulcan last night, and then after I did a set there, I went over to the Creek and the Cave, and then there's other rooms in town, too, and guys are hopping back and forth from room to room and doing 2-3 sets a night. It's really exciting. And there's really good comics here. There's really good, up-and-coming people, and... Tom Segura moved here. Duncan Trussell moved here. Tim Dillon lives here now. There's Christina Pazitsky. There's a lot of really good comics. Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah.
So we're doing these shows. Ron White is here.
I saw him. He came to see me at the Creek in the Cave last night.
Oh, did he?
He's one of my favorites.
He's the best.
Yeah.
He's the godfather of this town.
Yeah.
So when we're doing these shows, we're doing shows Shane Gillis comes into town all the time, and Ari's here all the time. Yeah. So we're having so much fun. It's really an amazing scene right now, and it's exciting because it's new. And all these young people that come here and they do Kill Tony, that show, and so that gives them a chance to maybe get 1 minute and do it in front of hundreds of thousands of people on YouTube.
Right.
So there's this energy to this town that's happening now with stand-up that's really exciting because it's a completely new scene.
It's great. Well, like you said, you can't practice it at home. It's the only way to learn it.
Right.
So I always feel a responsibility in that sense. So if you love stand-up, you gotta encourage other people. I bring people on the road with me who I think need exposure to higher pressure and stuff, and to help them learn, and also to tap my head, and I spend the whole time talking to them and answering stuff and stuff like that. And when I'm at the cellar, I like mentoring. I like being a bit of a teacher, you know.
Yeah.
So, but you have to, because there's no school for it, and there's no.
Which is wild.
Yeah, there never will be. I don't think that anybody will ever properly. You can't really teach stand-up. It comes from the heart or the balls or the pussy or wherever it comes from.
How do you do it? Do you do it like Steve Martin, or do you do it like Stephen Wright, or do you do it like Patrice O'Neill? Like, you can't teach that.
No.
You can teach like certain principles, and you can kind of coach people in whatever their individual style is, and sort of giving them some tips, like maybe if you did it this way, or here's the problem with that, or you're taking too much time with this. And
there's obvious mistakes people make, and you can help them by giving them that.
Yeah.
Going like, you don't need to be doing that.
Yeah.
That's a big, giant waste of time. Or that's really... One thing I've told a few guys and women that work for me is don't stop laughing. You're just nervous. That's just shit, the little nervous laughter.
Right.
It just looks dumb, and it's just do the joke, and if that nervous laughter is because you said something that's kind of tough to sell, fucking stand there and sell it. Or just say, that's the joke. And like Adrian Appalucci opens for me a lot. She's hilarious.
Very funny.
And she's really hard to take for my crowd who are there to be offended. What I love doing, whenever Adrian's on stage, I'm right behind her, behind the curtain, and I'm standing there where I can really hear, because she does these jokes and people go, oh! She does this thing about how how white women, about racism and white women are the worst, and that we don't have enough serial killers because they always kill white women. And it boils down to when you think about it, Jeffrey Dahmer did more for black people than Martin Luther King because he killed white women. And
but he didn't.
What?
Jeffrey Dahmer didn't kill white women.
Oh, I don't know. No,
Ted Bundy?
Not Ted Bundy. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm fucking up her bit. I'm
Okay.
destroying her bit. Anyway, it's a hilarious bit, but any audience goes like, Jesus! And I love hearing them because she's really loosening them up. She's really fucking, doing deep knee bends, getting them warmed up. But she used to kind of nervously laugh after certain jokes, which showed a little insecurity on her part. Like, maybe I shouldn't be saying this. And I told her, just do the fucking joke and stand there. Like, that's it. That's what I said.
Yeah.
That's what I said. And the early jokes, people were having a hitch with it. But after they see that confidence in you, and they go, I guess she doesn't give a fuck. I guess she really means it. And they start to come around.
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing, is how do comics that don't belong up there get good at it? That's where great comedy comes from. It's somebody who's not a ham and who's not even into performing much, or but they just want to do this one thing. Those are where some of the better comics come from, I think.
And then they figure it out, and it's so exciting to watch them figure it out. It's so exciting to watch someone go from being like, used to be like guys who were like a doorman at the Comedy Store, and then you see them 6-7 years later, and you haven't seen them for a while, and all of a sudden they're killing, and they've got interesting points, and they've got great bits. Yeah,
it's great to watch.
It's a fun art form, man. It's still my favorite thing to watch after all these years.
Yeah.
I still enjoy, and I didn't for a while. In the beginning, I didn't, because of like jealousy and insecurity. Like, I didn't like, if someone else was killing, I'd be like, God, I wish I thought of that. God, I wish I was killing. Like, it was like a weird thing where I was too wrapped up in trying to get somewhere in comedy that I didn't enjoy it anymore.
Right.
And then I realized, like, hey, stupid, like, this, you got into comedy because you love watching it. Like, why would you not still love watching it? Are you going to give up loving watching it because you like to do it? That's so stupid.
Yeah, I have written all over my notebook this year, don't forget to love it. It's like I wrote it across the bottom of the page of like all the pages one day and on an airplane.
Oh, yeah.
So as I'm writing notes, it's just there.
Yeah.
Because you do forget. It's work and it's hard.
Yeah.
And whatever you do for a living becomes a hassle.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to love it,
Whatever you do in life becomes a hassle. One thing that I always tell people is, like, the one thing that you think about the most when you're sick is, God, I wish I was healthy.
Yeah.
When you're healthy, it just seems normal.
It just is what it is.
But when you get sick, you're like, oh, God, this sucks. I can't wait to get healthy.
Yep.
But when you're fucking healthy, you've got to like do whatever you can to preserve that and recognize that there's a possibility that you could get sick. Appreciate the shit out of being healthy.
Well, and then with work, though, with comedy, I feel like there's this other side of the spectrum, which is that you should be willing to be very uncomfortable and very unhappy to do it right, because that's love. That's real love.
But you're doing it.
Yes,
is my point.
Yes.
If it took it away from you, like COVID when we couldn't do stand up, well then that's you being sick.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's like not that it should always be the most fun thing to do, because exercise fucking blows.
Yeah.
Like being healthy, like sitting in a fucking sauna for 25 minutes at 190 degrees and cold plunges and all this shit that I do, it sucks.
Yeah.
I don't like doing it, but I'm doing it because being healthy is far superior to being sick.
Yeah.
But you forget. You forget sometimes.
Well, but also it can be a really, it can be a bummer to be healthy. It can be.
How so?
Well, I've had streaks where I'm like, I'm doing it all right, you know, and I'm not doing things that I know make me feel like shit, like eating a bunch of pizza that's just going to flood me with sugar and slow me down and give me a headache and give me a depression that I end up curing with a cigarette, and then I can't move even more, and then I eat more, and then it's a terrible thing. And like 2 weeks later, I come out of like a dungeon, like I got to stop. And like I can't believe I just wasted all that time.
Right.
But when I'm like, I'm doing it all right. I'm eating well, fucking salmon with brown rice, a little bit of vegetables, you know, or whatever, and drinking water with lemon and staying away from, you know, drinks, no alcohol,
right?
Sleeping without any help, all those good things, you know. There's a dryness to that. I just, after a while, I just get cranky. I just feel like I want to indulge and just get some sugar in you. Like
moderation.
Feeling like shit has its good points. You
Indulgence has its good points.
Yeah, when you feel like you're like, oh, what the fuck did I do that for? There's when you hit the bottom, there's a comfort in that. It's a bed. The bottom is like a bed. Do you know what I mean? I mean, not like alcoholics and drug addicts. I don't know what it's like for them, but in my little self abuses,
every now and then getting off the rails.
You just got it.
No, I like it. I like doing that too.
Yeah.
But I stay healthy.
That's good.
But I do go off. I mean, I will eat pizza and fucking spaghetti and ice cream. I'll go crazy.
This is the best thing
but
in the
then
world.
I just self-correct. I go, okay.
Yeah.
You know, and I feel so bad when it's over. When I eat like a giant, like a fucking big Italian sub and like a fucking 32-ounce Coca-Cola, I feel like hot dog shit.
No, it's the worst.
An hour and a half.
No, and then ice cream, which is my favorite thing. I'm just shit. It's just Shitsville, and it's burning hot shits for like a week. I pay hard for ice cream, so I don't do it often. But there is, I don't know, I don't think it'll ever not be. I still stay in shape and some discipline for a stand-up, and I've got this thing at the Garden, like to me that's like the big fight of my life. That's the championship fight. But when that's over and I take a year off, part of me thinks I might just Brando out. I might get really fucking big. I don't know.
Might do a reverse Bobby Kelly.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope not. Sometimes I'm able to be more healthy when I'm not performing because I go upstate more.
Yeah.
And I make my trail and I do my. Yeah, that's better exercise than a gym anyway. So.
I think it's important to be healthy, but I also think it's important to enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
And I think, there's something about food pleasure, mouth pleasure from, eating a big fucking bowl of rigatoni. It's great. It tastes great. It just, you got to know what's happening. Like, I like drinking. I enjoy drinking. I like fucking tipping a few back with my friends.
Yeah.
Cheers, everyone. Cheers. I like doing a shot before I go on stage. I enjoy it. Yeah, but I know what I'm doing.
Right.
I know when it comes to the morning, I'm going to do everything I can to counteract that.
Yeah, sure.
I do everything I can with vitamins. I take IV vitamins and drips, and I do all kinds of shit. But I keep it working right. But I also
it's a funny
use
thing
my
too.
body in a different way.
Yeah.
Like, because of jiu-jitsu and
Right.
martial arts, it's a vehicle for me. I'm using it.
Well, we live weird lives too because most people can't when we say things like it's important to be healthy, but it's important to enjoy yourself. Most people even can't have that conversation.
Right.
Like most of the population is just fucking grinding.
Just trying to live.
They're just dragging their bodies across broken glass and trying to like hand off just enough to their kids and then fucking collapse in a heap of cancer.
Yeah, they're just trying
That's
to
most
pay the
life.
bills. They're just trying to pay the bills. Just stay one step ahead of the grave digger.
Or only 2.5 steps behind.
Yeah.
That's how most people live.
Right.
Like I was talking to my Blanche, my French pal, and I said, life is a zero-sum game. It's something I believe is it's a zero-sum game. That effort you put in and it comes back, but you end up at zero.
Right.
She said, for a lot of people, life is about a negative 500-sum game.
Yeah.
And it's true. Some people, everything they can possibly do, they end up so fucked.
Yeah.
Just fucked for good, and it's just life is fucked.
And because of that, you have this attitude that life is fucked. So then that's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I guess. I mean, it's
negative attitude.
There's
Negative
not
people.
much room for that kind of shit, though, in most people's lives. But in America, compared to everybody else, we're really doing great.
Yeah.
So we can have these long conversations about what's the right way to think and what's the right way to live, and all these many boutique things of here's how to feel better.
Yeah.
Because we're just kind of sitting around. We're just consumers. We're just consumers of the rest of the world. So,
I was watching this video where these guys were talking about Lex Friedman and Andrew Huberman were talking about saunas and cold plunges and stuff like that, and like the benefits of it. They're two scientists.
Yeah.
They're talking about the provable benefits, heat shock proteins, cold shock proteins. And then I'm reading the comments where some guy was like, "Yeah, well, you guys aren't talking about is how much it costs to buy a sauna. You're making it seem like it's all free, and like what are you supposed to do? Like every fucking thing? Like, I'm sorry if you're broke.
oh no, you have the conversation for people that can live that way.
Well, I mean, not just.
But it's just fun.
It's not it's not impossible to achieve. We're not talking about buying a fucking Lamborghini.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that there's something wrong with talking about that stuff because other people can't afford it. That's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it's actually part of why people are miserable is because it's a ridiculous conversation. It's not like the earth and the experience of like competing for food and oxygen and living on Earth, and living in society and just being a person. We've got to some altitude here where we're having some stupid conversations that are just, should I do a cold plunge or a sauna? Like, what the fuck is that? It's not that you should be ashamed because people can't afford it. I feel sorry for the guy in that conversation. It's like it's a ridiculous trying to find just the right balance because there's nothing really challenging you. Because you don't have any real problems, and you're not on the earth. You're not standing on the earth anymore. You're in a bubble where you sort of like, maybe I'll try this, and maybe I'll just do protein now, and I'll do, you know what I mean? And you'll never find the balance because that's not a normal life. That's not organic living. That's not living like a human being. You don't have a choice because, I mean,
but you have
what are you going to do? Be poor on purpose?
But you have a physical body. And if you have a physical body, there's things that are beneficial to your physical body.
Sure.
And if you choose to do those things, you'll have a better body. It'll work better. And if you choose not to do those things because you think they're ridiculous, or do you think like, no, that's not organic living, that's not life, this is not life. It is life. It's life, and people have invented shoes. The reason why they invented shoes is because rocks will cut your feet. Yeah. So they figured out shoes. Shoes are better than no shoes, right? Getting in a sauna and getting in a cold plunge is better for the physical body than not doing it. Yeah. It's the same thing. Lifting weights is better than not lifting weights because then you develop a strong body and don't lose your bone density.
All true.
Like, all these things are a part of life. You could just decide they're not organic.
They're a part of life when you've removed yourself from the food chain and from real life. They become part of life.
If you're not getting eaten by tigers, yes.
That's right.
Yeah, but like we already figured that out. So like as we move to becoming a multiplanetary species,
that's what I'm
saying.
There's
a lot of things that you're going to figure out.
Well, and also our predator now is each other. So it's now we're not anymore about other animals. We're about killing each other.
And when you are about other animals, that's when you realize you've really fucked up. Like, we already sorted this out, and here I am getting eaten by a tiger.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. Yes, you're a fucking idiot if you're a human being being eaten by a tiger.
If you're a guy from Connecticut, you're getting eaten by hyenas, you've made a giant mistake.
That's right. Yeah. But I don't know. I think part of it is just being an old guy that I think like you see certain signs that the game is over. because people are starting to talk about such abstract forms of life. And I can see that none of it satisfies anybody.
Abstract forms of life? How so?
Abstract things like having your body at the right temperature and talking about different substances going in and out and ways to, and turning on the oxygen
to
in
try
certain
to
rooms.
enjoy it more. It's just to try to enjoy it more.
Yes, it is, but you won't ever get to what is fulfilling about life, I don't think.
That's not true.
Through that stuff.
That's not true. When you do those things, your body is more relaxed. It works better.
Sure.
And you feel better.
Sure.
It does with me.
I understand. Yeah.
When I do cold plunges and I get out, it raises your dopamine 200%. And it lasts for multiple hours.
Yes.
You feel better. You really feel better.
I don't even know what I'm saying. I just feel a thing about this.
I know what you're saying.
I feel a thing about it.
But there's also a thing
and
that
I'm not
people
putting
do
it,
to try
the last thing I'm doing is putting it down from oh, look, you're so lucky you can have. That's not what I mean.
No. But you're kind of dismissing it as being, at the end of the day, it's all fucking bullshit anyway.
Kind of. It's just that it's just.
Which is true.
I think that the most, I don't know. There's a form of life. It's a weird thing because you're not supposed to be happy, and you're not supposed to be safe. I think that that's the problem, is that people expect that, and it's not a good way to. You're not happy when you're safe. You're not happy when you're happy. When you're secure. Like people. I was listening to something about the border. These people just trying to come into America, and some people are like, well, if we let just a few in, it's a mess. Like there's no good answer.
Right.
What if we just let the ones in who are really upset?
Yeah.
But we can't let them all in. Like when liberals try to say, it's like the dumbest position they get into. It's like, well, we can't let them in here. Got to keep them out. But we really like them, and it's great that they're brown, and sorry. But, there's like an impossible, and then the right takes over, and they sound racist, and then the left takes over, they just sound stupid. But my feeling is they should open the border, and just let them pour in, let everybody pour in, and then the answer, which is, well, then there'll be all these problems. Yes, there should be. It shouldn't be so great here, is what I'm saying, in America. It shouldn't be. It's a weird thing to sequester a certain group of people and try to keep upping their lifespan and their lifestyle, and just keep trying to increase that for this group of people, and then this pressure of people trying to come in so they can enjoy it, and then it gets worse and worse down here. I mean, I'm not in Canada. It's really just from down here. There's something wrong with that. That's not a system that's working, and it forces people to do cruel things to other people. There's a lot of people that die so Americans can be safe. They're just dying, weddings that are drone bombed in Yemen because the guy said something that might have resulted in American insecurity. Not even like definite American deaths, but like just so we can breathe a little easier. Folks die. And folks do labor in unsafe places so that we can keep the prices where we like them. There's so much about American life that other people pay for. That's part of it. But also, it's not good for us either. It's not a good way to live in a gated community, If you let folks pour in, like any other wave, it'll kind of slosh. And then things will be different. I don't know, what'll really happen? A bunch of people, will they just come with knives and start killing everybody? I don't think so. I don't know what'll happen, but it's just weird to me. I mean, I lived in Mexico when I was a kid. My dad's Mexican. And I remember my first cogent thoughts were in Mexico, and then I came to America.
But you lived in Mexico pre-cartels. It's a different world now.
Yeah, but it was Mexico in the 70s. It was a pretty gnarly, smelly place. But
I'm sure.
I mean, it was Mexico City. It was beautiful also. It was a city before America had anything. It's this very old European kind of place, Mexico. It's a beautiful country, and it's got a lot more depth to it than anybody knows here. And we're not really sharing with them because they're kind of like the other guys, because we're afraid of how many of them are dying to come here to work for us for very little. Like this thing. I don't know. I don't know. This is shit I don't know about. But the feeling I get is that the more this American security, this feeling of there's more oxygen in the air, there's more. It's not good in the end for everybody somehow.
Well, it's certainly not balanced, right?
No,
if you look
it's
at
not balanced.
The top 1% of the world is $34,000 a year.
Yeah.
If you make $34,000 a year, you're in the top 1% of the world. You're basically living in like lower income America.
Right.
Is the top 1% of the world.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
It is.
And so, like, why is that? Well, corrupt governments, lack of freedom, lack of democracy, but also exploitation from American businesses where they go over there and they start sweatshops. And, I mean, one of the greatest ironies is people complaining about social justice issues on an iPhone, which is made by slaves.
Oh, yeah. It's a horrible thing.
I had Siddharth Kara on the podcast. He's a journalist that traveled to the Congo to watch them mine cobalt, and snuck into these cobalt mines, and he wrote this. Is it called Cobalt Red? Is that what it's called? It's out. It's out at the end of this month. It's not even out
what
yet.
they do to get the?
It's fucking horrific.
Yeah.
I mean, horrific. It's all slaves. It's slaves. It's women who are 19 years old with Cobalt Red. How the blood of the Congo powers our lives.
And that's some of what goes into like electric cars and stuff too, right?
Yes, cobalt. Yeah. It goes with lithium-ion batteries. It stabilizes them. So, there's all sorts of shit that has to. That's a cobalt mine.
This is the thing is that we look at these wide shots of just like clogs of people. Mm-hmm. That's how most human beings live, and.
Well, this is particularly egregious.
And this is what are they? They're making iPhones in there.
First of all, look at that dude right there, the one with the tan shirt.
Yeah,
that dude's jacked. If I was that guy, I'd be like, "Hey, buddy, do you know how to wrestle? Like, come here. You want to make some money?
Yeah.
Like, look at the size of that motherfucker. That guy's got superior genetics.
This is some guy. This is some guy. He could live in Cincinnati.
Right.
He could work at the Avis at the airport in St. Louis.
Or he could be a UFC champion.
Yeah, but he's in this huge pile of people so that we can have
phones.
The new phone.
Yeah.
It's a crazy amount of it's so lopsided.
So lopsided.
And then our lives become more and more pointless until people are like, should we just give Americans money? Like Andrew Yang's idea. Let's just give them money and they don't have to do anything.
Yeah, it's just fucking
like,
so
what are
crazy.
we doing? What the fuck? The point of life used to be, don't die. That used to be the point of life.
Yeah.
Don't die. Pass on your sperm or whatever. And then somewhere in the margins, you'd be like, this feels good. Like next to a fire, and you just almost died, but you cooked the thing that tried to kill you, and you're eating it, and you go, all right, I feel good. This feels nice, and you get to enjoy the stars in the sky. There's something to that. But this point of like, just give everybody money every week. So that they can buy, but who's doing anything? Like and just let
Where's
them.
the money coming from?
Let them make the shit. They're invisible, and then let's all just be. And then we start having conversations about what's the right way to say things, and what's the right stuff to put in your body, and what's the right position to sleep in. Because it's a joke. It's just funny to me, I guess, is the thing. Like I remember.
I see what you're saying.
I remember I was at a wedding, and there was a guy there who was Tibetan, and. With his wife, and my wife and I were talking about our dog, and we're saying that she was getting surgery. She's had a hard month because and he goes, "I'm sorry, who was getting surgery?" And we said our dog, and he just laughed really hard. He was like, "What?" Our dog was in surgery, and he's like, "I'm really sorry," and he was like, "I'm sorry. I don't understand." He thought like our mom was having surgery or something. It's like you give a dog surgery? You put a dog in an operating room and operate them? This guy who's like from some place in Tibet was like, that's insane. It's like my chicken has a psychiatrist on some level. It's like ridiculous. We're from. And I looked in that guy's eyes and I'm like, I want to be him. It's not that I'm ashamed of me being because of him, but I just think we've gotten really far away. And that's me and how I feel. I mean, when I meet kids, my kids' age, and I talk to my kids, I'm like, they're ahead of me in some ways, and they got something new that I'm not sure of. And my nephews, I have four nephews. Well, they got their eyes are forward, and. A lot of the shit.
What do you mean?
Well, like a lot of the shit, that we worry about. These kids are growing up with the internet and TikTok, and they kind of, they're smarter about that stuff. It's not. It was a big jolt for us, the internet, but they're
growing up with it. They don't know
so they're
life
brighter.
without it.
I know they're gonna.
They're adapting.
There's an energy to my kids and their friends that I really admire, and I think that gives me hope. I always have hope for human beings. I think human beings figure things out.
Human beings figure things out.
They do. I think and they also mean well, on the whole, to each other. They hurt each other a lot, but I think that people don't want to.
Yeah.
And there's always extraordinary, the kind of things that go down in history of extraordinary moments by Kennedy or Obama or somebody. But I see them all the time. If you ride the subway, you see people take a bit of abuse and go like, okay, you go ahead. Like those moments you go, well, you just saved the world, buddy. You just, in your own circle. I mean, that's, I guess, and I think one thing a lot of people are doing is looking at the big picture too much and thinking they listen to podcasts and they have a whole world opinion. But your only responsibility is the space you take up and the people you encounter.
Right.
That's all you should be thinking about.
Yeah, and when you're thinking globally, it's a giant distraction.
Yes.
And really, you don't have any real ability to affect things that much.
No. The things you can do is be kind to people you know and that you encounter people every day. Try to live a life of interaction instead of distraction. And be out and look at folks and treat them okay. That's like huge.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people. Like, there's a great movie called The Man for All Seasons. It's about Thomas More, I think. This guy who was the king's, he was the Chancellor of England during Henry VIII. I'm not going to tell about the whole movie, but it's remarkable. I love the movie. And there's a scene where he was a very powerful man. So this one guy keeps trying to get him a position in government. And he says to the guy, I don't think you'd be good at it, but I'll get you a job as a teacher. And he goes, why would I want to be a teacher? And he says, I think you would be a great teacher. And the guy said, but who would know it? And he said, well, God, your students, your friends, and yourself. That's a pretty good crowd,
Yeah.
Like I think of life more that way now. Like, it's cool I could be a big, or then the negative side of it. How are we going to all this fucked up? Who's going to solve all this? And
right.
But if you can just be a good person and do your best anyway. You do your best. That's all anybody can do. You also got to acknowledge that you've got problems in your head and you're everyone's selfish in ways that ends up not being good for other people. Everybody has that. So you try to balance and be okay with the people in your work, and your family. Try to be a real parent to your kids, and I think that's the only thing you can really do.
It is bizarre, this very, very common aspiration to want to be recognized by an enormous number of people that you don't even know.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. I don't have that. I mean, I've been recognized by a huge amount of people.
You don't have that.
I don't care about it.
But you're a famous comedian.
Yeah.
Maybe if you weren't, you would have that.
Maybe I would. I mean,
because you know what it is and you've experienced it and it's been a giant part of your life. Is walking out there and everybody goes crazy and cheers and like, thank you.
When I come out and they're all cheering, I have wanted to stop so quickly. I often tell them to stop, but I really don't like that part.
It's strange.
I don't like it. It's not normal. I like normal interaction, so I don't like that.
I think what's normal is it's setting a tone, like they're happy you're here. I'm like, I'm happy you're happy. Thank you. Thank you. Right. I'm happy you're happy, and I'm happy too, and I've got a bunch of shit for you. I've really been working on this.
That's right.
Yeah. That's right. But the people that really soak it in, they love it.
Yeah.
They
need it.
Yeah. I've seen people like stand on stage and they just look at the crowd. They take it in and they just walk around. Oh, man.
I saw Paul Simon at Forest Hills in New York, which is and I had done it like a week before, and I went there to see him. And I know him, a friend of mine. And so he was on stage, and it was like one of his last tours. And Forest Hills is like a block from where he grew up. So they loved him so much. And about halfway through, I saw this moment where the crowd was going nuts, and he just put his arms out, and he just went like this, and he basked in it.
Wow.
And I brought it up to him later, and he said, oh, you saw it. I'm so ashamed of that. I'm so ashamed of that. He said the second I did it, I was like, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Yeah, he's like, that's not cool.
That's hilarious. He just tried it out.
You're not here to be like, hey. You're here to go like, here's the show, here's the show.
Yeah, but he's a rock star. Isn't that funny? Like, that's like the thing that people love. the thing that people love is the thing you really should not want to be. Is like this like complete alien.
It's no
like,
good for a
stands
human
in
being.
front of people. And
No,
yeah, so,
that's what like when I'm doing the thing I'm excited. I have to bring it back to my stupid plug, but the garden show. I haven't. I used to do it. It was normal to do the garden for me before, which is not a good thing.
Right.
Like I remember Chris Rock saying to me once after a show at the Garden, he's like, "You like this is like a club for you where you try shit out now." Because I did it like 5 times in a week. I just take the subway, take the C train up, do the Garden, and leave. Like I don't party after just a show.
Right.
But that went away, and I hadn't been there for a while. But now to me, this one show there's like this very exciting thought.
Yeah.
To just do one. And the set I've prepared for it is not a rock star set. It's pretty gritty. It's pretty. I mean, it all kills.
It's similar to what I saw at the Creek.
Yeah, I've been working on it since, so there's a lot of new stuff.
Yeah.
But it's the idea of being surrounded by these 18,000 people in this elite arena, and saying some of this stuff, but also knowing that I've crafted it, so it's not just reckless. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm really excited about. 38 years in comedy, I don't get that excited, but I'm really excited.
I'm excited
about
for it too. I love that you've made this return, and then you experienced a bunch of resistance, but now it's kind of gone.
Just keep doing it. Just keep doing it.
Yeah, and now you're doing shit that's really being recognized. Like you won a fucking Emmy.
Yeah, I got a Grammy. I got won a
Grammy,
Grammy since I came back. Yeah, that was
amazing.
Nice. It's nice.
And I think you won a Grammy for the special. It's very funny, but I think the next one was. I think Sorry was even better.
Thank you, man.
I really
Thank
do.
You.
Sorry
so
was amazing.
That got nominated for a Grammy, so we'll see what happens.
I hope it wins.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'd love it if you won 2 years in a row. I want to see people get crazy. Like, fucking
whatever.
bullshit.
Whatever.
God damn it. I loved it. I got so angry when people were calling out your that leaked set.
Yeah,
when people are mad. Because to me, it was like, that's what he's always done. This is great stuff. Like, but not only that, you hadn't done stand-up in 10 months. I'm like, this is the seeds of a fantastic hour.
Well, it was
and you're only seeing like literally the first couple of
That's right.
times he's even said these things aloud in public.
I literally was having a conversation with another comedian and came up with the bits and went on stage and did them. So it was the first time I'd done them, and I just got so excited to be back on stage because I had taken a long time off, and there was resistance coming back. But I was in a club with my crowd for the first time, and so I was. It was the only thing I regret is it was reckless because my life was very precarious. Things were tough, and things were tough for my kids. So that created a bigger, huge stink bomb than anything else that had even happened.
The set did?
Yeah, the set was really hard. So, given how things were, I probably could have made jokes about a couple other things. I don't believe I did anything wrong.
You did what you always done.
I do. I've always done this. The way it works is I say stuff that is the wrong thing to say. I hear the resistance to it, and then I work with it, and it takes a few shows for it to be a safe bit to do. But there's a few audiences that and that audience actually didn't mind it, but it's not for regular consumption. It's like watching somebody practice piano and going like he sucks or it's not. It wasn't supposed to. I think it's really bad that we don't have these barriers anymore, where there's speech that's for these few people. There's speech that we're gonna have a fun conversation where we're gonna get a little crazy. It's not for the whole world to see.
Well, what was infuriating to me was people that know that. They know what you're saying.
Yeah.
And they went after you. And I was like, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
There's people that I won't talk to this day because of that.
Wow.
I was like, I'm not talking to you. Like, unless you want to make some, like, big public apology or you want to apologize to me and tell me why you did it and what real feelings of insecurity and jealousy. But
Nobody can do that, though.
Tim Dillon put a great post on his page about what's really going on.
Yeah.
He put a great post on his Instagram, and that's when I became friends with Tim Dillon.
Right.
He wrote, you're getting a bunch of people that are mediocre comedians
Yeah.
and that are attacking him not really because of what he's saying, but because he's great and because they hate the fact that he was getting any attention at all, and that should be theirs, and now they find some chance to move up in the social structure.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like to
me. All of that is totally true, and it makes me understand it. In other words, it makes me feel sympathy. It makes me go like, all right, if that's what you need to do, that's what you got to do. I get that. I would prefer to hang out with somebody who doesn't need to do that, but I get it. And
I can't be around them because
I understand
you can do that again. You can do that again.
Sure.
You know, it's like having a snake in the room. Like you can have a snake in the room as long as you keep the lights on.
Aside from my shit, the thing that was a drag to me about comedy in the last few years was people who, any comedian who's out in the world saying that comedian shouldn't be saying these things.
Yeah.
That's a traitor to comedy.
Well, they always suck.
They're not a real comedian.
None of them are good.
They've learned some tricks so they can seem good, and they might have a big audience. But they don't love this.
Right.
And that's a fucked up thing to do.
It's a fucked up thing to do, and it's always coming from a place of jealousy.
Yes, and also it's always happening to somebody who's already deeply besieged, somebody who's already the whole world.
Of course.
When you see the whole world coming down on somebody for something they said, and then you go, I'm going to say the same thing.
Exactly.
That's about you. That has nothing to do with how you really feel about what they said. It has nothing to do. It's just that you want to be heard in your circle saying it also because you see that you can get a little something from it.
Well, you're just taking cheap shots.
That's another way to say that, yeah.
You're just kicking someone when they're down.
Yeah, it's a shame.
And not only that, it's someone like who should have a deep understanding of what that person's actually doing.
Yeah, but it's too much to ask, I think, from people. I think it is. Life is hard.
It's too much to ask of those people should not be doing stand-up. And all the people that did that were all fucking terrible.
Yeah.
All of them were mediocre at best. All of them.
Yeah.
Every single fucking one of them. You know, Chris Rock's not going to fucking talk shit about people when they're down. He's not going to be the guy who gets on Twitter and goes, that subject matter was fucked up. Like, you're not going to get that out of Dave Chappelle.
It just became profitable to do it. And it's going to stop being profitable. It already is. It's already not it's not a good look anymore.
But it's not
so
profitable
people don't do
by
it
those
anymore.
comedians. Those comedians get ostracized.
Now they do, yeah.
Oh, man. I go out of my way. I won't talk to them. I won't look at them. Like, you don't do this anymore. I can't talk to you because now I can trust you because you know what this is.
Right.
You know this bizarre process of like bringing an idea on stage like a little puppy and teaching it not to shit on the floor. Like you're doing this thing with me and you're pretending.
No,
that's
the audience
not what it is.
it's an easy thing to do because the audience will never know that,
Right.
and they shouldn't.
Right.
Audiences just come and they see what you do. They don't know what goes into it, and it's not none of their business.
Well, some of them do get into it. I mean, that's one of the things that was interesting about the store was like you would get comedy nerds that would come and they'd go, I love how that bit's changed because I saw it and then I saw it again and I saw it again and now it's got to this point. And that was a great compliment. I was always like, oh, thank you. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, there was a time, there used to be this back in 2005 or so, there was a Tenacious D, you know, Jack Black.
Yeah, sure.
They had a website with a message board back before social media. There were message boards where people would make comments. It was just comments without a thing. And they had a message board with different categories, and one of them was other comedians. And that became huger than the website. It was called aspecialthing.com.
Oh, yeah.
Remember this?
Yeah, I do.
And it was about stand-up mostly in the L.A. area. And so, like, there was one guy, his name was Sasquatch, and he would go to every show at Largo, at these kind of alternative shows, and he would do a rundown. He'd tell you who was on. He'd give you an idea what the bits were, and he'd analyze. And every comedian loved reading it. Because if you, like, being mentioned in it was kind of cool. He was a really smart, his name was Matthew something, I forget, but he was interesting, and he would talk about bits, and he'd seen bits before and how they had changed and stuff. Comedy fandom, when it's like, you know, it's really fun. It's really great.
It is fun.
Yeah. There's a lot now that's like just like I'm on this guy's side against this guy. There's a lot of tribalism in comedy.
Yeah. But again, you're always going to have people that are like that.
Of course.
You're going to have all sorts of different ways of looking at things and things that people disagree with and agree with and things that people like and don't like.
Yeah.
But it's just, I fucking love it. After all these years.
Yeah,
I've
so
been
do
doing
I.
it 35 years, I think.
Yeah.
It's the best. It's really the most fun thing to do.
I love it more than anything I've ever done.
Yeah.
And I'll always love it. And I do think after this show at the Garden, I'm going to, on January 28th, live stream on my
live
website.
Stream, LouisCK.com.
LouisCK.com.
There it is.
There it is.
Live stream event from Madison Square Garden. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. I don't know if any comedians done that. Not on a website. I mean, maybe like
How
HBO and stuff.
difficult is it in terms of like the infrastructure, like to
It's
set
just-
it up to live stream from your website? Like, how many people can it handle simultaneously?
As many as will come.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just it's Tom Segura does these live shows.
Yes, your
the
mom's
company
house?
Maestro or whatever it is.
Yeah.
We're just doing the same thing as him.
Oh, great.
That's all it is, and it's
Have
parked
you
on the
been
site.
a part of one of those? You need to be a part of one of those.
I have not done that. No.
They're fucking
No.
horrific.
Yeah, no, I've heard it's crazy.
Oh my god!
But he's really so fucking smart.
He's the
Tom. He's
best.
very funny and a great guy.
Yeah.
But I asked him about doing this, and he helped me get the courage to do it. And the show starts at 7:30, and there'll be opening acts like Keith Robinson and somebody else I don't know yet. But also I have Ravi Coltrane, he's John Coltrane's son, which is incidental.
Really?
But he's a great saxophone player, and he has a trio that he's bringing to open. On the
Oh.
show. So you get
So it's a
to watch.
show.
It'll be about 45 minutes of pre-show with him and some comedians. I'll probably be on
nice.
stage around 8:15. It'll be like a 20-second delay, but otherwise it's fully live.
What time are
event.
you up tonight and tomorrow?
I think the show's at 7:30. Well, I gotta go soon.
Yeah.
and
I was just thinking.
and then I guess I'm on it. I guess the show's 7:30. Usually I end up on stage by 8:15. After there's always a delay and then opening comedian.
Well, I'm going out to eat with my wife tomorrow, so I'm going to try to catch you tonight.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
should.
head out.
You should.
Okay. Let's wrap this bitch up.
Yeah.
Okay, LouisCK.com. The date is
January 28th.
January 28th.
Yes.
Live stream event. Go see it. The material, I mean, the material that I saw months ago was fucking amazing. So
Thanks. And
I'm
and you
sure.
can watch it until February 17th. Then it disappears. You can't download it. It's like a fight on
Right.
DAZN or something, or pay-per-view.
And then in April.
And then it disappears. Then in April, the special from this material will be out in April.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right. Great seeing you, my friend.
You too, man. Thanks
All
for
right.
having me.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Thank you.
good.
Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
We're up. What's happening, brother? How you doing?
Good, man. How you been?
Very good to see you.
Excited, man. It's one of those milestones that you achieve. It's like,
Oh,
I get to
coming
talk
on
to-
here?
I get
that's
to talk to Joe
ridiculous.
Rogan. Yeah,
That's
I was like-
hilarious. That's hilarious, man. Well, it's an honor to have you on. I appreciate you.
I appreciate
I'm
you.
a big fan. You're in a great spot right now, man. You're on the run. You're like you're there. You're like at the fucking door. You
yeah.
know?
It's been a long road. It's like,
Yeah.
when I look back at it, where I've been, where I'm at right now, like, you still don't even like believe it, but it's like, I still need to get over that hurdle where people still don't believe in you. Still, people are still looking for excuses of why you beat this guy, why you beat that guy, why you don't deserve the title shot.
But isn't that always the case? And then all of a sudden you're the fucking man. Like that was Charles Oliveira, right? For the
Yeah.
longest time, people thought, oh, he falls apart, and then all of a sudden everybody had to go, you know what? He's the fucking man. You know, until Islam got a hold of him, he was, like a completely different entity than he was like back when Cub Swanson knocked him out.
Yeah, when you look at the way his career is, the way like people don't give him enough credit for that, and the way he
Yeah.
dominated some of the best guys.
Oh my God!
Once he was in his title reign,
when he beat Gaethje, the way he beat Chandler, I mean, my
yeah.
God.
But you mean now people know how good Islam is. People weren't respecting him the same way I feel like I'm not getting respected, and then
Yeah.
now when he plays with him like that, beats him on the feet, and then finishes him on the ground, I think that now people are realizing, all right, well, Islam isn't all talk. Like when DC and all of them are saying that, like he's gonna be better than Habib. Now they're realizing it.
Anybody who said it was all talk is a fool. If you watch the way he submitted Drew Dober, he just smushed him.
Yeah.
I'm like, there was no getting up there. It was just a matter of time before he put the smush down on him.
Training with those guys, I tell people, I'm like, if you never train with the guys from Dagestan, from somebody on their team, you don't know what it feels like. It's not regular jiu-jitsu. Like it's like quicksand where you're in there, you think you're moving, you're looking for a way out. I'm really good at flow rolling and everything, and I'm training with them my last camp, and I'm like, I cannot move with these guys. None of them. Like everybody on their team has that same style, same pressure on top, and I'm feeling it, and I'm like, I need to change what I do in Chicago. I need to change what I'm doing because these guys are so dominant with the way they play, the way they grapple. It's like they're going to beat everybody. Nobody's going to mess with them.
What is the difference?
For the mentality, I think is a big thing too. You know, when you're rolling with somebody new, you'll get a flow roll with them. You'll play around to see how they're feeling. With them, they don't have that at all. I'm not going to lose a round. I'm not going to lose a minute when I'm going against you. If this is our first time roll with each other, you know, I'm on my back. I'm going to my back, starting on my back, and I'm like, all right, let's move. So I'm trying to play like guard, trying to go for armbar or anything like that. And then Khabib is yelling at me, get up. We're not playing jiu-jitsu. This is get up. This is MMA. We're not playing jiu-jitsu. You're on your back. You're losing. And their mentality is, let me hold you down because I'm not going to lose this round. I'm going to stay on top of you. I don't care if I'm in your guard the whole time and I'm just staying on top of you with pressure. You just lost. Even though the round's over, I'm sitting there like, man, we haven't done anything. It's like, I'm just laying on my back. You haven't done any pressure, no ground pound or anything. But I just lost because I'm on my back. And I figured that's their mentality. They don't want to lose any round in practice. They don't want to lose any minute in grappling. If they get taken down, they're popping right back up. It's not, let me get taken down, let me play on my back a little bit, let me flow a little bit like that. No, it's rough, hard. And I think that's what transfers their mentality into the cage when there's no let me warm up here. It's like right into it. Khabib goes in there, he grabs you, he holds you down. You never felt it before because his strength is another level, and that's why I feel like a lot of these guys break once they feel it.
I would be really interested to see. I mean, the best guy off his back, arguably in the lightweight division, is Oliveira, and Oliveira really couldn't do anything with Islam. I mean, he gave some difficulties. He made it. He got into the second round. It was work, but he didn't really threaten. Where he threatens everybody off his back. That's the thing about Oliveira is like he'll catch you on